Chapter 1024. P.S. Thank you to Pink Flying Man and Wongit for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. The high-quality update is here. Sis, now imagine the image of a weapon in your mind, Seito said again after he finished describing the defensive capabilities of the new black suit. Suzu Ito nodded, closed her eyes, and recalled the appearance of the katana she used for the longest time in her mind. At this time, a scene that seemed to distort the air suddenly appeared in Suzu Ito's right hand, then it quickly extended into the shape of a katana. After it condensed, a real katana appeared in Suzu Ito's hand. Feeling the change in the palm of her hand, Ito Rin opened her eyes and let out a low groan with a surprised expression. The main manufacturing material of this suit is nanomachines, so to a certain extent, it can be used for material creation and shape change, Ito explained with a smile. Suzu Ito curiously imagined the appearance of other objects in her mind. Then the katana in her hand quickly changed again. Sometimes it turned into a kitchen knife, sometimes it turned into a pair of metal chopsticks or other small household tools. Use your mind to imagine putting it away, Ito said as he tossed a metal ball to Suzu Ito. Suzu Ito, who dispersed the nanomachines, took the metal ball and imagined putting the object in her hand away. The next second, the metal ball in Suzu Ito's hand disappeared from her palm. Because of the various special situations during combat, this suit is also equipped with the latest space application technology. It has a three-dimensional space of 3 by 3 by 3, which can be used to transport some items or weapons, Ito explained. Isn't this a portable space equipment? Suzu Ito, who summoned the metal ball back to her hand, was shocked. You can say that. Ito nodded to confirm. This is really... Suzu Ito, who received confirmation, touched the suit that almost didn't feel any weight and had a slight cooling sensation. She was speechless with emotion. In fact, according to the original idea, this suit can be used in combat, and it also has special agent equipment. For example, the instant disguise function and camouflage function developed based on the nanomachines. But because we don't need those for the time being, we didn't add the program. Ito explained the original design concept of the suit. Disguise function? You mean if we add that program, we can use this suit as daily wear? Suzu Ito asked in shock. High-quality update, yes. Ito nodded to confirm. Then he took out a stylish wristband and threw it to Ito Rin. He said, "This is a disguise prop specially made according to the characteristics of the nanomachine structure. There are about 100 styles of clothing added to it. You can choose what you want to wear. In order to increase timeliness, it also has a data collection function. It can update the clothing database at any time and eliminate old styles. TSK, this is just a bracelet. There are hundreds of clothes." Suzu Ito played with the small bracelet in her hand. She exclaimed. Ito shrugged. He didn't answer. "Sister, take this sword." After a pause, Ito took out a katana with a slightly dark luster and handed it to Suzu Ito. "This is the katana I recently reforged. It has a strong anti-magic effect, energy penetration, and toughness. Although I don't know how effective it is against monsters, it should be much stronger than ordinary weapons." Suzu Ito didn't refuse. She took the long sword and examined it carefully. After a while, Suzu Ito, who felt satisfied, put the long sword into the space of the battle suit. "That's about it." Ito tilted his head and thought about it. He found that there was nothing else to explain. Suzu Ito nodded. She put the dozens of antimatter grenades, energy shock crystals, a dozen rejuvenation talismans, dozens of Taoist talismans with different effects, several bottles of advanced healing potions, mental recovery potions, chi explosion pills, and many other items into the space of the battlesuit. "Sister, you rest first. I'll go to other worlds and see if I can find some combat power." Ito, who saw Suzu Ito put away the things, stood up and said, "Well, be careful." Suzu Ito, who already knew the difference between the two worlds, didn't say much. She nodded and said with concern, "Okay." Ito nodded. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the room in Suzu Ito's sight. The next moment, Ito, who had entered the Rubik's Cube world, didn't hesitate. He directly turned into a ray of light and drilled into a huge vortex that suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared like a bubble. Crackle, crackle, crackle. With the familiar cracking sound, Ito appeared in a sealed underground space with a double-circle, six-pointed star array on the ground. This was the secret place that Ito used to summon Edwards in the Rubik's Cube world. Ito, who recalled the ridiculous things that happened here, smiled slightly. He threw a metal piece with the Flying Thunder God's locator warlock on it and flew to the top of the space. He used Earth Meld to disperse into invisible particles and merged into the surface of the Earth. He quickly moved to the ground. In less than a minute, Ito's figure appeared in the vast expanse of cold snowfield. Ito, who didn't want to stay in the snowfield any longer, immediately activated his telekinesis and flew quickly to the nearest city. Flying at 4 times the speed of sound, it didn't take long for Ito to leave the snowfield and enter a city. Ito found a bar with a Russian signboard full of pictures and walked in. "Give me a glass of vodka," Ito said to the Russian girl, who came over with his powerful language ability that he gained after becoming a god slayer. "Okay." The Russian girl replied and turned to the counter. In this free time, Ito took out the phone that he used in the Rubik's Cube world. He dialed Kanzaki Kaori's phone number. "Hello, this is Kanzaki Kaori." Soon, Kanzaki Kaori's cold voice came from the phone. "Sir, here's your drink." At this time, the Russian girl came to Ito with a glass of vodka and put down the glass. Ito nodded to the Russian girl and spoke into the phone after she left. "This is Ito. It's you." Hearing Ito's name, Kanzaki Kaori's tone immediately changed. She suppressed her anger and said, "Where is Index? Index is doing well. He's happy. He's happier than living under the British Puritanism." Ito picked up the glass and took a sip. He gently took a sip, then put down the wine cup with a frown and chuckled. Kanzaki Kaori didn't know how to respond to Ito's words and couldn't help but be silent. "Where are you now? I want to see you." At this time, Ito spoke. "What's there to see?" Kanzaki Kaori replied. "I'll bring Index." Ito didn't answer and directly said. Then he didn't wait for Kanzaki Kaori to speak. He added, "But only if you're alone. If anyone else follows you, I won't let Index show up." Kanzaki Kaori was silent again. After a few seconds, she spoke again. "Okay, where do we meet?" "Where are you now?" "I mean the detailed address." Ito asked. "British XXX Street, XXX Cathedral." Kanzaki Kaori replied. "That should be the British Puritanism's nuns' dormitory. Leave there first and find a more secluded place outside. Then tell me the new address." Ito first guessed the location from Kanzaki Kaori's mouth. Then he ordered. "Okay." Kanzaki Kaori agreed. Then Ito hung up the phone, picked up the glass of vodka that was a bit too strong for him, and took small sips. 20 minutes later, Ito's phone rang again. "I'm now at XXX Street." Kanzaki Kaori said coldly. "Don't hang up, wait," Ito said as he took out a small envelope. He sealed the envelope with a thin metal plate with the Flying Thunder God's positioning spell and sent the envelope out with a low-level magic he learned from the Godslayer world. "Got it," Kanzaki Kaori replied. About a minute later, Ito, who had been using his hyperspace sense to lock onto the metal plate, finally felt the metal plate stop at a certain location. Seeing this, Ito immediately got up and paid for the drinks, turned around, and walked into the bar's bathroom. After using shape-shifting to look like an Englishman, he activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared from the bar's bathroom. The next moment, Ito, who looked like an Englishman, appeared on the streets of England. Ito bent down to pick up the envelope and looked around. Soon, he saw Kanzaki Kaori leaning against a tree trunk. Her left arm was holding the 7 Days, 7 Nights blade, while her right hand was holding a phone. "Kanzaki Kaori, I'm here," Ito said as he walked towards Kanzaki Kaori. At this time, Kanzaki Kaori, who was searching for Ito, also noticed the Englishman walking towards her. She frowned slightly. "Yes, it's me. Just in case, I put on a disguise," Ito said as he put away his phone. "Where's Inticus?" Kanzaki Kaori's face darkened as she looked at the disguised Seito. "Sorry for the offense," Seito said as he suddenly stepped in front of Kanzaki Kaori. He reached out his hand and grabbed her left arm that was crossed in front of her chest. Grabbing her arm, he activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from under the tree. The moment the two disappeared, Steele's figure quickly appeared on the scene. He looked around with an ugly expression before he took out his phone and contacted someone. On the other side, Seito and Kanzaki Kaori appeared together in the enclosed space where Seito entered the Forbidden World. Kanzaki Kaori, who was in a counterattack posture, immediately raised her arm and pushed Seito away from her. She also assumed a posture of drawing her sword at any time. "Where's this place?" Kanzaki Kaori observed the surroundings from the corner of her eyes and asked. "This is my secret base." Seito spread out his hands and explained as if he didn't mean any harm. Then, with a thought, he summoned Inticus to his side. Hey. Because the underground space was pitch black, Inticus instinctively let out a cry of surprise. "Inticus, it's me." Seito, who could see in the dark, reached out and hugged Inticus. "Chum, where's this place?" After feeling the familiar embrace and hearing the familiar voice, Inticus relaxed and asked. "A secret base," Seito explained with a smile. "Oh." Inticus didn't ask any further and just answered casually. "Inticus." Kanzaki Kaori called out emotionally when she saw Inticus, whom she had been thinking about day and night. "Who is it?" Inticus looked in the direction of the voice and asked in confusion. Seito was tactful. He raised his hand and cast an apprentice-level illuminate spell. A circular ball of light appeared in his hand and illuminated the underground space, allowing Inticus to see Kanzaki Kaori's face. "Oh, it's you. Why are you here?" Inticus was neither warm nor cold. He asked the question as if he was looking at a stranger whom he had met a few times and whom he could chat with for a while. "I have something to talk to her about," Seito explained. Kanzaki Kaori, who was slightly relieved to see Inticus, looked at Seito and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Leave the English Puritanism and come with me," Seito said with a smile. Before Kanzaki Kaori could say anything, Inticus puffed up his cheeks and looked at Seito with an expression as if he wanted to bite someone. "In your dreams." Kanzaki Kaori refused without hesitation. "I know what you're worried about. I can take the Amazushi style with me." Seito continued, unmoved. "That way you can get rid of your worries and be with the person you want to protect. Isn't that good? And I can guarantee that you'll live a happier life than in the Puritanism or in Archbishop Ralla's place. You're a wanted man who's hiding everywhere." "Why do you have to say that?" Kanzaki Kaori said with disdain. "That's because you don't know me. The reason I'm here is to show you something about me," Seito said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Kanzaki Kaori frowned. Seito didn't say anything. He directly opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, a huge black hole with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared behind Seito and Inticus. "Follow me." Seito held Inticus's hand and walked into the Rubik's Cube world while speaking to Kanzaki Kaori behind him. Kanzaki Kaori watched the two disappear into the black hole. After a few seconds of hesitation, her expression turned serious. She walked with her head held high and her chest puffed out. In the blink of an eye, she also disappeared into the black hole. Chapter 1025. As soon as Kanzaki Kaori appeared, Seito's voice immediately rang in her ears. "Welcome to my world." Kanzaki Kaori didn't immediately pay attention to Seito's words. Instead, she turned her head and looked around. At this time, Seito, Index, and Kanzaki Kaori were standing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, surrounded by cold darkness. Under their feet, for continents, 1 small and 3 large, were quietly floating in a blue ocean. "Where's this place?" Kanzaki Kaori retracted her gaze and asked Seito in a deep voice. "It's a different world from the world you live in. It's a world that belongs to me," Ito Mori explained with a smile. Kanzaki Kaori frowned when she heard Sei Ito's explanation, not knowing if she should believe him or not. If she didn't believe him, then everything here was obviously different from what she knew. Moreover, she didn't feel any trace of magic affecting her mind. She believed it, but all of this was too shocking, and she couldn't accept it for a while. I'm not lying. This is indeed a different world. When I first came in, I was also shocked. Index said from the side, "You should experience it for yourself." Sei Ito laughed. After saying that, Sei Ito, Index, and Kanzaki Kaori's surroundings immediately changed. They appeared in a bustling city from the cold and lonely void. This is the capital of Britannia, the capital of a country in another world that I absorbed. If you can understand it, this is London. Sei Ito laughed as he walked on the streets with Kanzaki Kaori and Index. After a while, Sei Ito brought Kanzaki Kaori and Index to Luoyang, Nippon, and other places in the Luxia's world named Sea Continent, so that Kanzaki Kaori could see the difference between this world and the outside world. Then, Sei Ito and the other two's surroundings changed again, and they arrived at the Spirit-Eating Continent. This continent is similar to Continent C from before. It was formed from another world that I absorbed. However, unlike Sea Continent, which focuses more on the development of science and technology, this continent focuses more on the development and cultivation of spiritual power. Taking Kanzaki Kaori and Index to the Nippon territory of the Spirit-Eating Continent, he showed them the battle between the so-called evil spirits and the Ministry of Environment. Then, Sei Ito thought again and took Kanzaki Kaori and Index to the mythical continent of the God-Slayer's world. This continent evolved from another world that I absorbed. Two's world is world magic, spells, and sozes. And Index's ants and strolled worse to wander around the mythical continent's mythical continent. Sei Ito asked Kanzaki Kaori to compare the Nippon of this world with the forbidden magic world. But the only danger on this continent is the god of disobedience that appears from time to time. But I think with the shrewdness of the Amakusa members, there shouldn't be any problems. Then Sei Ito added, "God of disobedience?" Index asked curiously. "The so-called god of disobedience. It's the myth that people weave. It's the name of the gods who revert to their original form." Sei Ito glanced at Kanzaki Kaori, who was eavesdropping. He explained with a smile. "God." Kanzaki Kaori looked at Sei Ito in shock. "Yes, God. Even now, there are 3 gods of disobedience living on this continent: Susanoo, Athena, and Karj." Sei Ito said the names of the 3 gods with a calm face. If I remember correctly, Susanoo is a god in Japanese mythology. Athena and Karj are both gods in Egyptian mythology, Inticus said. "Yes." Sei Ito confirmed with a smile. Then, the scenery around the 3 changed again. They appeared on the Rubik's Cube continent in the center of the Rubik's Cube world, touring the ecological city and Academy City. I dare say that even the real Academy City is not as powerful as my Academy City, Sei Ito stated with a confident face. In the end, Sei Ito and Kanzaki Kaori appeared on a large island in the sea. They met the original Roman Orthodox Church's combat nuns and the current Pope, Asola. "Kanzaki, come with me." After Kanzaki Kaori and Asola talked, Sei Ito once again said to Kanzaki Kaori. This time, Kanzaki Kaori didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she fell silent with a complicated expression. If you really feel hesitant, just treat it as returning the favor. Didn't you always want to return the favor before? Now I'll give you this opportunity. Use your existence to offset all the favors you owe me. Ito-sei slowly walked to the front of Kanzaki Kaori, raised his arm, and gently stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. Kanzaki Kaori slightly tilted her head and still didn't speak. "Since you can't decide, then I'll help you decide." Sei Ito retracted his hand and said with a slightly heavy tone, "I won't let you go, so just treat it as me forcing you to stay." After saying that, Sei Ito turned around and walked away from Kanzaki Kaori. He walked toward Asola's room. "Wait a moment. I'll go pick up the people from the Amakusa style." When he was about to completely leave, Sei Ito suddenly stopped and called out, After that, he disappeared into the corridor, leaving behind Kanzaki Kaori, who still had a complicated expression on her face, deep in thought. Asola, when you're free, please enlighten Kanzaki Kaori. Seito came to Asola's room and said, "Okay." Asola looked at Seito with a gentle gaze and said softly. Seito walked to Asola's side and stretched out his arms to hug her body. He quietly listened to Asola talk about the recent development of the church. Then Seito said a few more words to Asola and then parted with her in a passionate kiss. He returned to the underground space in the magic forbidden world. With a flip of his hand, he once again took out the envelope containing the iron piece of the Flying Thunder God positioning technique. Using a messenger magic, he randomly found an address in a town far away from Academy City and sent it over. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he left the underground space and appeared in Japan. After putting away the letter, Seito took out his cell phone and dialed Kinyuzaiko's phone number. "Hello, this is Kinyuzaiko." Soon, Kinyuzaiko's voice came from the phone. "It's me, Seito." Seito said, "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Kinyuzaiko asked. "I just had a meeting with Kanzaki Kaori. She agreed to let me take over the Amakusa style and transfer all of you." Seito casually made up a story, but in reality, it wasn't too much of a lie. Did the Pope really say that? Kinyuzaiko asked in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, I can take you to see Kanzaki." Seito replied. "The Pope is with you right now?" Kinyuzaiko asked in surprise. "Yes." Seito confirmed. "Give the phone to the Pope. I want to hear it from him." Kinyuzaiko said. "Okay." Seito nodded and then pretended to speak into the air. "Kanzaki Zaiko, Kinyuzaiko wants to talk to you." After that, Seito put the phone back to his ear and used psychokinesis to control his vocal cords to imitate Kanzaki Kaori's voice and tone. "I'm Kanzaki Kaori. Your Holiness, is what that guy said true? Do you really agree to let him take over us and transfer all of us?" Kinyuzaiko quickly asked. "Yes, I've already talked to him, but it's up to you to decide what to do. After all, I'm no longer the Pope of the Amakusa style," Seito said in a low voice. "Kanzaki, you'll always be our Pope. Since this is your order, we'll carry it out," Kinyuzaiko said firmly. "What's your decision?" Seito paused again and spoke into the phone with his own voice. "I understand. We'll follow the Pope's order and submit to you," Kinyuzaiko replied. "If that's the case, gather all the members of the Amakusa style immediately. Gather them and their families in your secret base. Inform me when everyone is gathered," Seito immediately ordered. "Okay," Kinyuzaiko replied. After hanging up the phone, Seito found a random house on the side of the road and invaded it. He stayed there temporarily and waited for Kinyuzaiko to contact him again. Fortunately, there were not many members of the Amakusa-style cross-cult. There were less than 50 people in total. Most of them were orphans brought back by Kanzaki Kaori and Kanzaki Kaori when they were the Pope. Therefore, they had very few relatives. Therefore, it only took a day for all the members and their relatives to be gathered together. After receiving Kinyuzaiko's contact, Seito immediately left the house where he stayed for the night. He took the Shinkansen to the city where the Amakusa-style cross-cult's secret base was located and walked to the secret location. "Where's the Pope?" Seeing Seito coming alone, Kinyuzaiko asked with a frown. She said she no longer has anything to do with the Amakusa style, so she didn't come. Seito shrugged and said with a helpless expression. This was in line with Kanzaki Kaori's behavior. Therefore, Kinyuzaiko and the other Amakusa-style members who came to greet Seito didn't have any doubts except for a hint of disappointment. They walked into the base with Seito and saw everyone gathered in the square. "Is everyone here?" Seito asked Kinyuzaiko. "Everyone is here," Kinyuzaiko replied and then asked, "How do we get there?" "I'll do everything later. Just don't run around and don't make any unnecessary movements," Seito said lightly. Chapter 1026. Kinyong-jai frowned with a puzzled look on his face. I'll be using a spatial teleportation spell similar to the miniature pilgrimage. It's a taboo to have random energy mixed in. You don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble during the teleportation, do you? Say Ito pursed his lips and explained. I understand. Jian Gong, Zhai said clearly, then took a step forward and loudly reminded the people standing in the field. That's enough. After a moment, King Yongzhai looked at Sei Ito again and said. Sei Ito nodded, and without hesitation, he opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, a huge spherical black hole about 2 meters in diameter appeared behind Sei Ito, exuding a strange and deep mysterious aura. Go in, Sei Ito said to King Yongzhai, then turned around and walked into the black hole. Seeing Sei Ito take the lead, King Yongzhai didn't have any doubts. He immediately organized the members of the Amakusa style to walk into the black hole one by one. It wasn't until Gawa, the last member, also entered the black hole that he stepped in. As soon as King Yongzhai entered, the black space that stood in place immediately shrank, almost instantly shrinking to the size of a needle tip, then burst like a bubble and disappeared into the air. In the Rubik's Cube world, the members of the Amakusa-style Miserable Cross appeared together in Japan on the mythical continent evolved from the world of the God-Slayer. Then Sei Ito's mind moved, and the figure of Kanzaki Kaori appeared in front of the members of the Amakusa-style. Po! The members of the Amakusa-style greeted one after another. It's you, Kanzaki Kaori said with some surprise. She didn't expect Sei Ito to act so quickly. In just a little more than a day, all the members of the Amakusa style had been brought in. You can chat with them. I'll find someone to arrange a place for them to stay, Sei Ito said to Kanzaki Kaori. Then he walked to the side and took out his phone to contact Kori Seijiya, the head of the Tokyo branch of the History Compilation Committee. He informed her about the general situation of the Amakusa members and asked her to immediately arrange a place for them to stay. Kori Seijiya agreed to King's order without a second thought. Then he sent his right-hand man, gone by Dongma, to welcome the members of the Amakusa clan. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the official History Compilation Committee to contact the houses and arrange accommodations for the members of the Amakusa clan. With Kori Seijiya's super-fast speed, it took less than half an hour for the Amakusa members to settle down. As long as they waited for a few hours for the staff to set up the place, they could immediately move in. While waiting, Ganbai Dongma was like a professional tour guide. He led the Tamakasa-style tour group to wander the streets. Thank you, Kanzaki Kaori whispered to Sei Ito. That's unexpected. I thought you would be angry with me for using your name. Sei Ito looked at her in surprise. At first, I was a little angry, but it's already like this. It's useless to think about it, Kanzaki Kaori said in a soft voice. It's good that you can accept it. Sei Ito smiled. Besides, there aren't that many evil magicians in this world that you need to fight. You should take a break and accompany them, Sei Ito said. Kanzaki Kaori didn't say anything. She just looked at the members of the Amakusa clan with a slight fluctuation in her eyes. After that, Sei Ito accompanied Kanzaki Kaori and the members of the Amakusa clan for a while before leaving and returning to the Forbidden World. After returning to the Forbidden World, Sei Ito followed his memory and sent the letter containing the Flying Thunder God to the office of the 3rd Medical Hospital of the Underworld Soul Chasing Association. Then he activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared in the office of the Underworld Soul Chasing Association. Wow, what a strange way of appearing. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear out of thin air, the Underworld Soul Chasing Association was shocked. Sorry, you know that my identity is a bit sensitive right now. This is the only way to avoid that person's surveillance and enter Academy City, Sei Ito said with a helpless expression. So this letter that suddenly appeared here is the tool you use to locate us? Underworld Soul Chasing Association handed the letter to Sei Ito and asked. Yes, Sei Ito, who took the letter, simply admitted. This method of movement is really convenient. Underworld Soul Chasing Association laughed. Sei Ito shrugged and didn't say anything. What are you going to do this time? Underworld's soul chasing association's expression became slightly more serious as he looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Find someone, then take her away from here." Sei Ito replied, "Good. I thought you were going to carry out a terrorist attack here." Underworld soul chasing association said with a sigh, "Well, even if it's for your sake, I won't launch a large-scale terrorist attack on Academy City. Besides, there are some friends of mine here. It's not good to hurt them." Walking in front of the computer used by the Underworld Soul Chasing Association, he activated his electromagnetic control ability to invade Academy City's hierarchical network while looking for the location of the target. He said, "Now that you mention it, I feel a bit smug." Although the Underworld Soul Chasing Association saw the abnormality on the computer, he didn't ask about it. "Found her," Seito said in his mind. Then he retracted his electromagnetic control ability and sent out the envelope again. He then said to Underworld Soul Chasing Association, "Sorry to bother you. I'll be leaving first. See you later." After that, he smiled at Underworld Soul Chasing Association and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his sight. The next moment, he appeared in a restaurant with few people because it wasn't dinner time. Waving his hand to put away the envelope, Itose locked the target among the guests who were resting in the hotel. With a thought, he launched an instant movement and appeared beside the man, reaching out to grab the man's shoulder. "It's you." The woman with wavy reddish-brown hair wearing a purple long-sleeve dress, black knee-length socks, and white leather boots was shocked at first. Then she looked at Sei Ito angrily and roared. This person was the fourth Esper in Academy City, Mujino Shizuri, who had the name of Atomic Collapse. Almost without thinking, Mujino Shizuri raised her hand and fired a collapsing ray at Seito. Seito's forward grabbing motion didn't change, but the space in front of him suddenly became distorted. Then, a spatial passage appeared right in front of the collapsing ray, allowing Mujino Shizuri's collapsing ray to enter the spatial passage and appear in the sky outside the restaurant. Taking advantage of the moment when the attack missed, Seito, who had his hand on Mujino Shizuri's shoulder, immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from Academy City and appeared in a sealed underground space in the Siberian plains of Russia. Then, without stopping, he brought her into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a desolate area in the north. He used psychokinesis to imprison her body and limbs, causing her to float in the air with her arms and legs spread out. "We meet again, my dear Shiri-chan." He walked in front of Mujino Shizuri and placed his hand on her exposed thigh. Then, he rubbed his hand up her skirt and said with a smile, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Mujino Shizuri's face twisted in anger as she yelled, "That's what you say, but you should know in your heart that you can't kill me," Seito said softly as he moved his finger to cut off the side of Mujino Shizuri's underwear and moved his finger to her private parts. "Don't give me the chance, or I'll tear you into pieces. I swear." Mujino Shizuri, who finally felt humiliated, although her face was filled with anger, her voice was extremely cold. "Tisk, that's scary," Seito said with a frivolous face. After a pause, Seito suddenly stopped his frivolous smile and looked at Mujino Shizuri and asked, "Shiri-chan, how do you feel about your current life? You want to recruit me?" Mujino Shizuri said with a mocking face. "Yes," Seito admitted. "Give up. Even if I die, I won't work for you," Mujino Shizuri said with a ferocious smile. "Don't be so sure just yet. Listen to what I can give you before you answer me," Seito said without a care in the face of Mujino Shizuri's rejection. Then, without waiting for Mujino Shizuri to speak, he continued. "First, I can bring you to see a vast world far beyond what you know now, experience a variety of cultural life, and fight with experts who have mastered different power systems. Secondly, I can think of ways to raise your ability level and let you reach heights that no one has ever reached before and obtain strength far beyond your current level. Lastly, I can grant you eternal youth and obtain a long life." As Seito spoke, the mocking expression on Mujino Shizuri's face became more and more obvious. When Seito finished, Mujino Shizuri finally couldn't take it anymore and laughed out loud. Do you think I'm an ignorant child? You're actually trying to trick me with such lies. Mujino Shizuri suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Seito with a mocking expression. That's because you're too inexperienced, Seito retorted without holding back. But I also know that you won't believe my empty words, so I'll bring you directly to another world and let you witness it with your own eyes. Okay, I'll wait and see how you're going to create a new world for me, Mujino Shizuri said with an extremely disdainful tone. Seito smiled slightly and took out a black bracelet with a flip of his hand. He handcuffed it to Mujino Shizuri's wrist and used his telekinesis to retract her body. Chapter 10:27. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany 5200520052000, Cloud Pattern Ice, Don't Be Foolish, and Yinix for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, 5 Poison, and Nickfany for their tips. As soon as she was free, Mujino Shizuri pointed her hand at Seito without hesitation and made a gesture of shooting a disintegration ray. However, as soon as the emerald green ball of disintegration ray appeared, it seemed to be absorbed by something and rapidly dimmed. In less than 2 seconds, it completely disappeared. Mujino Shizuri did not believe it and shot another disintegration ray. However, the result was the same. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into her palm again. Don't waste your energy. As long as I give you permission, you won't be able to use your ability. Seito looked at Mujino Shizuri's expression and said with a smile. Put this on, Seito said as he produced a pair of sexy black underwear with a flip of his hand and handed it to Mujino Shizuri. Humph. Mujino Shizuri snorted coldly and swung her hand at Seito's arm, knocking the sexy underwear out of his hand. She then turned around and walked away without saying a word. I forgot to tell you, you're no longer in your original world. Therefore, it's impossible for you to go back on your own 2 feet, Seito said as he walked behind Mujino Shizuri with a smile. Mujino Shizuri did not believe Seito's words and continued walking forward. Forget it. I'll let you see the truth first. Seito shook his head and sighed. With a thought, he brought Mujino Shizuri into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. See, this is the true appearance of this world, Seito said to Mujino Shizuri beside him. Looking at the surroundings and the world under her feet, Mujino Shizuri's expression changed. With another thought, Seito and Mujino Shizuri appeared in a room of the Babel Research Institute in the Eco-City's affiliated Academy City. In this room, Kinuhita Sai was cultivating her ability according to the Babel Research Institute's plan. She wanted to break through her current level and reach LV5. At Big Sis, Mujino Shizuri suddenly appeared. Kinuhita Sai immediately had a shocked expression on her face as she exclaimed, Sai, I'll leave Shizuri to you for now. Take her to familiarize her with Babel. Seito instructed Kinuhita Sai. Kinuhita Sai's expression was hesitant as she looked at Mujino Shizuri. Kinuhita Sai Mujino Shizuri, yes, Ito and Ito Seito. Oh, AI Shizuri, yes. Kinuhita Sai sighed in relief. When we arrive at the new world, I'll call you. Seito turned around and said to Mujino Shizuri. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and disappeared in front of their eyes, appearing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Send me to world number 9. Seito looked up and said. As soon as he said that, a huge whirlpool that was hidden in the void immediately appeared in front of him. With a speed that was visible to the naked eye, the whirlpool changed from a low speed to a high speed. It produced a huge suction force that pulled him into the center of the whirlpool until he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the whirlpool. Crackle! Along with the familiar sound of space shattering, Seito's figure appeared in a simple Japanese-style house. Who's there? In the next second, a woman's roar instantly sounded in the room. At the same time, a cold, murderous aura and a dark shadow attacked Seito's body. Ito smiled lightly and unhurriedly stretched out his hand, covered with psychokinesis, in front of his neck, blocking the dark shadow that attacked him. At the same time, he teased, "My dear little Temari, your way of welcoming me is still so special." "It's you." Hearing Ito's words, the attacker said with a shocked expression. However, she didn't launch a follow-up attack. Instead, she put away the kunai in her hand and retreated. Ito turned around and took in Temari's appearance. At this time, most of Temari's skin was exposed. Her right hand was holding the kunai that had just been put away, and her left hand was holding a large white sheet to cover the front part of her body. Her blonde hair, though, was still what was naturally draped over her shoulders. Obviously, she had just gone through a cleansing. "What did you come back?" Temari asked, "The moment you attacked me." Ito looked at Temari's exposed skin with an appreciative gaze and smiled. Hearing Ito's words, Temari's face turned red. She didn't know if it was because of her current appearance or other reasons, but Temari's cheeks turned slightly red. She turned her gaze to the side in embarrassment. Then, she held the kunai and quickly wrapped the sheet around her body so that her hands could be free. "How long will you stay here this time?" Temari, who was covering the spring, asked. "I'm not sure. It depends on the situation. If things go well, then I'll stay a little short. If things don't go well, then I'll stay a little longer." Ito reached out and grabbed Temari's smooth arm and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and sniffed the faint fragrance on Temari's body. "Oh." Temari quietly lay in Ito's arms and responded in a low voice. She was very rational and didn't ask Ito what he was going to do this time. "Do you have a mission later?" Ito kissed Temari's collarbone and asked. "No, just like before, I'm working as a teacher at the ninja school in the village." Temari slightly raised her head and endured the strange feeling in her heart. "Then, to celebrate our reunion after a long separation, let's do something meaningful." Ito's right hand moved slightly. His fingers clasped the connection of the sheet around Temari's body and pulled it open. With a soft sound, Temari's body was completely exposed to the air. As soon as you come back, you're really a big pervert." Temari bit Ito's shoulder and said unhappily, "Well, isn't this a coincidence? Who told you to look like you're saying, 'Come and eat me'?" Ito's palm lightly pinched Temari's buttocks and teased. "But you're too perverted. I've heard that you also have a woman in Konoha, and I've heard that you also have a lover. If I let you off so easily, who knows if you'll pick up your ass and leave after eating? I don't want to be like the woman in Konoha." Temari loosened her mouth and said. Then she slightly used her arms to break free from Ito's arms. "Seriously, it's so disappointing." Ito looked at Temari, who leaned over to pick up the sheet on the ground, and put in front of her, turned around, and walked to the side to pick up the prepared bathrobe and put on, and pretended to be depressed. Temari angrily rolled her eyes at Ito and ignored him. "Forget it. You'll be mine sooner or later anyway. One day won't make a difference," Ito said with a shrug, then turned around and walked to Temari's bed to lie down. "Aren't you leaving today?" Temari put on the bathrobe and turned around to face Ito and asked. "Well, I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you today." Ito moved his body to the inside of the bed against the wall, turned sideways, and supported his head with one hand. His other hand patted the bed and motioned Temari to sit over. "You can live here, but you can't touch me at night. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting off your thing at night." Temari walked to the bed and sat down with her right hand closed in the shape of a scissor and said fiercely, "Are you willing to do that?" Ito asked with a smile on his face. Then the two joked for a while, and Ito lay down on the bed with Temari in his arms and asked about the recent situation in the ninja world. Naturally, the ninja world was in the blank period before the start of Naruto no Kaze, so of course, there was no big movement in the ninja world. Everything was so calm, and there was no trace of the outbreak of war. Ito, who understood the current situation, nodded and told Temari some of his experiences in other worlds. Then he took off his clothes and rested with Temari in his arms. During this period, he naturally enjoyed the benefits of Temari. In this way, time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the second day. As a ninja, she needed to practice at all times to maintain her state. So early in the morning at 5 or 6 o'clock, Temari got up from the bed with her clothes in a mess, revealing most of her body, and changed into her usual ninja outfit. However, she didn't immediately leave home and go to the training ground to practice. Instead, she made breakfast for Seito like a good wife. Then she left home with Sanshing Fan and other ninja tools and went to the training ground for her daily routine training. With Seito's vigilance, he had already woken up from his sleep when Temari woke up, so after Temari left the room, he also got up from the bed, put on his clothes, walked to the table with food, and enjoyed it with a smile on his face. After more than an hour, Temari returned to the room with some sweat on her face. "I'll leave in a while." Seito went to the bathroom door and leaned against the wall and looked at Temari, who was washing in the bathroom. "I understand." His hand didn't even pause as he replied. "It's really cold. You didn't say anything to keep me," Seito said with a depressed face. "Will you stay?" Temari turned her head and glanced at Seito disdainfully. "And there's no benefit in keeping you, and it will add trouble to yourself. What do you want to do?" It's worth mentioning that Seito was announced by Konoha as a Class A defector ninja at this time. Although Sand Ninja and Konoha are in an alliance, some activities that can obtain each other's secrets will be done in private. However, these activities can only be carried out after the discussion of the elders of Sand Ninja. Secret contact behavior like Temari's is still very dangerous to a certain extent. It will even be suspected by extremists whether there is the intention of betraying the village and be monitored and so on. Well, it's okay to have a goodbye kiss. Seito, who straightened up and walked in the bathroom, said. Temari heard the words and looked at Seito, but she didn't deny it. Seito, who had already walked to Temari, stretched out his arms and hugged her waist, bowed his head and kissed Temari's lips, and stuck out his tongue and entangled with Temari. Under the special training of Ninja's ability to hold his breath for a long time, the two kissed for several minutes before they separated again. A silver line reflecting a faint light under the light appeared between the two, connecting each other's lips. "I'm leaving. I'll get this world as soon as possible so that you can stay with me completely in the future," Seito said softly. "What do you mean?" Temari, who was particularly sensitive to some words in Seito's words, frowned. "You'll know later." Seito chuckled. Then he kissed Temari's forehead and let her go. "I'm leaving." After that, he launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from Temari's eyes, and the next moment he appeared in Kurenai's house in Konoha. It seems that she went to perform a task. Seito, who walked around the room and did not find Kurenai's figure, whispered to himself. Since the owner was not at home, Seito did not stay in Kurenai's house for long. He immediately turned into a black cat with transformation jutsu and left Kurenai's house. He jumped on the roof and wandered around Konoha. First of all, Seito, who turned into a cat, went to Mitarashi Anko's house to see if she was at home. But it's a pity that the number of ninjas in Konoha was in a state of tension after the death of the third generation and the succession of the fifth generation. Therefore, except for a small number of necessary personnel in the village, most of the ninjas were sent out to perform tasks. Among them, there were not only Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, who Seito confirmed were not in the village, but also the Inoshikacho trio, Team 8, and Shizen, who was a medical ninja. Oh, except for Steel Hand, almost no acquaintances are here. Seito, who walked around the village, curled his lips. Then Seito also wandered around the village. He came to the edge of the village through an abnormal way, went out of Konoha, through the barrier, and went to the direction of the Mist Village at high speed. Then, after completely leaving Konoha's security range, he lifted the transformation technique and returned to his human form, and accelerated toward the Mist Village. With Seito's single-mindedness, the originally long distance quickly shortened. In less than a week, Seito completely stepped into the sphere of influence of the Mist Village. It's a pity that the manga's description is vague. I can only try my best to find it. Seito thought as he entered a coastal town. After walking for a while, Sei Ito finally walked into a relatively clean pub and sat down. What do you want? It was unknown whether she was the tavern owner's daughter or a waitress. She walked up to Ito Sei and asked enthusiastically, "Give me 5 skewers of meatballs and a small bottle of sake." Sei Ito replied, "Okay, please wait a moment." The waitress turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she came back with a small plate with 5 skewers of meatballs and a porcelain bottle of sake. "Guest, your order." The waitress put the things on the table in front of Sei Ito. "Wait." Just as the waitress was about to turn and leave, Sei Ito stopped her. Chapter 1028. What else can I do for you? The waitress asked with a puzzled look. High-quality update. I want to ask, do you know any rumors about monsters around here? It's best if there are rumors about monsters recently. Sei Ito looked at the waitress and said, "Rumors about monsters?" The waitress tilted her head and repeated softly with a thoughtful look on her face. "Yes, there's indeed such a rumor in recent years." Soon, the waitress's eyes lit up, and she said, "I heard from the sea merchants passing by here that when passing by this island, they would encounter a huge sea monster by chance. It would overturn the passing ships and eat the people who fell into the water. So, except for those who don't believe in ghosts, that channel hasn't been traversed for a long time." "Is that so? Is that island far from here?" Sei Ito quickly asked. "It's not far. It takes about a day and a half to get there by boat." The waitress replied, "Do you plan to go there?" Then, the waitress's expression changed slightly, and she asked with a concerned look, "Yes, I'm interested in some strange legends." Sei Ito smiled. "That's dangerous. It's better if you don't go." Out of kindness, the waitress reminded, "I'll go to the Kirigakure to hire a few ninjas to protect me before I leave. I believe that with the ninjas following me, monsters shouldn't be a problem." In order not to let the kind waitress worry, Sei Ito casually made up a lie to comfort her. "That's good." The waitress thought it was true and breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." The waitress greeted Sei Ito again and turned back to the counter and sat down. Sei Ito smiled slightly, picked up the meatball skewers in the small plate in one hand, and picked up the small wine plate in front of him with the other hand, turned his head to admire the men and women passing by leisurely outside the shop, and slowly ate. High-quality, update 5 skewers of meatballs were only a little more than 20. Even if Ito Sei was eating slowly in a leisurely manner, it only took him 5 or 6 minutes to finish all the meatballs. After eating the meatballs, Sei Ito got up and paid for the meal and walked out of the tavern. He walked toward the port of the town. "Is there a ship out to sea?" Sei Ito came to the port and shouted. "Yes." "Where are we going?" asked a thinner man. A middle-aged man dressed a little sloppily looked at Sei Ito from a large ship and shouted, "Some island." Sei Ito replied. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the sailors who were still looking around immediately changed. They retracted their heads and ignored Ito Sei. "I'm not going there." The man who was talking to Ito Sei also replied with an ugly expression. He shrunk his head back. "It seems that the situation over there is quite strange," Sei Ito thought. However, this confirmed the possibility that the target of this trip was over there. Without any hesitation, Zhu jumped onto the deck of the ship of the man who had talked to him before. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear on the deck, the man who was guarding the ship had an even uglier expression. "Kacha!" Ito Sei stomped his foot hard, and the deck immediately shattered with a light sound. The sailor could clearly see the hairless crack in the boat. "Send me to some island. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into this," Sei Ito said as he walked toward the cabin. Plop! The sailor suddenly knelt on the ground with a crying face. He kowtowed to Sei Ito while begging for mercy. "Sir, please let us go. There are man-eating sea monsters there. We don't dare to go there. Go there, and you might not be eaten by the sea monsters. However, if you don't go there, I will immediately kill you. Do you want to die now, or do you want to fight for your life? Make your choice," Ito Sei said indifferently as he kept walking. The sailor who was provoked by Sei Ito's words froze, and his eyes became dull. After more than a minute, he finally came back to his senses and ran off the ship to find the real owner of the ship. As for running away, he didn't think about it, because in addition to him, there were several other people on the ship who stayed in the cabin. As long as Ito, say, caught them and interrogated them, sooner or later, they would find his whereabouts. The sailor's legs were quite nimble, and after more than 10 minutes, he led a group of people back to the ship. After some threats, the captain had no choice but to compromise under, say, Ito's tyrannical power. He cursed as he commanded the sailors, who also looked like they had lost their loved ones, to sail the ship to some island. In the cabin arranged by the captain, say Ito summoned Uchiha Yoshiko and Kekiai Jinkai Hanrin to his side. Sir, Uchiha Yoshiko stood with her head bowed, while Hanrin knelt on one knee and called out in unison. Get up, say Ito nodded and said. Hanrin stood up from the ground as she was told. We are now on the way to some island in the land of water. Our goal this time is to seal the Sanbai, Isabu. However, when the time comes, I won't do anything. Everything will be handled by the two of you. Seito looked at Uchiha Yoshiko and Hanrin, who were looking at him, and explained the place they were at and the purpose of their trip. Yes, Hanrin replied in a deep voice. There is still some distance to the rumored location, so take a good rest first, Seito said and patted the bed beside him, motioning Uchiha Yoshiko to sit beside him. Uchiha Yoshiko walked to Ito-sei's side and sat down. Seito smiled at her and lay down on her thighs, closing his eyes to rest. Looking at Seito lying on her thighs, Yoshiko couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke his hair and face. On the other side, Hanrin looked at the interaction between Seito and Uchiha Yoshiko with envy. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and the group smoothly arrived near some island where rumors of sea monsters eating people were said to be. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Sir, we have arrived at the place, he said. Outside the door, the captain's voice sounded. I know. Seito sat up from the bed and said. Then he turned to Hanrin and Uchiha Yoshiko, who were ready for battle, and said, Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the door, leading Hanrin and Uchiha Yoshiko, who were following behind him. After passing through a corridor that was neither too long nor too short, under the stunned eyes of the sailors, the two were led to the fake board. It seems that you are very lucky. The sea monsters haven't come out yet, Seito said with a smile to the captain who was carefully waiting beside him. The captain didn't know how to answer and then asked carefully, Sir, do you think we should take advantage of this opportunity to rush to the island? Ito-sei glanced at the captain coldly, and in fear, he shrank his neck and jumped into the sea with Kuroto and Uchiha Yoshiko, standing on the surface of the sea as if it was flat ground. Ninja? Seeing this, how could the captain not understand that these three passengers were the legendary ninjas, and subconsciously whispered, Sail the ship further away, Ito said while condensing a high-speed, rotating wind vortex in his hand. Yes. The captain, who had long wanted to leave this place, didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately ordered the sailors to control the ship again and sail towards the safe sea in the distance at high speed. Seeing the ship leaving, Seito, who had condensed a high-speed rotating wind vortex with a diameter of more than 1 meter in his hand, immediately leaned over and sent the wind vortex into the sea. Almost immediately, a whirlpool the size of the wind vortex appeared in front of Seito, Hanrin, and Uchiha Yoshiko, and expanded outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Seito waved his left hand, and a large number of white papers quickly flew out and naturally formed a huge paper airplane suspended in midair. You two go up first, Seito said to Hanrin and Uchiha Yoshiko, who were behind him. Hearing this, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately jumped on the paper airplane. With his own strength, Seito, who was completely unaffected by the whirlpool, continued to increase the churning force of the sea, trying to agitate the wild-tailed beast hidden under the sea, the Sanbai Isabu. Seito didn't know if the Sanbai Isabu inherited the turtle characteristics of its image, but its patience was surprisingly good. Even after half an hour of churning the sea, it still didn't come up from the bottom of the sea. Hey, I don't believe it. Ito-sei, who didn't believe it, immediately used the shadow clone jutsu to create more than a dozen shadow clones and let them scatter to the surrounding sea area a little further away from him, and used the same method to stir up the seawater. With such a large range of movements, the effort paid off, and with a loud ong. Amidst the loud roar, a huge turtle-like beast with a body length of more than 50 meters, a height of more than 30 meters, and a body full of spikes like stalagmites, and three-pronged tails, broke the surface of the sea. As soon as it appeared, the sandbai, Isabu, fiercely slapped its forelimbs towards the sea. Boom! With a sudden roar, a huge tsunami-like wave spread out in all directions with the sandbai, Isabu, as the center, hitting Sei Ito and his shadow clones who were churning the sea. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate, and immediately released the shadow clone jutsu, and jumped on the paper airplane and controlled it to rise high into the sky. Next, it's up to you, Sei Ito said to Hanrin and Uchiha Yoshiko, who were beside him, as he dodged the 20-meter-high wave attack by a hair's breadth. We won't let you down, Hanrin said in a sonorous tone. After saying that, Kuroto and Uchiha Yoshiko, who silently nodded and opened the eternal Sharingan, jumped down from the paper airplane that landed on the water surface and rushed towards the sandbai, Isabu. Chapter 1029. Sei Ito, who had put down Akira and Akira, controlled the paper plane to rise from the sea and hover about 20 meters above the sea, quietly watching the battle below. The high-quality update is coming. Below, Red Lotus, who was running rapidly on the surface of the sea, quickly made several hand seals. Then, a high-speed spinning, silver disc-like crystal shuriken appeared in Red Lotus's hand, and she threw it towards Isabu. Crystal, giant hexagonal shuriken. The giant shuriken flew very fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, it crossed the space between Akira and hit the sandbai. But in the next moment, crack, crack, two crisp sounds were heard, and the giant shuriken was like glass on a hard stone, and without any accident, it shattered into several pieces, unable to cause any damage to Isabu. How can it be so hard, this damn turtle? Akira, who had thrown two giant shurikens in a row without causing any damage, cursed in a low voice. But after the attack of her two huge shurikens, Isabu's attention was diverted to her, and he rushed towards Red Lotus and Uchiha Yoshiko with agility that didn't match his huge body size. Seeing this, Red Lotus quickly formed several hand seals with both hands again and leaned over to press on the undulating sea surface. Crystal release. Hexagonal crystal pillar. In an instant, several huge hexagonal crystal pillars, about 5 meters in diameter at the base and 2 meters in width at the top, rose from the sea and closely connected to each other to form a huge crystal pillar wall, blocking Akira, and Isabu. Boom! Crack! However, under the immense impact of the sandbai, Isabu, the 10-meter-thick wall of crystal pillars only lasted for less than 5 seconds before shattering like glass. The huge crystal pillar fragments quickly fell on the sea, causing waves of several meters high. Damn it! High-quality update. Akira cursed in a low voice with an ugly expression. At this time, Uchiha Yoshiko, who has been motionless all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked at the huge eye of Isabu with her scarlet eyes that were rotating at a high speed, and both of them looked at each other. In an instant, the sandbai Isosa's movement stopped as if someone had pressed the stop button on a recording. Quick, seal the sandbai, Uchiha Yoshiko hurriedly reminded him. Fortunately, on the way from the hunter's world to the Dark Continent, Akira was used to using the eternal Sharingan to strengthen her spiritual power to create Genjutsu to control the beast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to control Isabu so smoothly just by relying on her empty Sharingan that doesn't have any ancestral clan inheritance. I know, Akira replied with a serious expression, and then, without hesitation, she made hand seals as fast as she could. This hand seal took a long time and was complicated even for a jonin like Akira, who could make 4 or 5 hand seals in a second. It took her 6 or 7 seconds to make all the hand seals. Crystal escape. Crystal wall 8 formation. It was as if he was venting his anger. Akira shouted. As her voice fell, a large number of huge crystals suddenly rose from the sea under Isabu's body. In the shortest time, they wrapped around Isabu's body and then became thicker and thicker, until Isabu's ability to move was completely restrained. Sir, now. Akira, who temporarily sealed Isabu, looked up at Sei Ito and shouted. Sei Ito, who got the hint, didn't hesitate, and immediately opened the Rubik's Cube world and expanded the entrance to the size of Isabu's entire body and swallowed Isabu from top to bottom. Under the powerful swallowing ability of the Rubik's Cube world, Isabu, who was sealed by the crystal wall Hachi formation and controlled by Akira's spiritual power, quickly disappeared from the sea and was thrown into the sea by Sei Ito. Good job. Sei Ito closed the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world and flew the paper plane to Akira and Akira, giving them a thumbs up and praising them. Sir, this is all thanks to Miss Uchiha. Akira shook her head slightly. No, I just temporarily controlled Isabu's movements. Without your last technique, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Although Akira was a bit cold and expressionless to outsiders, under Sei Ito's training, she didn't have the twisted arrogance of the Uchiha clan and said in a slightly modest voice, You two don't have to be modest with each other. You both did a good job. Sei Ito jumped off the paper plane and walked over to Akira and Akira. He opened his arms and hugged them in his arms and kissed them on the cheek. Akira, who was used to being intimate with Sei Ito, didn't have any shy expression, but Akira, who was kissed by Sei Ito for the first time, blushed slightly, and her expression became a little shy. Let's go. The next stop is Kumogakure, Sei Ito said to the two in his arms, and then his arms tightened slightly, and he jumped onto the paper plane with the two in his arms and operated it across the sea to the Kumogakure at high speed. On the way to the Kumogakure, Sei Ito said to Akira, When we have the opportunity, I will take you to see that guy, Itachi, and see if we can get the secret scroll of the Uchiha clan from him. Hearing Itachi's name, Akira's eyes flashed uncontrollably with a cold light. Obviously, she wanted to kill Itachi, who was the pride of the Uchiha clan and the current enemy of the Uchiha clan. But we have to be careful. That guy's Kodo Tensei Jutsu is a troublesome thing. Sei Ito frowned slightly and whispered to himself. But soon, Sei Ito put aside this insignificant thought, and while chatting with Akira and Akira, he was distracted by operating the paper plane at high speed to the Kumogakure. Carried by the paper plane, which was much faster than a ship, Sei Ito's trio appeared in the Land of Lightning after one day and one night. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Sei Ito, Akira, and Akira used shape-shifting at the same time. Among them, Sei Ito changed his appearance to that of a rich businessman traveling with a beautiful woman. Akira became a beautiful concubine, and Akira changed her appearance to that of a male garb beside Sei Ito. In this way, the trio appeared in the Land of Lightning and moved toward the location of the Kumogakure. And in order to make it look more realistic, Sei Ito's trio not only spent money on useless things along the way, but also soaked in the famous hot spring in the Land of Lightning. I didn't expect Akira to have such a great figure. Sei Ito, who was sitting next to Akira, looked at Akira's exposed figure through the steam of the hot spring and teased her. Akira's face turned red, and her body shrank further into the hot spring, leaving only her head outside the hot spring. Sei Ito couldn't help but chuckle. After soaking in the hot spring and wandering around the Land of Lightning for a day, Sei Ito's trio finally arrived at the gate of the Kumogakure. After some registration, they entered the Kumogakure. With a clear goal in mind, Sei Ito didn't waste any time. After leaving Akira and Akira in the hotel, he went alone to the mission hall of the Kumogakure and found the staff to issue a crusade mission. The mission information was naturally made up by Sei Ito. Are you sure? If you lie, not only will we not refund your deposit, but we will also hunt you down. Are you sure you want to submit an A-level mission and invite Yugi-sama to carry it out? The Kumogakure's receptionist asked sternly. Yes. Seito pretended to be scared and said with a pale face. Well, we will submit your mission. As for whether Yugi-sama is willing to accept it, it depends on your luck. The receptionist said slowly. Okay. Seito quickly nodded and paid the mission fee and ran out of the mission hall. Looking at Seito's disguised figure running away, the receptionist couldn't help but show a disdainful sneer. Fortunately, the two Yugi-sama were staying in the village. After receiving the notice from a ninja, they quickly rushed to the mission hall and picked up the mission summary, fabricated by Seito. I don't know if it's because they are bored or they're interested in the three-tailed monster described by Ito-sei. The two Yujito natives almost didn't hesitate to accept the task. Immediately, the Kumogakure sent someone to invite Seito and the two Yugi-sama to a meeting. The content of the meeting was very simple. It was to get to know each other and then tell them the departure time of the next day, and so on. After that, Seito was sent back to the hotel where he was staying. The next day, after careful disguise, Ito-sei, Kuroto, and Uchiha Yoshiko left the hotel a little before the time the two Yujito told them and rushed to the rendezvous point to wait for the arrival of the shinobi. Then, without waiting for Seito, the two Yugi-sama appeared at the rendezvous point on time. Let's go. The two Yugi-sama were wearing black pants with long sleeves and a purple top. Their long brown hair was tied into a long ponytail, and they were wearing a Kumogakure headband on their foreheads. They glanced arrogantly at Seito, Akatsuki Yoshiko, and Akatsuki Yoshiko. Yes, everything will be according to Sama's arrangement, Seito said with a smile. After that, the four of them stopped talking and walked out of the Kumogakure. Chapter 10:30. P.S. Thanks to Dark Night Starry Sky and Shirley for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, Nickfany, and 157747860 for their tips. Although the two Yujito nin are arrogant, their professional ethics as ninjas are still very good. They didn't force Ito-sei, Red Lotus, and Uchiha Miko to rush because they were pretending to be brainless rich merchants. Instead, they used the information they observed and calculated the speed limit to influence the three of them to move towards the so-called target location. At this speed, after more than 3 days, Seito, Akatsuki, and Akatsuki, who were disguised as rich merchants, were led by the two Yujito nin to the center of the Land of Lightning, far away from Kumogakure, and continued to move towards the border area. Come on, beauty, let's kiss. As if accustomed to the existence of the two Yujito nin, Seito, who was disguised as a rich merchant, groped under the clothes of Akatsuki Miko, who was disguised as a concubine, and kissed Akatsuki Miko's lips. However, in a place where the two Yujito nin couldn't see, Seito secretly winked at Akatsuki Miko and Akatsuki Miko. Seito kissed Akatsuki Miko's lips, making a clear sound. The two Yujito nin stopped, turned around, and shouted angrily at Seito, "You two stop." Under the scolding of the two Yujito nin, Seito and Akatsuki Miko immediately pretended to be frightened, hugged each other, and carefully looked at the two Yujito nin and acted obedient. Yes, we won't do it again. Just as the two Yamu golems relaxed after venting their frustrations, several hexagonal shurikens that were rotating at high speed flew out from the hands of Red Lotus, who was disguised as a guard, and shot towards the two Yamu golems. Instinctively feeling the danger, the two Yujito nin didn't think and immediately used substitution jutsu to disappear. He left behind a substitute for the substitution jutsu to block the hexagonal shurikens that were shooting at him at high speed. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, the dark pupils of Uchiha Yoshiko, who was in Ito-seiji's arms, turned into a blood-red color. At the same time, a six-pointed star suddenly appeared in her eyes and quickly rotated along with Uchiha Yoshiko's movements to chase after the two wooden giants, releasing Jinjutsu to affect her senses. As a Jinchuriki, with the cooperation of the tailed beast sealed in his body. Therefore, the ninjutsu cast by Uchiha Yoshiko, who has yet to learn the secret arts of the Uchiha clan, was completely destroyed by the huge chakra fluctuation that suddenly erupted from her body in less than a second when it fell on the two Uchihan. But what Uchiha Yoshiko wanted was this gap of less than a second. At the moment when this gap of less than a second was revealed, Sei Ito immediately used instant transmission and appeared behind the two Yujito nin. First, he used the technique recorded in the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist manual to break the chakra circulation of the two Yujito nin's body, and at the moment when the chakra erupting from them became sluggish due to the pressure points. Using the Guishu penetrating force technique, he slapped the back of her head. Pa! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a shock wave was immediately transmitted into the brain of the two Yujito nin, shaking her brain fluid, causing the two Yujito nin to faint like a concussion. At this time, Sei Ito's thoughts turned, and he suddenly opened the Rubik's Cube world and threw the two Yujito nin, who had temporarily lost their will to resist, into it. Let's go! Sei Ito, who put away the two Yujito nin, immediately shouted to Akatsuki and Uchiha Yoshiko. After that, the three didn't talk nonsense and used body flicker jutsu to disappear from their place. They hurried in the direction they chose at random. This battle can be said to be extremely aggrieved for the two Yujito people. Caught off guard, they were meticulously schemed against by three people whose strength was at least at the level of Jonin. They were tacitly sneak attacked, and they were inexplicably captured without even being able to fight back. It really goes against their identity as Jinchuriki. But unfortunately, this is the case. No matter how much she tossed around in the Rubik's Cube world, she couldn't escape from Sei Ito's palm. After a long while, Sei Ito, Akatsuki, and Uchiha Yoshiko stopped in a group of rocks. Puff! With a slight explosion sound, the three of them simultaneously deactivated their transformation jutsu and returned to their original appearance. While the Kumogakure hasn't received the news of the two Yujito nin being attacked, I'm going to return to the Kumogakure to attack the Hachibi Jinchuriki. However, that guy's fighting style is strange, and his taijutsu is very strong. It's not suitable for you two to go, so you two go back first. Sei Ito looked at Akatsuki and Uchiha Yoshiko in front of him and said, "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko agreed lightly. "As you command, Sama." Akatsuki replied respectfully. Seeing the two of them agree, Sei Ito didn't speak anymore and directly sent the two of them back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito waved his hand and summoned a dozen white paper, using his self-created paper style to control the white paper into the shape of a paper airplane, carrying himself at high speed to the Kumogakure Gorge near the Kumogakure. Under the transport of the paper airplane, the journey that took 3 days with the two Yujito nin only took half a day to fly all the way to the Kumogakure. In order to avoid being too obvious, Sei Ito didn't fly directly to the Kumogakure, but landed directly near the Kumogakure, and then used Earth Release, Wood Release, and other Taoist 5 elements release to approach the Kumogakure. Half an hour later, Sei Ito arrived at the Kumogakure Gorge where the Hachibi Jinchuriki killer bee lived. Boom boom! In the sky above the Kumogakure Gorge, dazzling thunder surged in the clouds all year round. It's really a leisurely life. Standing on top of a towering stone pillar, Killer Bee, who had dark skin, a small mustache around his mouth, white hair neatly combed, a long white scarf around his neck, and a total of 7 knives behind his waist, sat on the ground in a leisurely posture, looking up at the clouds and rapping for his own entertainment. Killer Bee, who had dark skin, a pair of sunglasses on his face, a small mustache around his mouth, white hair neatly combed, a long white scarf around his neck, and a total of 7 knives behind his waist. Then, Sei Ito smiled softly, raised his hands in front of him, and quickly made hand seals. Mokutan, Tree World Descending. As Sei Ito finished his hand seals, a large number of vines broke out of the earth from the stone pillar under his feet. In the blink of an eye, The vines grew to the size of two people and rushed toward Killer Bee's position like a snake. At the same time, in the place where the vines passed, more thick, dark green plant roots emerged from the ground, gathered in a large army, and rushed toward Killer Bee together. Yo, what is this? It looks like Konoha's first-generation Mokuton ninjutsu. Yo. Seeing the sudden appearance of countless vines, Killer Bee immediately jumped from the ground and said to himself in his unique way of rapping. Then, he leaped up and quickly retreated. But it was his jump that gave Sei Ito enough time to completely cover the platform where Killer Bee was, forming a favorable battlefield for him. Then Sei Ito's figure changed, turned into wood, and merged into the tree world he created. The environment here is very unsuitable for me. I want to destroy it. Yo. Looking at the giant trees that appeared around him, Killer Bee said to himself. Immediately, Killer Bee raised his head and shouted, and at the same time, a powerful chakra fluctuation began to emerge from his body. In your dreams. But before Killer Bee could completely mobilize the Hachibi's chakra to complete the Bijou transformation, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared behind him and pointed at Killer Bee's body with the special technique of breaking chakra. The chakra on Killer Bee's body paused for a second, and the Bijou transformation couldn't be suppressed. But even so, Killer Bee, who had rich combat experience, did not panic. At the same time, he used his other hand to grab the short sword at his waist. Following the force of the elbow attack, he turned around and slashed at Ito Sei. Sei Ito saw this and jumped back, disappearing into the woods again. But in less than a second, three Sei Ito suddenly appeared from different directions and attacked Killer Bee's body. Killer Bee, who knew that there was no time to use the Bijou transformation, pulled out all his weapons almost instantly and held them with both hands, mouth, and left knee and rotated at high speed like a top. Earth release, earth flow, river. At the same time, a light shout echoed in the forest. In the next moment, the solid ground under Killer Bee's feet instantly turned into a swamp, and Killer Bee, who was rotating at high speed, sank into the ground like a drill. Seeing this opportunity, one of the three Sei Ito immediately made several hand signs in front of him. Then he opened his mouth and spat at Killer Bee, who was half submerged in the swamp. In an instant, a thick fire dragon was spat out from Sei Ito's mouth, and, after making an arc in the sky, it vertically bombarded Killer Bee in the swamp. Katon, fire dragon flame bullet. Yo, partner, Yo, we are in danger. Quickly transform, Yo. Killer Bee didn't struggle in the swamp. He just stared at the fire dragon and said, as if responding to Killer Bee's words, Killer Bee's chakra burst out again and rushed out faster than before, like a chakra coat wrapping around his body. At this time, the fire dragon also fell on Killer Bee's body. Boom! A loud bang immediately reverberated in the forest, and a large cloud of pale white energy smoke spread out, covering Killer Bee's figure. However, at this time, even without looking, Killer Bee's figure can already be seen. Amidst a long, strange cry, a huge monster over 50 meters tall appeared in the forest. It had the head of a bull, the body of a human, 2 arms, and 8 tentacles that waved wantonly like the claws of an octopus. This is Sei Ito's target, Hachibi Yuki. Immediately afterward, the enlarged Hachibi Yuki controlled the 8 tentacle-like tails to wrap around itself. Then it started to spin at high speed. Under the high-speed spinning of Hachibi Yuki, almost instantly, the surrounding trees were torn apart and flew in all directions. At the same time, the towering platform under Hachibi Yuki's feet also collapsed under the high-speed spinning of Hachibi Yuki, falling towards the huge lake below the canyon. 8-tailed beast rolls. In the tornado created by 8-tailed beast rolls, Sei Ito, who didn't have time to dodge, was also thrown out by the tornado. However, as soon as he flew out of the range of the tornado, Ito Sei immediately used his self-created paper escape technique to create a paper plane to support his body. Then he looked at Hachibi Yuki, who was still raging there. Standing on the paper airplane, he made another hand seal. Mokuton, Wood puppet jutsu. In the next moment, a huge wooden puppet with a height of nearly 100 meters broke out of the ground below the canyon, ignoring the effect of the wind. It stood up and stretched out a huge palm that was not much smaller than Hachibi Yuki's body and grabbed the high-speed spinning Hachibi Yuki. Hachibi Yuki's body stopped uncontrollably under the giant's palm that could withstand Kyubi Yuki's attack. Then, Sei Ito quickly made several hand seals again. Mokutan, wood dragon jutsu. As soon as the hand seals fell, a thick wood dragon with a body thicker than Hachibi Yuki's tail and longer than the giant's height broke out of the ground and flew toward Hachibi Yuki at high speed. Then, like a python, it coiled around Hachibi Yuki's body. Although the wood dragon's body was only thicker than Hachibi Yuki's tail, its strength was extremely powerful, and Hachibi Yuki couldn't move at all. It's worthy of being the first generation's Mokutan ninjutsu that can directly suppress Kyubi and rival Susanoo. Sei Ito, who temporarily suppressed Hachibi Yuki's resistance, manipulated the paper airplane under his feet to fly in front of Hachibi Yuki's eyes. Because the battle here was too big, he was worried that Reikage would come to rescue him. So he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Killer Bee, who had no friendship with him. So he directly used his powerful spiritual force to form a spiritual sword and pierced Hachibi Yuki's body, forcibly crushing Hachibi's consciousness. Hachibi Yuki, who didn't expect Sei Ito to have such a powerful spiritual force, immediately fell into a temporary state under Sei Ito's spiritual attack. Taking this opportunity, Sei Ito immediately opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world, tried to maintain the current state to prevent Hachibi Yuki from returning to his consciousness and resisting, so that the devouring process couldn't be carried out, and, at the same time, the Rubik's Cube quickly pulled Hachibi Yuki into the Rubik's Cube world. Fortunately, Sei Ito took the initiative and maintained this opportunity. So after a short while, Hachibi Yuki was finally successfully pulled into the Rubik's Cube world and imprisoned in another place. Sei Ito, who achieved his goal, didn't stay in the same place for too long. He immediately dispersed his ninjutsu and used instant transmission to land under the severely damaged Kimobikure Gorge, and then used the Taoist 5 Elements Earth release to melt into the ground, and moved quickly toward the Kimobikure. Shortly after Sei Ito left, Reikage's figure flashed with lightning appeared in the Kimobikure Gorge after the battle. Killer Bee, Reikage shouted loudly. Killer Bee, Killer Bee, Killer Bee. Reikage's voice slowly echoed in the empty Kimobikure Gorge until it completely disappeared. Chapter 1031. When Reikage rushed to the Cloud Canyon and shouted Killer Bee's name, Sei Ito, who had recovered some of his mixed vitality, also arrived at Kimobikure. After observing the situation on the ground with the Earth release, Ito-sei found an inconspicuous corner and instantly appeared on the ground, then used the transformation technique to turn into a black cat and ran towards the Reikage's office building. A stray cat's action naturally won't attract anyone's attention, not to mention that Sei Ito deliberately chose a path with no one around to avoid trouble, so he arrived at Reikage's office building without any trouble. Using the wall near the office building, he jumped into Reikage's office through the window. Cat! At this time, beside Reikage's desk that was full of documents, a beautiful woman with red skin similar to a Greek, wearing a dark green long-sleeved one-piece dress, revealing a pair of straight legs and a part of her chest. She looked at the black cat that Ito-sei suddenly appeared on the desk and said in surprise, "Mabi-sama, leave it to me," a man dressed as a cloud ninja said, and stepped towards Sei Ito. Meow. Ito-sei, who was in his cat form, suddenly spread out his spiritual force and used Jinjutsu on the beautiful woman in the room, as well as the Kyumo shinobi who were preparing to catch Ito-sei, and the Umbu who were hiding in the dark, making them fall into the Jinjutsu environment he created. Then Sei Ito jumped from the desk, lifted the transformation jutsu in mid-air, returned to his human form, and landed behind Maabui, then waved his hand and knocked her out. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and hugged Maabui, then sent her into the Rubik's Cube world and then jumped out of Reiki's office window without stopping, using earth release to hide in the rock wall, and walked out of Kumogakure from underground. After a while, Ito smoothly sneaked out of Kumogakure. He moved at high speed in the direction of Odogakure until he completely left the land of lightning. Then he slowed down again and continued to move in a scattered posture. In order to dispel the loneliness and fulfill the original promise, Ito summoned Mujino Shizuri to his side on the way. Beautiful woman, you have to be careful from now on. This is no longer the peaceful world we brought before, but a chaotic world where people can fight and even take people's lives directly. If you are not careful, you may die. Ito looked at Mujino Shizuri, who didn't give him a good face, and reminded her with a smile. Die. If I didn't have the mentality that I don't care, I wouldn't have joined the Umbu. Mujino Shizuri looked at Ito with a look of disdain and said, as long as you lift the restriction, I will take care of my life. That's hard to say. Itsunari smiled non-committally. However, he still lifted the restriction of the energy collector from Mujino Shizuri. However, the moment she regained her freedom, Mujino Shizuri did not even pause for a moment before unleashing a disintegration ray at Ito-sei. Boom! At the moment when the ray fell on Ito's body, a cloud of smoke fiercely spread from his body, and then a piece of wood that was penetrated and burned by the disintegration ray appeared in Ito's original position, taking Mujino Shizuri's attack for him. You really don't learn to be good. Ito, who suddenly appeared behind Mujino Shizuri, stuck out his tongue and licked her earlobe, then quickly dodged before Mujino Shizuri could attack again. On the other hand, Mujino Shizuri's disintegration ray naturally missed again, and several innocent trees nearby were broken. For you, this world is just the beginning of your ordeal. You'll meet a lot of people here that will give you a headache or even take your life. Ito stretched out his hand and lightly patted Mujino Shizuri's buttocks before continuing. But I know that you don't believe what I said, but I believe that you will soon see it for yourself. At this moment, Ito suddenly appeared in front of Mujino Shizuri, stretched out his hands, and grabbed both of her wrists. He put his face in front of Mujino Shizuri's face and stared in her eyes as he chuckled. Finally, if you don't want to die in this world, put away your competitive spirit and temper, and obediently follow me. I will properly show you this world. After saying that, he ignored Mujino Shizuri's angry expression and directly kissed her on the lips. Of course, to prevent his tongue from being bitten, Ito only kissed Mujino Shizuri's lips once before letting her go. Feels good. Ito looked at Mujino Shizuri and teased. However, Mujino Shizuri was still not an obedient person. Even after Ito said that, she continued to attack him with disintegration rays, until Ito impatiently activated the energy absorber to temporarily seal her ability. She finally calmed down. Let's go. There's a person in this country that even I feel is a little troublesome. I hope your willful actions were not discovered by his subordinates. Ito frowned as he looked at the destroyed forest and said. Then, without any explanation, he reached out and hugged Mujino Shizuri's waist, carried her, and jumped onto a tree branch that was still in good condition, and continued to move forward like a ninja. On the way, Ito said to Mujino Shizuri, who was slightly more obedient in his arms, "The method I am using now is the most common method used by people with strength in this world. On top of that, there is a super high-speed explosive technique similar to teleportation. Do you think you can avoid the assassination of such a person? No matter how fast he is, how can he be faster than a sniper rifle?" Mujino Shizuri said with disdain. "I know you can control the ambiguous electrons, just like how Misaka Mikoto controls the electrons to form an electronic radar circle around your body to detect an attack that intrudes into your range. But are you sure your Shinigami reflex speed can keep up? The people with strength in this world are not like those in Academy City. Every one of them is very strong in close-range combat, and they're the type that pursues a one-hit kill. Are you sure you are strong enough?" Ito smiled with disdain and questioned again. This time, Mujino Shizuri didn't argue. but instead frowned and remained silent. Once we pass through this country, I will bring you to see the people with strength in this world. I will let you see the difference between you and them. Seito said softly as he saw Mujino Shizuri remain silent. Also, you look very beautiful when you are quiet, Seito said as he lowered his head and kissed Mujino Shizuri's lips. Mujino Shizuri, who was suddenly attacked, immediately glared angrily at Seito and struggled with her limbs. But her strength was only slightly higher than normal people and was far from Seito's strength. Therefore, after struggling for a while, she was forced to stop. Just like that, during the journey, Seito would occasionally lower his head and kiss Mujino Shizuri in his arms as if he was teaching her a lesson. At the beginning, she fiercely resisted, but her resistance gradually weakened. Finally, she stopped resisting and turned her head away with a look of disgust, not allowing Seito to successfully kiss her lips. Let's take a rest for now. Considering Mujino Shizuri's situation, Seito jumped down from the tree when the sky was completely dark and let go of Mujino Shizuri. After regaining her freedom, Mujino Shizuri's attitude was still the same as before. She immediately swung her leg towards Seito's face. Seito smiled as he raised his hand and calmly grabbed Mujino Shizuri's ankle. At the same time, he extended his arm sideways and directly pierced Mujino Shizuri's lower body with his finger. Following Seito's finger piercing, Mujino Shizuri's right leg that was supporting her immediately went soft and was about to fall to the ground. But immediately after, a pulling force acted on her body, causing Mujino Shizuri's body to uncontrollably fall to the side until she was caught by a familiar embrace. It's good to have a competitive personality, but if you're too competitive, you will be at a disadvantage. Seito hugged Mujino Shizuri's body and lowered his head to look at her angry face as he chuckled. Then, as if taking revenge, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. This time, Mujino Shizuri's body started to struggle again. As expected, taming a wild horse is the most loving. Seito laughed as he hugged Mujino Shizuri tightly. After Mujino Shizuri calmed down a little, Seito carried Mujino Shizuri's body to the side of a big tree and sat down with his back against a tree trunk. He hugged Mujino Shizuri's body horizontally in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. In the beginning, Mujino Shizuri was quite obedient. But after a while, Mujino Shizuri's face suddenly flashed with a smile. She raised her hand to remove an earring from her earlobe and was about to cut Seito's neck artery. But at this moment, an invisible barrier appeared around Seito's neck and blocked Mujino Shizuri's earring. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any closer. Of course, this was Seito's chi protecting his body. Of course, at this moment, Seito had already woken up. But in order to make Mujino Shizuri give up and not do such useless things in the future, he didn't even open his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. In one night, Mujino Shizuri, who had tried several times without success, finally unwillingly gave up on her plan to assassinate Seito. She leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. Sensing this, Seito's lips curled up slightly. Then, when Mujino Shizuri was completely asleep, he reached his hand into her clothes and placed it on her chest. Mujino Shizuri, who had the habit of hugging an old doll to sleep, also treated Seito as a doll in her sleep. She stretched out her arms and hugged his body. Just like that, the night passed in the blink of an eye amidst the sounds of insects in the forest. Chapter 1032. Early the next morning, under the sunlight shining through the canopy of the trees, Mujino Shizuri rubbed her cheek against Ito-sei's neck while letting out a lazy moan from her throat. Her eyelids fluttered as she woke up from her sleep. "You're awake?" Seito lowered his head and kissed Mujino Shizuri's lips before saying softly with a smile. Mujino Shizuri frowned as she was kissed by Seito. She stood up from Seito's embrace impatiently. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri finally felt something strange on her chest. "You bastard, get your hands off me." Mujino Shizuri glared at Sei Ito and scolded him. Well, it's a habit that most men have. Ito Mori replied with a smile. He didn't seem to have any intention of withdrawing his hand, as he kneaded Mujino Shizuri's chest. Besides, we've already hugged and slept together. What's wrong with touching? Sei Ito said shamelessly. Go to hell. Mujino Shizuri was so angry that she completely forgot about the fact that her ability was restricted. She raised her hand and aimed it at Sei Ito's face as she activated her ability to create a ball of disintegration ray. But in the next moment, the ball of light that had just lit up suddenly went out like a light bulb that had lost its power supply. It didn't even burn a single hair on Sei Ito's body, let alone injure him. Ah! Mujino Shizuri screamed as she slapped Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito tilted his head back and dodged Mujino Shizuri's slap. Then, he pulled his head back out and lowered his head to kiss Mujino Shizuri's lips. He pinched the pearls in front of Mujino Shizuri's chest to create some pain so that she wouldn't bite his tongue. At the same time, he stuck his tongue into Mujino Shizuri's mouth to entangle with hers. Mujino Shizuri instinctively let out a low moan. Moments later, Sei Ito let go of Mujino Shizuri. You won't be able to escape from my grasp. Sei Ito slowly moved his hand away from Mujino Shizuri's chest and gently slid it down her chest. Looking at Mujino Shizuri, who had a crazed look in her eyes, he said, Ah! Mujino surely screamed. He opened his mouth and bit Sei Ito's throat. In an instant, the weak but tough, true chi armor appeared again, blocking Mujino Shizuri's attack. We can leave the land of rice in about a day and a half. When the time comes, I will release your limiter. You can vent however you want. Sei Ito lowered his head and whispered softly in Mujino Shizuri's ear. Then, he picked her up with both arms and jumped on the branch of the big tree next to him, continuing to jump toward the location of Waterfall Village. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Mujino Shizuri stared at Sei Ito fiercely and said. Sei smiled at Mujino Shizuri, who was in his arms. He didn't care at all about the vicious words that she kept repeating. In this way, in the tense atmosphere, the two smoothly left the land of rice, where Odoge-cure was located, and entered the area where Waterfall Village was located. However, because it was a place where the four countries met, there were a lot of wandering ninjas here. The number of ninjas who carried out secret activities also increased. In order to let Mujino Shizuri vent her anger and let her see the difference between ninjas and espers, Sei changed from jumping to walking on the ground as soon as he stepped into the Shikoku sandwich area. This is the multi-country buffer zone of this world. There are a lot of ninjas who carry out secret transactions here, so it's dangerous. I will release some of the limiter on your body, so pay attention to your own safety. Sei Ito said to Mujino Shizuri, who didn't look at him with a good expression. Then, regardless of Mujino Shizuri's mood, he released some of the limiter on the energy absorber on her body, allowing Mujino Shizuri to recover her LV3 level ability. Also, I don't think you want to see me for the time being, so I will leave immediately. Good luck. After Sei Ito finished speaking, his body immediately turned from flesh and blood into a clay doll. Then, like a melted ice cream, mud began to flow from his head to the ground until he completely disappeared in front of Mujino Shizuri. The moment Sei Ito disappeared, the limiter on Mujino Shizuri's energy absorber was also released, allowing her to recover to LV5 level. Mujino Shizuri, who regained her strength, let out a long cry. She activated her ability and shot out a green disintegration ray that was as thick as a child's arm towards the ground. In an instant, a 10-centimeter wide, 1-meter deep circular ditch appeared around Mujino Shizuri's body after being burned by the disintegration ray. Huff, 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 huff. After venting, Mujino Shizuri stood there with a ferocious expression as she panted heavily. After a while, she stood up and walked forward with a ferocious expression. She was going to look for those ninjas that Sei Ito mentioned. Sure enough, there is still a long way to go in the path of training. Sei Ito, who emerged from the ground, looked at the back of Mujino Shizuri, who was gradually disappearing, and whispered to himself. Then, he once again retracted into the ground and disappeared. On the other side, Mujino Shizuri, who doesn't have the chakra of a ninja, can't jump, and is a rare beauty, is like a delicious meal that can attract hungry wolves, exuding a charming and seductive aura. Under the influence of this aura, a male ninja who happened to pass by with a deep cut on his forehead appeared in front of Mujino Shizuri with a lewd smile. But unfortunately, his luck wasn't good, and he just happened to run into Mujino Shizuri, who was in a bad mood. He didn't even have time to say a word before he was greeted by a disintegration ray. However, since he was a ninja, he still had some skills, so the moment the disintegration ray was about to hit him, he immediately used the earth substitution technique to replace himself with a clay doll to receive the disintegration ray. Earth release, heart-chopping hand technique. In the next moment, a hand suddenly emerged from under Mujino Shizuri's foot and grabbed her ankle and pulled her into the ground. At the same time, the ninja who had just disappeared appeared on the ground and stabbed his kunai towards Mujino Shizuri's forehead. Mujino Shizuri, who finally saw the strange ninjutsu for the first time, had her eyes wide open. Her mind was like a carousel lantern that would appear when a person was about to die. She quickly recalled her short life until she finally fixed her eyes on Ito Sei with a smirk on his face. Just as the sharp tip of the kunai was about to pierce Mujino Shizuri's forehead, a hand suddenly grabbed the ninja's arm and stopped his movement. "Now you know how powerful I am." Then, Sei Ito's gentle voice sounded in Mujino Shizuri's ear. At the same time, Sei Ito's free right hand instantly smashed backward and hit the ninja's chest. The huge force carried by the monstrous strength fist technique instantly sent the ninja's body flying until he flew more than 20 meters away before he fell heavily on the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with fragments of his internal organs, and with an unwilling look on his face, he lost all signs of life. At this time, Mujino Shizuri, who had already recovered from her shock, snorted coldly, and a green disintegration ray suddenly shot out from the ground, slanting less than 10 centimeters in front of Mujino Shizuri. Then, with a muffled bang sound, accompanied by the explosion of soil fragments, Mujino Shizuri's body shot out of the pit like a rocket and landed on the ground beside her. Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders indifferently and used instant transmission to disappear from Mujino Shizuri's sight again, only leaving some drifting, lingering sound in Mujino Shizuri's ear. "Your training has just begun. Do your best to survive, my dear Shiri-chan." Interesting, the fighting style of this world is really interesting. It really suits my taste. Mujino Shizuri, who was covered in dirt and filth, first stood still for a few seconds. Then she raised her hands, her fingers curled into claws, her body slightly leaned forward, and said with a face full of excitement and ferocity. Then, Mujino Shizuri shook off the hair on the side of her face, and with a proud face, she once again moved towards the depths of the plains. Behind her, Sei Ito was following her from a distance, so that he could instantly appear and rescue her, so as to avoid Mujino Shizuri, who always underestimated her enemy and fell into danger again. After encountering another ninja, Mujino Shizuri learned from her previous lesson and fought with a ninja by the book, and in this kind of battle, she used the fastest speed to adjust the power of her disintegrator ray. For example, when should she use the disintegrator ray to move at high speed? Where should she move at each time? What kind of disintegrator ray should be used to attack, so that she has enough time to control it, and not make the disintegrator ray too weak to kill the enemy, and so on. In this way, in the battle with the ninja, Mujino Shizuri quickly adapted to the fighting rhythm of Naruto's world. However, because her Esper ability was too strong, she needed a certain amount of time to aim, and the old problem of not being able to react in time to a sudden attack from the dark, Mujino Shizuri still fell into danger 2 or 3 times, and in the end, she had to rely on Sei Ito to rescue her. After 4 to 5 days, under Sei Ito's intentional guidance, Mujino Shizuri arrived in front of the huge waterfall where the waterfall village was located. "Well, it's about time. I'll send you back now. Have a good rest, Seito said as he walked step by step from his hiding place to Mujino Shizuri. Chapter 1033. P.S. Thanks to Night Spirit, Saint Evil, Metering Million Lion, and A666333 for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Novel Fan, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tips. After a few days of fighting, Mujino Shizuri, who was saved by Seito many times in the most dangerous moments, finally knew what was good for her. She didn't use Disintegration Ray to attack him whenever Seito appeared. Of course, the reason why she didn't succeed in her sneak attack was because she was teased by Seito. However, in the past few days, besides the food provided by Seito, her clothes were already dirty. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to beg Seito, she would have already found a place to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Now that she heard Seito's proposal, Mujino Shizuri naturally wasn't stupid enough to lose her temper and continued to endure the discomfort. Seeing that Mujino Shizuri didn't object, Seito sent her back to the Rubik's Cube world. After that, Seito didn't stay and released his spiritual force to scan the huge waterfall in front of him. Found it. After more than 2 minutes, Seito's expression changed slightly, and he said in his heart. After recovering his spiritual force, Seito stepped on the ground, and his body immediately rushed toward the waterfall village's entrance like a cannonball. Whoosh! In the next second, accompanied by a sudden sound of water, Seito's figure disappeared behind the waterfall's curtain and appeared in a relatively clean, dark, and damp stone passage. But before he could take a few steps forward, a burst of light and hurried footsteps sounded in the passage. Seito heard the sound and used Earth Meld to merge himself into the wall of the tunnel. Not long after Sei merged into the rock wall, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with thin eyebrows, red pupils, and soft short green hair quickly ran out from the other end of the tunnel. She was wearing a white short skirt with a slit on both sides, a white blouse without a hem, and a pair of sleeveless sleeves that looked like a bra. She had a pair of sleeves that were longer than her elbows, and a pair of sleeves that were longer than her elbows, which exposed her bronze skin to the air. She was carrying a large red backpack that looked like a hiking backpack. She had thin eyebrows, red pupils, and soft short green hair. Due to her flat chest, she looked like a boy. She ran past Seito without realizing it. He jumped out of the water curtain that was blocking the entrance of the cave. What a coincidence, just in time for the Nanabai, Jinchuriki, to rebel. Seito, who gradually emerged from the rock, chuckled softly. Then he decisively gave up the plan to sneak into the waterfall village, turned around, and quickly rushed out of the water curtain passage, chasing after the figure that could still be vaguely seen. The girl's movement speed was very fast, no less than an ordinary jonin, and even faster. Therefore, under her high-speed movement, she and Sei, who was following her, quickly left the vicinity of the waterfall village. They stopped in a forest with a wide stream. I finally ran out of the village. The Nanabai Jinchuriki, who sat on the ground, happily said to herself, I won't have to endure those guys looking at me like I'm a monster anymore. What are you going to do in the future? Seito, who used instant transmission to suddenly appear behind Fu, asked. Naturally, I will hide my identity and wander around. Fu, who didn't react at all, said subconsciously. But as soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed, and she immediately grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and threw it in the direction of the sound. At the same time, she quickly changed her posture. She was ready to jump out of the place. But before the strength of Fu's legs could erupt, a palm had already landed on her shoulder. While forcefully pushing her back to sit down, he also used a lightning ninjutsu to penetrate her whole body, paralyzing her body's mobility. Then, a finger flick landed on Fu's head, knocking her out. It seems that my luck is good recently. Seito, who thought of sending Fu into the Rubik's Cube world, whispered to himself with a chuckle. Then he used instant transmission again, disappearing from the place. This time, Seito, who appeared again, moved into the Earth Country. I remember that the Yanbi's Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was also a defected ninja. His last appearance was in a forest. According to the nature of the Earth Country, which has many rocky mountains and few forests, as well as the world map that Kakuzu and Haiden took out after capturing Nibi, it seems that Nibi is also in the area where Waterfall Village is located. While moving, Seito recalled the information in his mind, secretly speculating in his heart. But this method of searching for people is very troublesome. Zhang Xian paused for a moment. Seito couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Let's leave it to the professionals. With that said, Seito suddenly stopped moving forward and used his mind to summon Karen, who had long red hair, to his side. In this case, Karen, who has a strong perception ability, is the most suitable candidate. My dear, you finally remembered me. As soon as she appeared, Karen's face immediately showed a love-struck expression. She stretched out her arms and hugged Seito's neck, slightly looked up at him, and said coquettishly, "So, my dear, in order to make up for my lonely girl's heart, let's kiss." Then, without waiting for Seito to speak, before Seito could say anything, Karen closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and leaned forward as if she wanted to kiss him. Seeing Karen's behavior, Seito smiled faintly and stretched out his arms to hug Karen's body. He lowered his head and heavily kissed Karen's lips and stuck out his tongue to entangle with hers. In an instant, Karen's throat let out a very seductive moan. After a short while, Seito separated from Karen and looked at Karen, who had a satisfied expression, and teased, "If it weren't for the fact that we're in the wrong place, I would really want to eat you right now. Even if we're in the wild, I've seen it on TV before. You men all like to find excitement," Karen said infatuatedly, like a perverted woman. "Don't tell me you're watching the paid adult channel again." Seito looked at Karen in his arms, somewhat speechless. "Well, I'm bored." Karen made a bitter expression and acted coquettishly. This time, it was Seito's turn to not know how to answer. Fortunately, Karen was only fooling around for a while, and soon restrained a part of her infatuated expression, and then leaned on Seito's arms, drawing small circles on his chest with her index finger, and asked softly, "Dear, what are we going to do later?" "Look for the bijou," Seito replied. Then he continued to explain, "Except for the Achibi and Kyubi's Jinchuriki, I've already caught the Nibi, Sambai, Nanabai, and Hachibi. I'm currently looking for the Yanbi, Gobi, and Rokubi, but only the Gobi can accurately locate them. The whereabouts of the Yanbi is a bit unclear, so I need you to help me find it with your perception." "All right," Karen replied straightforwardly. Then she stood up from Seito's arms with a somewhat reluctant expression, closed her eyes, and made a ninja hand seal with both hands, and launched her unique super perception ability. Karen's perception is very strong. Even in normal times, she can clearly feel the chakra fluctuations of people within 100 meters. And if Karen closes her eyes and concentrates on making a hand seal to launch her perception ability, the range of her detection can reach up to a radius of tens of kilometers. On this basis, if there is a specific person's chakra information, she can even perceive the location and movement of the other party in detail, as well as the characteristics of the number of people, movement speed, and so on. This is a powerful ability that is not inferior to Takitsubu Riku's tracking ability. There is no one around here. After a while, Karen, who opened her eyes again, replied, "Well, let's go to another place." Seito smiled and said. Then he stepped forward and hugged Karen in his arms, and while Karen stretched out her arms and hugged his neck with a happy expression. Here, he moved at high speed like a ninja. After a long while, Seito stopped at another place. Karen didn't need Seito's instruction and immediately made a hand seal to use her perception ability to detect the chakra situation around her. After a while, Seito, who still didn't get the result he wanted, once again moved with Karen in his arms. This repeated for about 3 or 4 times, and on the 5th time, Karen finally said a good news. "I sensed it." Seito, who found the target, didn't hesitate. Holding Karen in his arms, Kuroda moved towards the target of the suspected tailed beast. Although holding a person, Ito's movement speed was still very fast, and after more than 10 minutes, he arrived in the vicinity of the target. "Wait for me here. I will be back soon," Ito, who stopped on a flat ground, said to Karen beside him. "Okay." Karen nodded in agreement. Ito kissed Karen's forehead and jumped in the direction Karen pointed. In less than a minute, the person with strong chakra fluctuations in Karen's perception appeared in front of Ito's eyes. It was a red-haired old man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and he was relatively short. He was about 1.55 meters tall. He was wearing a purple half-long sleeve kimono that was very suitable for combat. He was wearing black trousers and a black rope belt around his waist. The expression on his face gave people the impression that he was a stubborn old man. In the middle of his face, there was a rectangular pattern that cut across his face. It was unknown whether it was painted with special paint or tattooed directly on his face. He had a red beard around his mouth, and he was wearing a forehead protector that looked like a tefuku, which was engraved on the surface of his head. Seeing this description, Ito immediately knew that the old man was the target he was looking for, the original Jinchuriki of the Earth Shinobi, Old Rashi. A stubborn old man who had a falling out with the Tsuchikage and left the village. "Who are you?" Seeing Ito suddenly appear, Old Rashi looked at him warily and asked, "The person who came to catch you." Ito replied casually. After saying that, without waiting for Old Rashi to respond, he immediately used instant transmission and disappeared from his place. He appeared behind Old Rashi and punched him in the back. Old Rashi dared to be a rebellious ninja, and as a Jinchuriki, he was still very strong. When he felt the cold wind on his back, he immediately rotated his body with his right foot as the center. While raising his arm to block Ito's arm, he stretched out his left foot to kick Ito's lower body. Ito, who was not ready to take the attack, flashed again and appeared behind Old Rashi and pointed his finger at the vital points around Old Rashi's back. Old Rashi, who was barely able to dodge the attack, was immediately hit by Ito's finger. In an instant, Old Rashi felt that the chakra in his body became sluggish. Ito, who had completed his attack, followed Rashi's movement like a shadow and stepped forward. He continued to attack Rashi's back, destroying the chakra circulation in his body. Knowing that if this continues, Rashi's chakra will definitely be sealed, so he used his elbow to hit Ito-sei's body with the thought that both of them would be injured. Feeling the ferocity of Old Rashi's attack, Ito raised his left arm and blocked Old Rashi's attack. Bang! A clear, muffled sound immediately spread from the collision of the two's elbows. Taking advantage of the moment when Ito was hit, Old Rashi's body suddenly leaned forward, and at the same time, his left foot kicked Ito's lower body again. "Old bastard!" Ito Mori cursed loudly, and then lifted his foot and kicked Old Purple's tailbone. Old Purple's attack was one step ahead of him, and he was sent flying. Since it was an attack in anger, Ito's kick was naturally not simple. Not only was it powerful, but it also contained a subtle force, allowing the force to directly invade Old Rashi's body and directly explode on his tailbone. Kacha! A crisp sound of bones breaking and a great pain instantly appeared in Old Rashi's heart. What is the tailbone? It is one of the vital parts of the human body. If an average person doesn't pay attention and injures the tailbone, they will basically become disabled or paraplegic. Although Ninja's body is far beyond that of ordinary people, and under the dual effect of willpower and chakra, it won't immediately affect the body, but it's inevitable that they will be inflexible. This is the general situation even for powerful Jinchuriki. Knowing that he couldn't defeat his opponent with his own strength, Old Purple made a prompt decision. While flying forward, he activated the tail beast power in his body and turned his body into a tail beast. In an instant, a powerful chakra turbulence burst out from Rashi's body, and then this chakra was sculpted by an invisible force and transformed into a four-tailed monster, which looked like a huge gorilla and appeared in the field. It's really troublesome. Seeing the gorilla appear, Ito-sei muttered in a low voice. Then his hands began to form hand seals in front of him, and a second later, he launched his ninjutsu, water release, great explosion shockwave. Chapter 1034. Boom! A loud explosion sounded like a landslide. Under the impact of the tsunami-like water release, great explosive water shockwave, the 30-meter-tall, four-tailed giant ape that stood in its original place like a small mountain was immediately pushed back by the surging waves. High-quality update. This impact lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped, as if it was powerless. Poof splash. After that, the water that had completed its task of attacking fiercely smashed onto the ground, forming a boundless ocean. A large number of waves were surging on the surface of the water. Hiss! This scale of battle is really exaggerated. In the distance, Karen stepped on the rolling water under her feet and exclaimed, "The attribute of the Yanbi is fire poison. That is, a substance like lava with the dual attributes of fire and poison. In a theory of the 5 elements, it happens to be restrained by water. Although there is the possibility of fire being strong enough to restrain it, in the current field, it is almost impossible to burst out the heat that can instantly evaporate the seawater. So all of a sudden, the Yanbi became difficult to move. But whether it is the Yanbi's own fierce nature or the stubbornness of Rashi as a Jinchuriki, they will not give up resistance and wait for death. Lava release, Mount Huagua. In the next moment, the voice of Jinchuriki Rashi echoed over the sea that has been formed. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden roar, a magma wave burst out from under the sea as if it had just erupted from an active volcano, burning Sei Ito, who was standing on the surface of the water. At the same time, a large amount of water vapor, evaporated by the magma, spread like clouds on the surface of the water. Wood release. Sei Ito immediately made a wood release hand seal with one hand. At the same time, he stretched out his free left hand and pointed his palm to the ground. Immediately afterward, a square piece of wood instantly emerged from Sei Ito's hand, and under the supply of the energy in Sei Ito's body, it quickly extended like a pillar inserted in the sea, pushing Sei Ito's body to the sky, avoiding the effect of Rashi's lava release. Mount Huagua Ninjutsu. High-quality update, however, wood was ultimately restrained by fire. Soon, the wooden stake supporting Sei Ito's body broke apart under the scorching heat of the lava. It turned into pitch-black charcoal and disappeared into the surging lava. Seeing Sei Ito fly into the sky, the four-tailed Old Purple opened its mouth. It began to spit at Sei Ito's body. In an instant, a large number of basketball-sized lava fireballs flew out of the Yanbi's mouth and flew towards Ito Seiji, who was in midair and had nowhere to hide. Seeing the attack coming, a disdainful sneer suddenly appeared on Ito Sei's face in midair. Then, he instantly disappeared from the sky. At the same time, Old Purple's attack missed. Suddenly, he appeared in the sky behind Old Purple. He clasped his hands together, puffed up his cheeks, and spat out jets of water at Old Purple. Those jets of water didn't look as thick as a baby's arm, but they were very condensed. Under Sei Ito's spray, it was like a high-pressure water gun used by modern industry to cut metal, hitting Old Purple's body one after another. In an instant, a large number of wounds as thick as an adult's arm appeared on the broad back of Yanbi. This was water release, water wave breaking technique. Ouch! Yanbi howled in pain, and at the same time, he waved his fist at Sei Ito. Sei Ito in midair smiled, and once again launched instant transmission and disappeared from the sky and appeared in the sea he created with ninjutsu. Then, Sei Ito stretched out his palm and gathered a high-speed rotating wind in the palm of his hand according to the method of gathering Rasengan. Under the influence of this wind, a high-speed rotating water vortex quickly appeared in the water, forming a vortex turbulence on the surface of the water, and Yanbi, who was there, was rolled into the vortex. This water whirlpool which was similar to the water release. Feng Shui whirlpool technique immediately trapped Bai in the whirlpool of water. No matter how he swung his arms, he could not break free from the water whirlpool. High-quality update is coming. Ouch! Feeling angry, Yanbi howled loudly, and his body immediately burned like a giant ape made of magma, struggling violently in the water. Sizzle. A large amount of steam immediately diffused around the molten four-tailed beast. Water release. Thousand eating dragon. At this moment, Seito's voice spread in the water. As soon as the words fell, in the turbulent sea where Seito and Yanbi were fighting, countless shark-like dragons suddenly emerged. After swimming twice at high speed, they rushed toward Yanbi, who was submerged in the water, and opened their big mouths full of sharp teeth to bite. The water and fire met, and more water vapor spread. However, at this time, the Yanbi wasn't in a good condition. Under the corrosion of the liquid and the attack of the 1,000 eating jiao, the Yanbi's chakra was severely consumed. At the same time, the magma of the Yanbi's body also gradually cooled down under the influence of the liquid, and a large number of wounds appeared on the Yanbi's body. Let's see how long you can last. Seito, who was constantly adding energy to the water to maintain the number of 1,000 eating dragons, sneered in his heart. Anyway, he wasn't worried about his own energy situation. Even if Yanbi or Old Purple really exhausted the mixed Yuan Qi in Ito Sei's body, he still had the convenient energy of the world to replenish himself. At most, it would be a little wasteful, but compared to the benefits of capturing the tailed beast in advance and changing the plot, it was nothing. In this way, under the stalemate between the two sides, about half an hour later, Old Purple's body finally couldn't bear it and had to come out of the tailed beast state and was caught by Seito. TSK. It seems that in the original story, when Ojiwara defeated Old Rashi with his water release ninjutsu, he didn't just rely on his huge amount of chakra. I guess the biggest contributor to his victory was the shark skin in his hand. Without the shark muscle, Kisame wouldn't have been able to exhaust Old Purple. Seito, who was too weak to even move, thought in his heart as he threw Old Purple, who was too weak to even move, into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, disappeared from the place, and appeared beside Karen. These guys are... Seito looked at the several fallen ninjas around Karen and wondered. The scouts were attracted by the battle between you and the tailed beast. Karen casually kicked the nearest ninja's body with her foot and said, "Are you hurt?" Seito nodded and looked at Karen and asked with concern. "No," Karen said with a happy face. "Well, let's go, lest we encounter some unnecessary trouble later," Ito said, and stepped on the water with Karen in the direction of the Earth Kingdom. The two of them didn't walk slowly, but it still took more than 10 minutes to completely walk out of the water created by Seito and step on the land again. Seito, who stepped on the land again, turned his head and looked at the water behind him and sighed. Then he didn't stay any longer and continued to rush with Karen. That night, they successfully entered the territory of the Earth Country and stayed in a small village. "Hey dear, let's do it." In the middle of the night, Karen, who was only wearing a white bathrobe, lay on her side while stretching her right hand under the quilt to Seito's lower body and holding it gently. She looked at Seito with a face full of spring and said teasingly, "Okay." Seito naturally won't refuse the request of his woman. He immediately turned around and pressed Karen under his body, while putting his hand in her bathrobe and holding a warm, soft meat and gently kneading it. He lowered his head and kissed Karen's lips, and their tongues tangled fiercely. In the entanglement, the bathrobes on the two quickly became messy, like two different belts tied around Seito's and Karen's waists. Seito, who had no obstruction, chuckled and stabbed his weapon into Karen's noble phantasm. Karen, who suddenly felt a different feeling, squinted her eyes, raised her head, and let out a low moan from her throat. This moan was like the signal for the start of the battle. Seito, who received the order, charged at Karen with all his might. In an instant, Karen's moans, which sounded like she was in pleasure, pain, and wanted to shout out loud, but had some reservations, reverberated in the Japanese-style room. At the same time, an erotic smell mixed with Karen's body permeated the room. Both of them had good physical fitness, and they had been training for a long time. In addition, they also had the super recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, this fierce battle lasted for a long time before it finally ended with Karen's uncontrollable loud moans and Sei Ito's suddenly tensed body lines. Huff, 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 this feeling is great. Karen, whose body was intimately connected, gasped for breath while lying on the quilt and said softly with a face full of reminiscence, "Shall we continue later?" Sei Ito, who was playing with the soft flesh on Karen's chest, chuckled and teased. "Okay," Karen replied excitedly. Just like this, the two rested for more than an hour, and after almost 2 hours, they once again fought in the dark room. As a result, the moans that had stopped not long ago and the erotic smell that had yet to completely dissipate reappeared in the room. Karen was a female rogue. With the powerful recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan, she almost didn't know how to control herself. She excitedly tossed and turned with Sei Ito for an entire night. It was only when the sky gradually brightened that she remembered that she still had something important to do. Then, she lay in Sei Ito's arms and chose a comfortable position. Her limbs wrapped around Sei Ito's body, and she fell asleep. Sei Ito looked at Karen, who had a satisfied expression on her face as she fell asleep in his arms. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then he also closed his eyes to rest. Although they made a big fuss and killed several of the Earth Ninja scouts, Ito, Sei, and Karen didn't think that the enemy would be able to find them. They slept for a long time and didn't wake up until sunset and dusk. Chapter 1035. You were really crazy last night. Fortunately, your man is more powerful. If it was someone else, they would have been sucked dry by you. Sei Ito raised his hand and patted Karen's buttocks that were still tightly connected to him as he teased. "I just want to suck you dry." Karen leaned on Sei Ito's chest and looked up at his face in a daze as she smiled. "This way, you won't have to go around fooling around, and you won't be able to leave me." At the end of her words, Karen lowered her head in a very provocative manner and stuck out her tongue to lick Ito Sei's chest. In an instant, a cool feeling was transmitted to Sei Ito's heart from the spot where Karen's tongue licked. It made his weapon that was originally wrapped by Karen's noble phantasm become firm again. "Why don't we stay for another day tonight?" Karen tightened her buttocks and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. "Pon!" With a soft sound, Sei Ito waved his hand and patted Karen's buttocks again as he smiled. "There's still a long way to go. Let's continue after we're done with our business." "Okay," Karen said with a regretful expression. Then, she pressed her hands on Sei Ito's chest and sat on Sei Ito's body. At this moment, Karen's entire white upper body was completely exposed in front of Sei Ito's eyes. "Stop messing around." Feeling Karen's little movements, Sei Ito stretched out his finger and flicked the pink pearl on Karen's chest. "I'm going to take a shower." Karen smiled and put on the bathrobe that was hanging around her waist. She then turned around and stood up from Sei Ito's body. After that, she turned around and walked out of the dorm towards the bathroom. Seeing that Karen had left, Sei Ito also got up from the bed, put on his bathrobe, and walked out of the room. He headed to the male bathroom to take a bath. Half an hour later, Karen appeared on the street in front of the hotel. She was wearing black stockings, black shorts, and a purple long-sleeve top that exposed her navel. She was wearing black-rimmed glasses, and her red hair naturally draped over her shoulders. Sei Ito was wearing a pair of black cropped pants and a white short-sleeve casual top. "Target, Iwagakure, let's go," Sei Ito announced. After saying that, Sei Ito and Karen activated body flicker and disappeared from the inn's entrance. They were heading towards Iwagakure at high speed. Fortunately, they chose a good entry location, and the straight-line distance to Iwagakure was quite close. So, after more than 2 hours of rushing, They arrived at the outskirts of Awagakure. He stood on top of a tall rock amidst a group of jagged rocks. "How is it?" Seito leaned his back against Karen's chest. Karen asked softly. Her body weight was completely supported by Seito. "Found it. It's northwest of Awagakure." Karen opened her eyes and answered while pointing to a place in Awagakure. "Tisk, it's really deep." Seito looked in the direction of Karen's finger. It was a place similar to Yellowstone Park in the United States. There was a lake, a waterfall, and a small number of green trees. Moreover, those lakes and waterfalls were like hot springs that emitted steam towards the sky, shrouding the place like a misty maze. Although that area was also deep inside Awagakure and located in an uninhabited corner, it was different from the Kumogakure Gorge where the Hachibis Jinchuriki lived. There was a direct path to Awagakure, and it wasn't as far away from Kumogakure as the Kumogakure Gorge, so there was enough time for the battle to start. Therefore, the best way to deal with the Hachibi was to take the Hachibis Jinchuriki out of Awagakure and choose another place to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for the battle to start, and they would be surrounded by Awagakure's ninjas. If it was an ordinary ninja, Seito naturally wouldn't be afraid, but he was somewhat afraid of Awagakure's dust-release ninjutsu. Seito was silent for a few seconds after seeing the situation there. Then, he took out 2 iron plates with Flying Thunder God Jutsu and handed them to Karen in his arms. "Take these 2 iron plates. Take one of them with you. As for the other one, take it out of the Earth Country and go to the empty area between Takigakure and Odogakure. Choose a place where there is no one around and drop it. That will be the place where I will fight the Hachibis Jinchuriki." "I know." Karen took the iron plate with a serious expression and said, "Be careful on the road." Itsunari lowered his head and kissed Karen's cheek and said softly, "Don't underestimate my perception." Karen said confidently, "I forgot that you were a humanoid radar." Seito teased, "I'm leaving." Karen, who got out of Seito's arms, said. Then, after looking at Seito again, she immediately left and rushed toward the location that Seito said. Now, I'm going to explore the Gobi's background. Seito, who watched Karen completely disappear from his sight, turned his head again and looked at the direction that Karen pointed before and whispered to himself. But before he could do anything, several shadows jumped towards Seito's position. Although it was dark at this time, Seito's eyes could clearly see the Earth Ninja's forehead protector on their foreheads. It seems that Karen's previous exploration behavior alarmed the perceptive ninja in the Earth Ninja village. Looking at the people, Seito whispered to himself. Then, with a thought, he activated instant transmission and took the initiative to meet the group of ninjas who came to explore the situation. The space ability was like a bug to these ninjas, and those who jumped over didn't even have time to react before one of them was killed by Seito. And when those ninjas were alerted by the smell of blood, he used instant transmission again to kill 2 more ninjas. "You are." One of the remaining 2 ninjas didn't have time to question Seito, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, killed him on the spot. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Looking at Seito's mysterious method, the rock ninja, who suffered the most from Konoha's Golden Flash's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, immediately thought of the name of a ninjutsu that had the same effect as Seito's instant transmission, and his face changed wildly as he subconsciously opened his mouth and shouted. And this cry was also the last sentence he left in this world. "Although I also know the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I'm sorry, this isn't it," Seito said to the rock ninja who was staring at him. Puff. After saying that, Seito instantly pulled out his arm from the rock ninja's body, and a heart that was still beating immediately appeared in his palm, and at the same time, blood spurted out from the wound like an arrow. Seito waved his hand, and a wind wall immediately appeared in front of him, blocking the blood arrow. Speaking of which, it seems that I can talk about cooperation with Kakuzu, a professional heart collector. Looking at the heart that is still beating in his hand, Ito-sei's thoughts are somewhat divergent. Then Seito threw the heart in his hand to the side and called a stream of water to wash the blood off his hand, and used earth release to split the ground, burying the corpse at the scene and delaying the investigation of the rock ninja. After that, he left the scene and moved towards the steam zone where the goby was. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the rock ninja's barrier, Seito directly jumped to the gate of the village and used hypnotism and jinjutsu to affect the ninja's perception and memory and swaggered in through the main gate. Then Seito changed his figure and quickly walked through the streets towards the steam zone. Using jinjutsu, special footwork, and stealth, Ito-sei walked for more than 10 minutes in Awagakure. Finally, he walked out of Awagakure's residential area and arrived near the steam zone. Fog. Fog is good. It's easier to hide with fog. Looking at the mist with the smell of sulfur that began to appear in front of him at this time, Ito-sei said to himself with a chuckle. After that, Seito stepped into the fog and disappeared completely. When he reached a certain distance, Ito-sei decisively opened his spiritual power to replace his vision and continued to move forward in the thick fog. As long as he was 2 or 3 meters away, he could see who was on the other side. After about 40 minutes, Seito accidentally found the target of his trip, the goby's Jinchuriki fan. Fan was a strong man about 7 meters tall, wearing red armor that covered his whole body, and even his head was covered with a red helmet that only revealed his eyes, nose, and mouth. He was lying on a wooden bed in an old-fashioned wooden house built on the valley's flat ground. Beside him was a huge red gourd that was half the height of a man, with white smoke rising from its mouth. It was placed there quietly. It's a good opportunity, but unfortunately, Karen hasn't arrived yet. Seito, who saw Fan's situation from his spiritual perception, thought. He then left behind an imperceptible trace of spiritual force to continue monitoring the sleeping Fan, while he himself walked around the valley. He chose a rock peak that was a certain distance away from Fan and sat down cross-legged. He cultivated and monitored Fan while waiting for Karen's signal. On the other side, Karen, who put Seito's instructions in her heart, was also very serious. She gave full play to her perception ninja's ability. While using her outstanding perception to cleverly avoid all kinds of ninjas she might encounter on the way, she traveled at high speed without sleep to the blank area between Takigakure and Odogakure. In this state of rapid march, Karen finally arrived at the blank area between Takigakure and Odogakure a few days later. Chapter 1036. P.S. Thanks to Fried Rice 2012, Where the Soul, E2, and Malice Section Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. With her powerful perception, Karen stopped in an open space with no human chakra within a radius of tens of kilometers. She took out the iron plate with the flying thunder god jutsu that Seito gave her before leaving. Using the method taught by Seito, she activated the jutsu on the iron plate with her chakra and threw it on the ground. Then she immediately used the body flicker jutsu and retreated from the iron plate. At the same time, in Awagakure of the Earth Country, Ito-sei's expression changed slightly, and he came out of his half-meditative state. Is it time? Seito stood up from the ground and whispered to himself. Then I'll start too. After that, Seito straightened his body and used instant transmission to disappear from his place. He appeared in front of the goby's Jinchuriki, Fan, who had been monitoring him for the past few days. He stretched out his hand and put on Fan's shoulder. Just as Ito-sei was about to activate the flying thunder god jutsu to leave, Fan's body under his palm suddenly turned into a cloud of white mist and dissipated in the air. At the same time, another Fan appeared behind Seito and punched Seito's head with a thick fist. Feeling the danger, Seito lowered his body and avoided Fan's attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he mobilized the chakra in his body and concentrated it on his back. Along with his tense muscles, he slammed Fan's chest with mountain lean. Bang! With a huge muffled sound, Fan's body flew back like a cannonball. Then, Sei Ito, who had completed his attack, turned around and turned into a blue streamer with lightning flashing all over his body. He rushed after Fan's figure and quickly exchanged a few moves with him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Fan borrowed the strength of Sei Ito's punch and flew into the sky once more. This time, however, Fan did it intentionally. Fan, who was in midair, quickly formed several hand seals in front of him, following which a large amount of white steam gushed out from the huge red gourd on Fan's back, transforming into Fan's appearance and attacking Sei Ito on the ground. This is the ninjutsu unique to Fan as a Jinchuriki, steam ninjutsu. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't understand how his actions had been exposed. That's because the steam around Fan was infused with his unique chakra, turning the steam around him into something similar to the mist concealment jutsu. So, even though Sei Ito used instant transmission to launch a surprise attack, Fan also noticed that something was wrong with the steam and used steam's substitute to dodge and counterattack. Wind Escape, True Space Jade. Sei Ito, who quickly formed 3 or 4 hand seals in front of him, took a deep breath and puffed up his cheeks. He spat out several high-pressure wind balls toward Fan's steam clone that was falling from the sky. The moment the powerful compressed wind balls flew out of Sei Ito's mouth, the surrounding air was stirred up by a strong wind, blowing away part of the thick steam that filled the area. Puff! The high-pressure wind balls formed by the True Space Jade did not disappoint and immediately scattered the steam clone summoned by Fan. With the help of the high-pressure wind balls, Sei Ito turned his hand, and a pearl-sized steel ball appeared in his palm and moved it to the tip of his finger. Then he suddenly flicked his finger that was covered with a large amount of lightning. In an instant, a finger-thick orange-yellow beam with blue electric sparks on its surface shot out from Sei Ito's hand and shot straight toward Fan in the sky. Fan didn't expect Sei Ito's counterattack to be so fast. His expression under the mask froze slightly, and he quickly formed hand seals to summon a large amount of steam from the gourd, turning it into a huge shield in front of him. Boom! The collision between the railgun and the steam shield instantly burst out a thunderous explosion. Under the impact of the lightning and steam energy, the steam shield immediately burst apart in midair. The resulting shockwave once again blew Fan's body back a distance. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Fan. He stretched out his arm and grabbed his shoulder, and then disappeared in midair with Fan. In the next moment, somewhere in the empty area between Takigakure and Odogakure, Sei Ito and Gobi's Jinchuriki Fan appeared on the ground. Even with Fan's willpower, he was slightly surprised by the sudden change in the space around him. The attack that was originally aimed behind him was blocked by Sei Ito. At the same time, his armored head suffered a heavy blow, making Fan's vision blurred. Fan, who had experienced hundreds of battles, immediately moved forward and launched one of the few Earth-release ninjutsu he had mastered, disappearing from Sei Ito's sight. Although he didn't know where Fan was hiding, Sei Ito, who was definitely not far away from him, snorted and raised his right leg. He slammed it back to the ground with ultra-tense sets a kick. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden loud noise, a huge force that far exceeded the destructive power of the heavenly kick instantly smashed a huge crater in the ground with a radius of 20 meters around Itingching. A large amount of smoke and dust splashed out from the cracks in the ground, blocking Itingching's sight. At this moment, a black shadow instantly appeared behind Sei Ito and punched Sei Ito's back. Sensing the incoming danger, Sei Ito immediately turned around and bent his arm, colliding with the black shadow's fist. With a muffled sound, Sei Ito's body was wrapped in wind and flew back like a cannonball. It was also at this time that the figure of the attacker was clearly reflected in Ito-Sei's eyes. The other party was the Gobi Jinchuriki Fan, who had summoned the chakra of the Bijou and was wearing a Bijou cloak with 5 chakra tails behind him. At this time, Fan's figure flashed and rushed towards Sei Ito's body again. That swift speed was obviously a world of difference from when he was in his human form. Seeing that Fan was about to rush in front of him, Seito sneered and launched instant transmission and disappeared. Seeing Seito disappear, Fan immediately stopped rushing forward. While his body slid on the ground under inertia, he quickly turned his head and looked around, searching for Seito's figure. The next moment, Seito suddenly appeared on top of Fan's head and stretched out his arm, holding Fan's head and slamming him to the ground. Bang! Would release. Great Forest Jutsu. Seito made a one-handed seal and launched Would Release. Would Release. Great Forest Jutsu. In an instant, Seito's right arm, which was pressing on Fan's head, immediately turned into wood, and a large number of thick wood branches grew out of Seito's right arm, twisting and twisting like snakes around Fan's bijou, imprisoning him. Pada! Itsunari's feet landed lightly on the ground. At this time, a huge stone spike suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced Seito's body. Puff! Ito-sei, who was suddenly attacked, immediately used the substitution jutsu to leave the place, leaving a wooden stake to replace his body to be torn apart by the stone thorns. Seito, who appeared in another position, leaned over and pressed his right arm on the ground. Then, a huge wooden palm broke out of the ground beside Fan, who was struggling to break free from the wooden shackles. It grabbed Fan's shackled body as if it was grabbing something. This is Ito-sei's simplified version of the Mokuton Jutsu, which can find 5 huge wooden bracelets at a time. It's just right to capture this kind of Jinchuriki that is much larger than the average human with a body much larger than that of an average human. Fan, who had not yet been able to break free from the shackles of the Great Forest Jutsu, was immediately shackled by the giant hand made by Would Release. It became more and more difficult. Fan, Seito, who used instant transmission to appear in front of the imprisoned Gobi's Jinchuriki, suddenly called out his name. Fan, who was attracted by the call, subconsciously looked up at Seito. At this moment, Ito-sei fiercely released his powerful spiritual force to invade the mind of Fan, who was looking at him, and attacked Fan's consciousness, causing his consciousness to temporarily fall into a blank state. Seito, who temporarily suppressed Fan's resistance, moved his mind and sent Fan, who was imprisoned by Would Release, into the Rubik's Cube world. Phew. Seito, who finally captured the Gobi's Jinchuriki, let out a long sigh, then activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared from the spot, appearing beside Karen, who was in a hidden corner and sensing the battle situation. You've worked hard, Seito said softly as he stretched out his arms and hugged Karen. My dear, that's all. It's enough for everything, Karen replied with a blissful expression. Oh, okay. Now, let's go back and rest. Seito chuckled. Then he leaned over and stretched out his left arm under Karen's leg and lifted her up. He carried Karen in his arms and moved toward the Land of Fire. More than half a day later, Seito and Karen smoothly entered the Land of Fire and stayed in a hotel in a border town. Considering that Karen hadn't rested for several days, Seito simply refused Karen, who kept teasing him with various temptations, and hugged her to rest in the hotel for a day. After a night's rest, under the recovery of the Uzumaki clan's powerful body, Karen recovered both mentally and physically. Where are we going next? In a restaurant, Karen, who was eating atsumiki, looked at Seito and asked, Gayama City. Seito replied, Gayama City? Karen repeated with some doubts, then asked, Rokubi or Rokubi's Jinchuriki is there? It's not clear yet. Maybe there, maybe not there, but no matter if there is or not, we have to check it first. We have to confirm it first before we know. Ito-sei shook his head and smiled. That's true. Karen took another bite of atsumiki and nodded. Then the two skipped the topic of bijou and continued to enjoy the food in front of them while chatting. About 10 minutes later, the two of them finished the food in front of them. After paying the bill, they turned and left the restaurant, walking out of the town in a leisurely manner. Anyway, he wasn't sure whether Rokubi's Jinchuriki, the former Kirigakure ninja, Yugao Bubbles, was now in Gayama City. Plus, there was only one bijou left that could be caught at any time outside, so Seito wasn't in a hurry to go to Gayama City. In this way, the two left the town and embarked on the road to Guayama City as if they were traveling. It's just that as soon as he didn't disguise himself, trouble immediately came to him. There are people. On this day, Karen, who was walking into town, frowned and said to say Ito beside her, two people. One of them has a strange chakra. The other person's chakra also gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. Oh, Seito's throat sounded with interest. What should we do? Karen turned to look at Seito and asked. Since they came to the door, it's obviously not our way of hospitality if we don't entertain them well. Of course, we have to welcome them well. Seito said to Karen with a smile. I hate fighting. Karen curled her lips and said with an unhappy face. Then she looked at Ito say like a love-struck fool and continued, but since my dear wants it, I'll take the trouble to join you. Looking at Karen's infatuated look, Ito stretched out his finger and flicked Karen's forehead. Since they had made up their minds, Ito and Karen didn't move forward. They immediately stopped in the alley where they were walking, turned around, and looked at the direction of the two people in Karen's perception, waiting for the arrival of the other party. They didn't have to wait for long. In less than 5 minutes, the enemy in Karen's perception appeared in front of Ito and Karen. It's really, looking at the ranged shinobi, wearing the ranged shinobi's forehead protector, his head covered with a white hood, his cheeks were thin and narrow, and his cheeks were sewn together by a strange black thread. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying, and he was wearing the ranged shinobi's forehead protector. His gray hair was neatly combed back, his appearance was very good, and he looked a bit like a coward. He had a strange sickle blade on his back, and they were both wearing black coats with red clouds. Ito-sei couldn't help but sigh. Kakuzu, the other party seems to be waiting for us. The two people stopped about 5 meters away from Ito and Karen. The young man said to Kakuzu with a smile on his face, do they know that we are coming to kill them? And they know that they can't beat us, so they decided to wait for death here? Idiot, use your stupid brain to think about it. The other party obviously has a sensor ninja. Kakuzu said impatiently. After looking at Ito and Karen, his gaze fell on Karen and said, is it that woman? This guy is really disgusting. Karen curled her lips and said with disgust. Chapter 1037. Kakuzu, Haiden Akatsuki duo, Seito said while looking at Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu, he knows us. Haiden pointed at Seito and looked at Kakuzu with surprise. Shut up, idiot. Kakuzu scolded in a low voice. Hey, how do you know us? Are we very famous now? Haiden completely ignored Kakuzu's scolding and looked at Seito and asked, how could I not have heard of the famous bounty hunters in the Ming Dynasty? What? Are you interested in my bounty in the Underground Union? Seito first answered Haiden's question with a smile, then turned to look at the gloomy Kakuzu and asked, you seem to know us very well. Kakuzu asked with a gloomy tone. Kakuzu, a traitor ninja of Waterfall Village, wanted for stealing Waterfall Village's forbidden secret technique. His last mission as a ninja was to assassinate Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Later, he joined the Akatsuki organization for unknown reasons and was responsible for raising funds for the organization. However, because of his love for money, he was very happy with this job. Hearing that his identity was exposed, Kakuzu's murderous aura erupted uncontrollably, pressing towards Seito and Karen. Seito, who had killed countless people, didn't care about Kakuzu's murderous aura at all. He still looked at Kakuzu without changing his expression. However, Karen beside him couldn't do it. Her face was pale, and she looked at Kakuzu with a frightened expression. Karen, concentrate and let yourself adapt to it. Ito-sei said softly after noticing Karen's situation. Don't worry, I will protect you. Hearing Seito's encouragement, Karen was shocked. Karen's heart immediately jolted, and she took a deep breath to adapt. Uncle, I didn't expect you to have such a glorious history. Haiden looked at Kakuzu and said, Haiden, a traitor ninja of Kagekure, a believer of the destroyed evil god sect. Because of the evil god sect's doctrine, he killed everyone around him and became a traitor ninja. An immortal body. It originated from the evil god sect's forbidden experiments. Later, he was recruited by Akatsuki, and together with Kaku, they were known as the Undying Duo. Seito then looked at Fei Duan and slowly explained his information. Uncle, I suddenly feel a little unhappy. He wanted to kill someone. Can you give this guy to me? After listening to Seito's explanation, Haiden stopped smiling. While taking the scythe from his back, he asked Kakuzu beside him. However, rather than calling his tone a question, it was more appropriate to call a notice. Remember, don't hurt your head. Otherwise, you won't be able to claim your bonus, Kakuzu said in a gloomy tone. I'll be careful. Uncle, Fei Duan replied. He saw Fei Dan's movements. Seito raised his hand and placed it on Karen's shoulder. He connected with her mind through telepathy. Be careful later. Don't let the flying segment with the scythe take your blood. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. As for Kakuzu, that guy has 5 hearts, and each heart has a different attribute, so he knows a lot of ninjutsu. You have to be careful, Seito reminded Karen in her mind. These 2 guys are so troublesome, Karen complained in her heart. You're the only one by my side right now, so do your best, Seito said with a smile on his heart. I know, but later, my dear, you have to reward me. Karen bargained in an ambiguous tone. I know. I'll accompany you to be crazy. Seito didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, after this back and forth, Karen's mind relaxed a little, and she recovered some of her spirit from the suppression of Kakuzu's murderous aura. After reminding Karen, Seito's feet shook, and his body instantly appeared in front of Fei Duan, who was holding the necklace and praying, and kicked Fei Duan, who couldn't react in time. Then his right foot landed on the ground, and he turned around and kicked with his left leg, attacking Kaku. Bang! Kakuzu, who had raised his arm to block, was immediately sent flying by Seito's great force. Boom! The next moment, Kakuzu's body heavily hit the stone wall on the side of the alley, creating a huge gap in the wall and stirring up a lot of smoke and dust, which submerged his body in the smoke. After completing the second attack, Seito nodded to Karen and immediately used instant transmission to disappear from where he was, and appeared in front of Fei Duan, who was sent flying by him, and used Heaven Guard Kick to heavily stomp down. At the same time, Karen, who had received Seito's signal, immediately used Body Flicker technique to rush into the smoke, and with her superior perception, she launched a follow-up attack on Kakuzu, who was on the ground on the other side. Fei Duan, who was about to get up, immediately rolled on the ground and narrowly avoided Seito's stomp. Boom! Under the stomp of Heaven Guard Kick, the ground immediately burst open with a huge crack pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. And at the same time, the walls on both sides of the alley also collapsed under the effect of the attack, and several bricks and stones happened to hit Fei Duan's body. Earth Release, Earth Corridor. Seito, who had completed the attack of Heaven Guard Kick, made a hand seal and launched an Earth Release ninjutsu. In an instant, a square, huge stone corridor with an upper ceiling rose from the ground, and Seito and Fei Duan, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, were trapped in the corridor created by ninjutsu. It's so dark. Fei Duan's voice was full of dissatisfaction. It's dark, just right for your coffin. Relying on his spiritual power to see things, Seito, who was completely unaffected by the darkness, stepped in front of Fei Duan and summoned the divine blade Celestial Clouds on his right wrist and slashed from bottom to top toward Fei Duan's arm. Puff! Under the slash of Celestial Clouds' sharp blade, Fei Duan's right forearm, holding the scythe, was instantly separated from the elbow from the body and fell to the ground beside him. If Fei Duan had finished praying and launched the immortal body curse, he would not be so weak. Even if Seito had instant transmission to cheat, he could at least resist half a move. But unfortunately, the casting time of Fei Duan's curse was too long. Without Kakuzu to restrain him, He couldn't deal with Sei Ito, who used instant transmission to launch a super-fast attack. So in just a few seconds, Fei Duan, who had no weapon and limited space to move, was cut into pieces by Sei Ito. Even so, Fei Duan's life aura still didn't disappear, and his single head was still complaining there. Sei Ito, who was too lazy to listen to Fei Duan's complaints, put the divided Fei Duan into several pieces into the Rubik's Cube world and planned to find some time to study the immortal body curse. By the time the battle with Fei Duan ended, less than a minute had passed. Then Sei Ito activated the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the Earth corridor, and appeared beside Karen. At this time, although Karen looked very embarrassed in the battle with Kakuzu, with her excellent perception, she didn't suffer any damage. Except for her clothes becoming a little dirty, her whole body was intact. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared, waved celestial clouds, and an invisible air blade instantly shot out from the surface of celestial clouds, cutting straight in the direction of Kakuzu. Knowing the power of the attack, Jiaodu didn't have time to block it. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the cutting of the invisible air blade. Pooh! In the next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, Kakuzu's entire left arm fell to the ground after being hit by Sei Ito's celestial clouds. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Kakuzu endured the pain from his broken arm, and the Earth's resentment in his body gushed out like countless tentacles, sweeping towards Sei Ito's body. Wood release. Vajra Steel Summon Wood. In the next moment, Sei Ito's empty left hand quickly changed a few times, and then a thick wooden stake broke out from the ground and hit Kakuzu's body, sending him flying. Wah! In the air, the heavily injured Kakuzu couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. But before Kakuzu could react, an orange-yellow light beam, as thick as an adult's finger, flashing with blue electric light, suddenly flew in front of him and hit his face and flew out from the back of his head until it disappeared into the horizon. Plop! Horndo's body fell heavily to the ground with flowers blooming on his head. Knowing Kakuzu's situation, Sei Ito estimated that the railgun could at most destroy one of Kakuzu's hearts, but he didn't stop. He immediately used instant transmission and appeared beside Kakuzu and spat out a violently burning fireball at Kaku. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Underground, there's chakra underground. At this moment, Karen suddenly shouted. It was also at this time that the burning corpse on the ground turned into a pitch-black Earth's resentment, and its tentacles fluttered violently, like a living creature. Getting the hint, Sei Ito didn't hesitate, and threw the celestial clouds in his hand like a javelin towards the location indicated by Karen. Puff! Like cutting tofu, the celestial clouds sank into the ground. Then, in the next moment, Kakuzu with a broken left arm appeared on the ground, staring fiercely at Sei Ito. Then, the Earth's resentment violently churning on Kakuzu's body suddenly elongated, turning into two monsters completely composed of Earth's resentment, and appeared beside Kakuzu. Clearly, Kakuzu had separated his last two hearts from his body. Without any action or order from Kakuzu, the two monsters immediately jumped out from Kakuzu's side and rushed towards Sei Ito and Karen, one on the left and one on the right. As for his body with a broken arm, he immediately used body flicker technique to escape from the scene and ran away. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Looking at the Earth's resentment monsters rushing towards him, Sei Ito made a hand seal and summoned a flame dragon to meet the Earth's resentment monsters. Chapter 1038. The role of these two monsters was originally to buy time for Kakuzu's main body to escape, and if possible, to kill Karen, a perception-type ninja. Therefore, under the premise that Kakuzu had already escaped, they didn't show much combat power at all, and were quickly eliminated by Sei Ito with ninjutsu. Did you record that guy's chakra fluctuation? Sei Ito, who was summoning the celestial clouds buried deep in the ground, looked at Karen and asked. Yes, Karen nodded and replied with certainty. Well, let's catch up. Sei Ito, who got a positive answer, immediately decided. You lead the way, Sei Ito said as he reached out and hugged Karen in his arms. Over there. Karen pointed in a direction and said. Sei Ito nodded and hurriedly chased in the direction Kakuzu escaped with Karen in his arms. As an old monster who has lived for almost 100 years, Kakuzu, who has experienced countless life and death situations, is very clear about the key to escape. So he quickly moved forward without stopping all the way. And in order to avoid the tracking of Karen, a perception-type ninja, he casually grabbed an ordinary villager when passing by a village. And while continuing to escape, he pulled out the villager's heart and inserted it into his own body. He took out the heart that was originally in use and stuffed it into the body of the villager, then threw the body of the villager to the side of the road. And after walking for a while, he used the celestial clouds to dig a hole in the ground and buried himself in the hole. Needless to say, this trick really fooled Karen's perception, making Sei Ito and Karen stop beside the body of the villager. Since the heart of an ordinary person is replaced by the heart of an ordinary person, the chakra in Kakuzu's body can't support his movements for long, so his real body should be nearby. Looking at the body on the ground, Sei Ito frowned slightly and said, I see. Karen nodded, closed her eyes, and started a large-scale search. After a while, Sei Ito looked at Karen, who had opened her eyes again, and asked, How is it? About 120 meters away from there, there's a very strange chakra reaction, somewhat similar to the feeling I felt from that person before, Karen said while pointing to the left side of her body. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Let's go and take a look, Sei Ito decided without hesitation and hurried over with Karen. The distance of 120 meters was very short, and it was covered by the two of them. He finished walking in less than 10 seconds. He appeared at the place where Karen had sensed him. After Karen closed her eyes and carefully inspected the area, she opened her eyes again and nodded to Sei Ito with certainty. She pointed at the ground beneath her feet, indicating that the person was there. Ito's eyes' movements were not hesitant. Immediately, he bent over and pressed his hands on the ground. He used his spiritual power to connect to the ley lines in this area. I activated the dragon vein refining technique and pushed the location indicated by Karen out of the ground. In an instant, a huge stone pillar with an area of 5 by 5 rose from the ground. Immediately afterward, the huge stone pillar that rose to the ground suddenly cracked on the side, facing Sei Ito and Karen. A human-shaped object was slowly pushed out of the stone pillar under the push of the soil. This person was Kakuzu, who was hiding here. How did you find me? Kakuzu, who was very weak, looked at Sei Ito and Karen with a gloomy face and asked, Don't you know? She's a perception-type ninja. Sei Ito pointed at Karen and said lightly, I have already replaced my heart. It stands to reason that she shouldn't be able to sense me. Why? Kakuzu looked at Karen and asked. Obviously, he was very concerned about the reason why he was discovered. Because the disgusting feeling from you can't be erased even if you replaced your heart. Karen said with a disgusted expression. Earth's grudge. The expression on Kakuzu's face changed slightly as he whispered to himself. Then he looked at Sei Ito and asked, She shouldn't be an ordinary perception-type ninja. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and confirmed. As for more specific things, Sei Ito didn't want to tell Kakuzu, so after answering Kakuzu's question, he went silent. Now, you will die with me. Kakuzu looked at Sei Ito and Karen silently, and suddenly said loudly. As Kakuzu's voice fell, the earth's grudge in his body completely erupted, forming countless slender tentacles that quickly spread towards Sei Ito and Karen, as well as towards the west. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate and reached out to grab Karen's arm and used instant transmission to disappear from Kakuzu's side and reappeared 500 meters away from where the earth's grudge erupted. This time, the earth's grudge exploded in a frenzy. The twisting tentacles only stopped after spreading for over 100 meters. The tentacles fell to the ground one by one, covering an area of 100 meters around Kakuzu's corpse with a layer of black. The chakra fluctuation disappeared. Karen frowned and said, "And the meaning of this sentence is that Kakuzu is dead and the end of the undead duo." Seito didn't say anything after hearing this. He just walked to the edge of the Earth's grudge with Karen and used a would-release ninjutsu on Kakuzu's body, burial of the tree world. Under the effect of the ninjutsu, several thick branches broke out from the ground where Kakuzu's body was located. They entangled with each other and coiled around Kakuzu's body, gradually contracting until they finally formed a towering tree with a thick trunk, standing tall at the place where Kakuzu died. After that, Seito set fire to the Earth's grudge that had already died, and once again embarked on the road to Guyama City with Karen. Along the way, although there were some guys who wanted to make money to hunt Ito Chungrun, but in terms of strength, they weren't even as strong as Kakuzu and Haiden, so it didn't take much effort for Seito to kill these bounty ninjas one by one. In this way, the infamous Seito became idle again. In this way, it took about 4 days for Seito and Karen to finally step into the area where Guyama City was located. Since the name of this place was Guyama City, the place where the city was built was naturally on the mountain cliffs, so the two climbed the mountain for half a day before they completely stepped into Guyama City. "How is it?" Seito asked Karen beside him. "I didn't detect any chakra comparable to a bijou." Karen shook her head and said, "So, that is to say, the Rokubi's Jinchuriki hasn't appeared here yet." Although he expected it, Seito couldn't help but frown when he heard the news. "It seems that we can only explore on the road while moving towards Kirigakure." Then, Seito said, after making up their mind, the two first rested in Guyama City, then left the city and headed towards Kirigakure according to Seito's plan. On the way forward, Seito and Karen tracked the news of the Rokubi's Jinchuriki through perception detection and intelligence investigation. What's wrong? On this day, Seito, who was walking on the road, suddenly noticed that Karen's expression changed and asked with concern, "There's a huge chakra reaction over there, but the situation is a bit strange. I'm not sure if the other party is the Rokubi's Jinchuriki we are looking for." Karen turned her head and frowned as she looked ahead as if her gaze could penetrate space. "Isn't that simple? Let's go and see." Seito couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Karen naturally didn't object to this proposal, so she turned around with Seito and walked towards the location of the perceived chakra source. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived near the chakra source that Karen perceived. Seito looked around and then focused on two people. The two people, one tall and one short, both wearing a long-brimmed straw hat and a black robe covered with red clouds. But behind the tall man, there was a thick weapon that was about the same length as the tall man. The weapon was wrapped in white bandages and moved as the tall man moved. At this time, Karen also found the two guys who were wearing the same clothes and horns as Haiden. "People." Karen turned to look at Seito and hesitated. "Well, people, and they're my acquaintances." Looking at the backs of the two people, Seito smiled. Probably also felt that they were being watched. The two people who were walking slowly in front suddenly stopped, turned their heads left and right, and looked at the place where Seito was standing. After discovering that it was Seito, they slowly turned around and looked at Seito. "That is Sharingan." Seeing the strange color in the short man's eyes, Karen was stunned. Then she was shocked and asked in a low voice, "Is that guy the Uchiha Itachi that Yoshiko mentioned?" "Yes." Seito nodded slightly and then said to Itachi, "Uchiha Itachi, how about we talk? There seems to be nothing to talk about between us." Itachi replied with a blank expression, "We haven't talked yet. How do you know there is nothing to talk about?" Seito mobilized his spiritual power to create a defensive barrier in his mind and looked at Itachi with a smile. "And I am now a rebellious nin of Konoha like you. Maybe there's a possibility of cooperation between us." Itachi looked at Seito quietly for a while and then said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "It's about the Sharingan." Seito put away the smile on his face and said seriously. After saying that, the scene became quiet again. At the same time, an inexplicable aura began to spread between Ito-sei, Karen, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame. Chapter 1039. P.S. Thank you to Assad Flying Teacher, Tjar, Angstone, Dream Asterisk Star Fate, and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX for your tip. After a few seconds of silence, Itachi looked at Seito and said, "What do you want to say?" "I want the secret ninjutsu of the blood Sharingan in your hands," Seito replied bluntly. Hearing this, Itachi's cold face frowned slightly. "Of course, this is not for me, but for your Uchiha clan," Seito said with a meaningful smile on his face. "The Uchiha clan's affairs will naturally be handled by our Uchiha clan. There's no need for an outsider like you to worry about it," Itachi replied without any trace of politeness. "Although I'm an outsider, if you really want to talk about it, I'm also half an Uchiha. Because among my women, there is also an Uchiha clan member," Ito-sei retorted with a happy expression on his face. This time, Itachi's brows finally frowned. "Itachi, I remember that except for your stupid brother, you seem to have killed everyone in the Uchiha clan. How come there is an Uchiha woman now?" Kisame tilted his head slightly and looked at the silent Uchiha Itachi from the corner of his eyes. "I remember that before I started, there was an invasion in the clan. During that period, a group of branch family members disappeared." Itachi quickly recalled the information about the Uchiha clan in his mind, and then looked at Seito and asked, "Did you do it?" As expected of Itachi. "Your brain is flexible," Seito said with a smile. Then he continued, "Now they have surrendered to me, and one of them has become my woman. So for their sake, I need to get the main family inheritance in your hands. I don't know if you can satisfy me, Itachi. Everyone knows how to say empty words. If you want me to believe you, show me the evidence first." Itachi's mouth twitched slightly. "It's easy to produce evidence, but who knows if you'll kill them to silence them? After all, you have done something that could wipe out an entire clan." Ito-chung looked at Itachi with disdain. "Then there's nothing to say," Itachi replied without hesitation. Just as Itachi and Kisame were about to turn around and leave, Seito suddenly said, "How about this? How about we take Sasuke's life in exchange?" He heard the news about his important younger brother. Itachi's footsteps immediately stopped. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked back at Seito. "Give me your family's secret technique, and I promise not to trouble Sasuke. What do you think?" Seito calmly proposed. "Although it's not easy to find Orochimaru, it's not too troublesome for me to take Sasuke's life from Orochimaru's hands. To increase the bargaining chip," Seito added again. "Just do it." Itachi took a deep look at Ito-sei and nodded. He said lightly, "Let's go." Then he turned around and said to Kisame beside him. Then he launched Body Flicker Jutsu with Kisame, who had a grin on his face, and disappeared. What a cold-blooded guy. Seito, who watched Itachi and Kisame leave, curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression, "But that man is so handsome," Karen said with some infatuation. "Oomph." Seito couldn't help but snort. "But no matter how handsome he is, he's not as good as my dear." Karen, who heard the snort, giggled. She stretched out her arm and held Seito's arm, leaning her body on Seito's body. Seeing this, Ito-sei raised his free arm and gently pinched Karen's nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It seems that I can only start with Uchiha Bido or Black Zetsu," Seito thought to himself as he retracted his arm. Then he put aside his thoughts and meeting Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and once again embarked on the journey to find Rokubi's Jinchuriki with Karen. Only halfway, when passing through a forest, Seito suddenly stopped. "Come out," Seito said loudly under Karen's slightly puzzled gaze. After about 3 or 4 seconds, a cold-faced man wearing a black robe with red clouds, a wide-brimmed straw hat, deep facial marks on both sides of his nose, scarlet eyes, and 3 tomo in each pupil, Uchiha Itachi, walked out from behind a tree. Seeing Itachi suddenly appear, Karen's body immediately tensed up, and she was secretly on guard. "Do you want to make a deal?" Ito-sei, who was also secretly on guard, asked with a calm and unruffled look on his face. "For threats, I like to strangle them in the cradle," Itachi said. As soon as his voice fell, Sei Ito immediately felt a spiritual force invading his mind. Sei Ito understood that this was Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu on him. But when he met Uchiha Ito in the town before, in order to prevent a possible battle, Sei Ito had already set up a spiritual defense barrier in his mind in advance, and with the intention of not wasting his energy after setting it up, he didn't disperse it when he separated from Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, so the Jinjutsu sent by Uchiha Itachi was immediately blocked by the prearranged spiritual barrier. It's just that although Sei Ito was fine, the unguarded Karen beside him was affected. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately raised his hand and put it on Karen's shoulder, encouraging his energy to invade Karen's body, breaking the Jinjutsu with an external force. Karen, who was a little stunned, subconsciously let out a low voice full of doubts. Seeing Sei Ito's behavior, Itachi, who knew that the other party was not affected by his Jinjutsu at all, couldn't help but frown. Despite this, his movements didn't stop at all, and he immediately shook out several shurikens from the sleeves of his robe, holding them between his fingers, and threw them at Sei Ito with the unique throwing method of the Uchiha clan. Sei Ito casually flipped his hand. He also took out several shurikens and used the same method to meet the shurikens. Ding ding dang dang. In an instant, the crisp sound of metal colliding and the continuous sparks appeared in the forest. Bang 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 bang. After the collision, the shurikens rebounded and hit the tree trunk on both sides of Sei Ito and Itachi, making muffled sounds. At this moment, Karen, who was standing next to Sei Ito, suddenly turned around and punched at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was frowning slightly, suddenly disappeared in front of Karen's fist that was about to fall and appeared behind Karen. He reached out and grabbed Karen's shoulder and launched instant transmission, disappearing from the place again. The next moment after the two disappeared, several shurikens were instantly nailed to the ground where Sei Ito and Karen were standing before. Sei Ito, who appeared on the side again, used the ability in his body. Once again, he broke the Jinjutsu for Karen, and then launched instant transmission to send her away from him. Space-time ninjutsu, looking at Sei Ito's method of appearing and disappearing, Itachi said with a dignified expression, "Now, do you still think that I can't kill Uchiha Sasuke?" Sei Ito looked at Itachi and said lightly. Itachi was silent. "I still have the same words. As long as you are willing to hand over the secret ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan in your hands, especially the related ninjutsu after Manjikyu Sharingan, I promise not to touch Sasuke." Sei Ito took the opportunity to say quickly, "Among the branch family members you took away, someone has already evolved Manjikyu Sharingan." Hearing this, Itachi's pupils shrank slightly. Itachi asked, "Not only Manjikyu, but also Eternal Sharingan?" Sei Ito replied with a smile, "You even know about the Eternal Sharingan." Itachi looked deeply at Ito Seiji and said in a low voice, "So, if you still want to leave hope for your clan, hand over the secret ninjutsu. And, with me protecting them, even that guy Ben can't let them go extinct." Sei Ito continued. Hearing Ben's name, the expression on Itachi's face finally changed. He probably didn't expect that Sei Ito would know so much. "Wait for me in Byaku Castle after half a month. Remember to bring the person who opened the eye," Itachi said after a moment of silence. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Sei Ito's reply, his body directly burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the forest. TSK. Looking at the disappearance of Itachi's shadow clone, Ito-sei uttered a sigh without knowing what it meant. Immediately, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and appeared beside Karen, who was sent away from the battlefield before. "Let's go," Sei Ito said to Karen. "Oh." Karen was a little unhappy as she replied in a low voice. Don't think too much. Just pay more attention when facing the Sharingan in the future. Sei Ito, who understood why Karen was like this, couldn't help but comfort her. Even so, I'm still not reconciled. Being played by that guy, with Jinja, Karen said with a look of displeasure. Well, it can't be helped. After all, that guy is one of the top 2 or 3 people in the world in terms of Jinjutsu ability, coupled with the addition of the Sharingan. If I hadn't been prepared in advance, I would have definitely fallen for his Jinjutsu. Seito comforted her with a smile. Then he added with some seriousness, but if he uses Tsukuyami, I don't know if the defenses I set up before can resist it. That powerful? Karen looked up at Seito with a face full of disbelief. It's that powerful. Seito nodded to confirm. At this time, Seito suddenly smiled lightly and said confidently, but no matter how powerful it is, it's still based on the Sharingan Jutsu. As long as you can avoid eye contact, it can still be avoided. Karen's face showed a look of surprise when she heard this. Let's take advantage of this half a month to find the Rokubi. Seito chuckled. Then the two converged their minds and devoted themselves to searching for the Rokubi's Jinchuriki. And because she has already seen Kisame, Karen is no longer confused by the other party's chakra volume. In addition, in the entire Naruto world, there are only a few people who have chakra volume comparable to the Bijou, and now they're basically not in the scope of Konoha, so she's not afraid of the same thing happening again. In this way, after searching the area between the land of fire, the land of water, the land of thunder, and the land of field for more than 10 days, Seito and Karen finally found the Rokubi's Jinchuriki, Yugao, Mo, at the junction of the land of fire and land of thunder. Yugao is a slender young man with a height of about 175 meters. She is wearing a blue bathrobe tied with a red cloth belt around her waist. It was just that he wasn't dressed in the way that was strictly forbidden. Instead, he was like a professional coward. His chest was wide open, and his chest was directly exposed. In addition to his handsome and weak appearance, and his soft black hair that covered his eyes, his entire temperament was very suitable for a cowherd's professional characteristics. At the belt of her bathrobe, 3 or 4 thin green bamboos were inserted there obliquely. Yugao, Seito asked, as if to confirm. Who are you? At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the branch of a big tree, holding a Z-shaped metal copper pipe in her left hand like a small trumpet, gently blowing out a lot of water and casually looking at Seito and Karen as if she was entertaining herself. It seems so. Seito nodded and said. Yugao's eyes changed imperceptibly, becoming somewhat sharp. Seito ignored Yugao's change and nodded to Karen beside him. Karen, who fully understood what Seito meant, didn't hesitate and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave Seito's side, retreating to a safe position in her heart. Seito looked up at the soap floating above and around him, then made a hand seal with one hand and used wind release, scattering flowers dance. In an instant, a whirlwind mixed with a large number of cherry blossoms rose from under Seito's feet, then expanded in the blink of an eye, blowing away the soap floating around his body, clearing out a foam-free area. Then, Seito's whole body flashed with lightning and appeared in front of Yugao, who stood up from the tree when Seito used wind release. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Yugao's neck, then used lightning release to penetrate Yugao's body. Crackle! Amidst the crackling sound, Yugao's hair stood up. Boom! In the next moment, Yugao's body, which was in Seito's hand, exploded like a high explosive. Fortunately, Seito, who had a good feeling in his heart, quickly let go of his hand and retreated, escaping the impact of the explosion by a hair's breadth. But in the next moment, a black shadow instantly rushed to Seito's side, stretched out a dark blue arm to grab Seito's body. Ito-sei, who was still in the state of lightning, flashed and came to the side of the black shadow. He lifted his foot and kicked the black shadow's abdomen heavily, kicking the black shadow's body into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 1040. Puff, 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 puff. The moment the black figure was kicked into the sky, a large amount of liquid with a strong, sour smell splashed down on Sei-Ito like raindrops. Sei-Ito, who did not want the acid to touch his body, tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and immediately retreated from the acid rain like a bolt of lightning. After the acid rain fell to the ground, it immediately corroded the ground, creating deep pits that emitted white light. Itosei, who was out of the range of the acid rain, stomped his feet, and his body immediately rushed to the sky like a cannonball. At this time, he appeared in the sky, revealing the chakra wrapped in 6 tails. Itosei turned his body and heavily kicked Yugao's back in the form of an axe chop. Chi! In an instant, the clear sound of acid corrosion rang in Itosei's ears. At the same time, the lightning energy wrapped around his feet weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Evidently, it had been corroded by the corrosive liquid on Yugao's tailed beast coat. Boom! At the same time, Rokubi, who had suffered a heavy blow, instantly fell to the ground. With a loud bang, a huge pit with a diameter of several meters and a depth of more than half a meter was smashed on the ground. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, covering Yugao's body. In midair, Sei-Ito, who was falling to the ground due to the influence of gravity, quickly raised his hands in front of him and made a hand seal to cast ninjutsu Raitan, 4 pillars binding technique. In an instant, 4 huge granite pillars about 1 meter wide and 3 meters tall broke out of the ground and stood around the crater created by Yugao's attack. At the same time, a large amount of lightning began to flow between the 4 granite pillars. It formed a lightning barrier and connected the 4 granite pillars, turning them into a lightning prison. It emitted lightning rings to stabilize the feather inside. But in the next moment, a huge chakra wave burst out from Yugao, causing her body to undergo a drastic change again. From the original human form that she could barely maintain, she completely turned into a huge slug with 6 tails, bursting the lightning prison created by the 4 pillars binding jutsu. Seeing this, Sei-Ito, who had just landed in front of the giant slug, suddenly split into 5 in midair. One continued to stay in front of the slug and attacked Rokubi. 4 of them scattered in the east, south, west, and north respectively and fell to the ground. Puff! Rokubi, who was enduring Sei-Ito's attack, opened its huge mouth and sprayed a torrent of acid on Sei-Ito's body. Puff! Under the corrosion of the acid, Ito-sei, who was left in front of the slug, immediately burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, summoning the 4 spirits. At this time, except for the words at the beginning, which were slightly different, the rest of the sentence reverberated in the forest without missing a single word. In response to these words, 4 huge energies instantly burst out in the east, south, west, and north directions around Rokubi's body, and then showed the 4 attributes of thunder, fire, water, and wind. In the next few seconds, they changed into the image of an azure dragon, a giant fiery bird, a giant beast entangled with a turtle and a snake, and a white cloud tiger. 4 symbols seal, fire seal. Then, 4 voices sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, the state of the 4 beasts floating in the sky instantly changed, from the original 4 beasts on the same height to the appearance of a firebird on top and 3 beasts on the bottom. Then the 3 beasts scattered and turned into a huge amount of energy that rushed to the 6-tailed slug in the field, tightly wrapping around its body. Then the only one that still maintained its form, the giant vermilion bird, flapped its wings and landed on the head of Rokubi. Whoosh! Like gasoline on fire, the energy surrounding the 6-tailed slug instantly burned, reflecting the brilliance of the giant firebird standing on top of Rokubi's head. Squeak! Under the intense burning of the flame, Rokubi issued a painful scream. Amidst the blood-curdling screeches, the six-tailed beast's body seemed to have evaporated and shrunk inwards rapidly. In the end, it shrank to a height of only 2 meters along with the firebird and the flames. Then, it stopped shrinking because it couldn't shrink anymore. At this time, the Jinchuriki Yugao once again appeared in the flame with his original appearance, and sucked the firebird into his dantian. Plop! The unconscious Yugao fell heavily to the ground. Puff! With a soft sound, 3 of the 4 Sei Ito disappeared in an instant, leaving only Sei Ito's real body. He walked slowly to Yugao's side, waved his hand, and threw her into the Rubik's Cube world. After dealing with Yugao and capturing the Rokubi, Sei Ito breathed a sigh of relief, then used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to appear beside Karen, who was waiting on the side, and quickly left the battlefield with her. Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, accompanied Karen to play in a land of fire for 2 days before sending her back to the Rubik's Cube world and summoning Uchiha Yoshiko to his side. "Senpai," Yoshiko called out, "we are going to see Uchiha Itachi later. Remember to be patient at that time." Sei Ito looked at Yoshiko and said softly. Hearing Itachi's name, and knowing that she would see that person later, Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes immediately changed into the eternal Sharingan, and the hexagonal pupils rotated slightly, showing that Uchiha Yoshiko's heart was not calm at this time. This situation lasted for about 4 or 5 seconds before Yoshiko took a deep breath, turned off the Sharingan, and calmed her emotions. "I understand." Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and agreed. Sei Ito stretched out his hands and gently hugged Yoshiko, kissed her on the forehead, and then took her hand and walked to the place where he and Itachi had agreed to meet. After a while, Sei Ito and Yoshiko arrived at Byako Castle and stopped in an alley near the west wall. Less than 3 minutes after they stopped, Uchiha Itachi, who was still wearing his black robe with red clouds, appeared in the alley and walked step by step towards Ito Seiji and Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the familiar face, Uchiha Yoshiko's emotions became excited again, and her eyes uncontrollably turned into the eternal Sharingan. As soon as he appeared, Itachi's eyes fell on Uchiha Yoshiko. Seeing this, his expression changed slightly, and he completely believed what Ito said before. "This is what you want." Itachi stopped about 5 meters away from Sei Ito, and without any movement, a medium-sized red scroll suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Sei Ito, saying expressionlessly, "Remember your promise. Don't worry, I always do what I say. Since I said I won't touch Sasuke, I won't touch him." Sei Ito, who reached out to take the scroll, didn't look at it and directly threw it to Yoshiko beside him. "As for taking care of the Uchiha clan, even if it's for Yoshiko's sake, I will do it." Sei Ito looked at Yoshiko with a gentle face and continued. Yoshiko heard this, and she didn't know why the Uchiha clan was involved again. Sei Ito smiled at Yoshiko and didn't explain much. "I'll give you a word of advice. You've been targeted. If you don't want to die, be careful," Itachi said lightly. "I'll pay attention to it. It just so happens that I'm also planning to go to Amage Cure to see pain." Sei Ito had already expected that he would be targeted, and even if he wasn't, he would go to Amage Cure later. So, he said indifferently, "The deal has been reached. The next time we meet, we will be enemies, and I won't be merciful," Itachi said. Then, he took a deep look at Uchiha Mikoto, who looked very similar to his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, and at the moment when Uchiha Mikoto was about to open her mouth to speak, his body burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Ito Seiji. This time, Itachi still used a shadow clone technique to meet the two. "He's gone, so let's go." Sei Ito turned his head and said to Yoshiko, "Okay." Yoshiko, who was in a complicated mood, clenched the scroll in her hand and whispered. Then the two left the alley together and strolled around Byaka town to ease Yoshiko's mood. Then, after nightfall, the two checked in at a hotel in Byaka town and prepared to study the secret Jutsu scroll of the Uchiha clan. Just as Yoshiko was about to open the scroll, Sei Ito stopped her and reminded her, Be careful. Maybe that guy added Jinjutsu to the scroll. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded, activated her Sharingan, and unfolded the scroll on the table. In the next moment, a spiritual force spread out from the scroll and instantly invaded Sei Ito and Yoshiko's minds. Sei Ito, who was already prepared, used his spiritual force to imprison, eliminate, and send the invading spiritual force out of his body, eliminating any possible influence. However, Uchiha Yoshiko, who should have been unaffected, closed her eyes with a complicated expression on her face. What's wrong? Seito looked at Yoshiko with concern. That was Itachi's message, mainly explaining to me how to read this scroll and some things to pay attention to when practicing Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Yoshiko shook her head slightly and explained. He is very thoughtful. Seito smiled and said, in that case, I will send you back first and develop your dojutsu according to the method written on the scroll. Chapter 1041. Don't you need me to accompany you? Uchiha Miko asked. We will be together for a long time in the future. 1 or 2 days won't be a problem. Ito Mori stretched out his hand and gently stroked Uchiha Yoshiko's face while saying softly with a funny expression on his face. But your mood today is a bit strange, so I don't recommend you to start practicing dojutsu right away. For the time being, you should focus on studying. Seito continued. Uchiha Yoshiko also understood that speed is not the best way to achieve success, so she nodded and agreed. Seeing that she understood his meaning, Seito smiled at her and sent her back to the Rubik's Cube world. Since there was no beauty by his side, Seito didn't want to stay in the hotel any longer. He paid the bill under the surprised and strange eyes of the hotel owner, walked out of the hotel, and used the Flying Thunder Godjutsu in a corner where no one was looking and disappeared. In the next moment, Ito Sei's figure appeared in a modern house. A woman wearing a purple spaghetti-strap dress with long black hair was sitting on the sofa with a young woman wearing a net one-piece underwear, an orange belt around her waist, and a Konoha ninja forehead protector on her head. She looked very lively and cheerful with short black hair. At this time, seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear, the short-haired woman's expression changed. She used the body flicker jutsu and disappeared from the sofa, instantly appearing behind Sei Ito's body and pressing her kunai against his throat. At the same time, the purple-haired woman on the sofa also rushed forward. After a certain distance, she stopped and turned around, forming a Jinjutsu seal with both hands. It's you? The purple-haired woman's red pupils were full of shock and anger as she looked at Sei Ito with a low voice. Long time no see, Anko. Sei Ito ignored the chilly kuno blade on his neck and greeted the purple-clothed beauty and the short-haired woman behind her with a smile. These two people were none other than Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, and this room belonged to Sei Ito, Kurenai's residence. Don't try to curry favor with me. Tell me, what are you doing sneaking into Konoha? Anko Mitarashi, who was standing behind Sei Ito, pressed her kunai against Sei Ito's neck once more and asked angrily when Sei Ito's skin turned red. Of course I came back to see you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come back to Konoha. Sei Ito hugged Mitarashi Anko's body and said, Don't move around. Anko Mitarashi forced her again. That's enough. Put down your weapons. If I really wanted to do something bad, with the sudden appearance of my hand just now, are you sure that the two of you can take me down? Ito Sei, who was not moved by Anko Mitarashi's words at all, laughed. You could try. Seeing Sei Ito's frivolous actions, Kurenai's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, Do you really want to try? At the same time, a voice sounded. Sei Ito in front of Mitarashi Anko instantly disappeared. He appeared behind Kurenai, who was on guard. He stretched out his arms and hugged her waist, then stuck his head out and opened his mouth to suck on Kurenai's earlobe, and said vaguely, Space-time ninjutsu. Mitarashi Anko and Kurenai's expression changed at the same time. Then, Kurenai, whose body was a little soft from the familiar embrace, had a fierce expression on her face as she lifted her foot to kick Sei Ito's ankle. At the same time, she bent her arm and hit Sei Ito's ribs with her elbow. Sei Ito, who felt Kurenai's action, smiled slightly and used instant transmission to get away from Kurenai's back. He appeared behind Mitarashi Anko and hugged her in the same way as before. He smiled and said, "It's rare for me to come back. Do you want to spend today in battle? You bastard, let go of me." Mitarashi Anko struggled. Sei Ito raised his hand and kneaded Mitarashi Anko's plump breasts, then let go of her and took a step back. Mitarashi Anko, who was seduced again, turned her head and glared fiercely at Sei Ito, but didn't use any ninjutsu to attack. She then walked next to Kurenai, who had put down her hands, and asked him with a displeased expression, "If you really care about Kurenai, or me, as a friend, why did you betray the village? I remember that I left you a letter before I left. Didn't you receive it?" Sei Ito asked the two of them with some doubt. "You said that you left this world and went to another world, and that you would come back to pick us up, and so on. Do you think we're idiots?" Mitarashi Anko said with disdain. "But what I said is true." Sei Ito was quite speechless as he shrugged. "If you want us to believe you, then show us the evidence," Kurenai said coldly. "Okay." Sei Ito thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Seeing Sei Ito agree so readily, Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko became less confident and thought at the same time, "Is what he said true?" While they were deep in thought, Ito-sei had already bypassed the sofa and arrived in front of them. While they were suppressing their desire to attack, Ito-sei stretched out his arms and hugged Kurenai and Anko Matarai's waist. "Because we have to pass through the world barrier, remember not to resist later," Ito-sei said softly. Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko frowned as Sei Ito took them into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared on the land of Continent C. "Now, do you still think that I'm lying to you?" Sei Ito let go of the two of them and pointed to the surrounding buildings that obviously didn't belong to Naruto's world, as well as the endless flow of people and vehicles below. Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, who took in everything in front of her, turned to look at Kurenai and called out. Kurenai, who understood what Mitarashi Anko wanted to ask, frowned and shook her head, indicating that she wasn't affected by Jinjutsu. "Now you believe me." Sei Ito looked at the two of them and smiled. Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko both fell silent and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "In addition, I found a way to remove the influence of your curse from other worlds." Sei Ito then turned to look at Mitarashi Anko and smiled. "Really?" Mitarashi Anko asked with a pleasantly surprised expression. "Really?" Sei Ito smiled and nodded affirmatively. "What do you plan to do after seeing the truth?" Sei Ito asked softly as he reached out and pulled Kurenai's arm into his embrace. "I won't betray the village." Mitarashi Anko looked at Sei Ito and Kurenai, who were hugging each other with a complicated expression, then turned to look at the unfamiliar scenery in front of her and said lightly, "I don't know." Kurenai and Sei Ito's arms said in a tangled tone, "I knew it." Sei Ito sighed with regret. "Let's go, you finally came to a new world. I'll take you around here." Then, Sei Ito restrained the slight disappointment in his heart and took the two of them to a bustling night market street and accompanied them to stroll around. For women, novelty has a strong attraction to them, so after the silence, Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko somewhat recovered and half pretended to be really involved in the fun of shopping. Then, around midnight in Naruto's world, Sei Ito and the other two returned to Kurenai's house. "I'll go first." Looking at the familiar scenery of Kurenai's house, Mitarashi Anko said after a few seconds of silence, "I won't report your return to Hokage for the time being." After saying that, Mitarashi Anko walked quickly to the entrance under the gaze of Sei Ito and Kurenai and disappeared behind the closed door in the blink of an eye. "As compensation for your distrust in me, you have to accompany me today," Sei Ito said to Kurenai with a smile in the room where only the two of them were left. "Who told you to exaggerate so much in your message? It's your own fault for being suspicious." After confirming that Sei Ito didn't lie to her, Kurenai's complicated feelings for him immediately changed, and turned into deep love for her lover who didn't trust her. After hearing his words, her cheeks turned red and her eyes wandered. I don't care. After saying that, Seito leaned over and carried Kurenai in her bedroom, put her on the bed, and leaned over to kiss her. At the same time, Seito's hands were not idle, and he skillfully took off Kurenai's clothes. With Kurenai's cooperation, the two of them quickly took off their clothes and met each other in the open. I'll do it, Kurenai, who wanted to make up for the guilt in her heart for doubting her lover, said, and then gently pushed Seito on the bed and moved her head to Seito's waist and held Seito's kunai and bowed her head. Hiss! Seito, who felt very comfortable, let out a soft hiss. And this was just the beginning. In the following process of pleasure, Kurenai completely showed her mature seduction, as well as the flexibility gained from years of training as a ninja. She was very active and cooperated with Seito's instructions to satisfy his desires. After a long time, the whole process was completely over. It would be great if you do this every day in the future. After the pleasure, Seito held Kurenai's shoulder with one hand and played with her chest with the other. Kurenai rolled her eyes at Seito with a charming expression, as if she was too lazy to talk to him. I forgot just now, are you interested in Enko? Kurenai, who suddenly came back to her senses, stretched out her arm, held Seito's kunai, and looked into his eyes and asked, Of course I'm interested. I'm interested in everyone in the village. For example, Ando R.A., your student Hinata R.A., Hinata's classmate Ino R.A., Sakura R.A., Makei's student Amain R.A., 5th Hokage Tsunade R.A., her secretary Shizen R.A., etc. Ito-sei replied in a joking tone. To be continued. Chapter 1042. You bastard, it seems like you don't want this thing anymore. Hearing Seito's ridiculous words, Kurenai clenched her fists angrily. Are you willing to do that? Ito Mori teased with a wicked face. There's nothing to be reluctant about. Kurenai curled her lips and clenched her fists again. Okay, I'm joking. Cooperating with Kurenai's action, Seito quickly pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy. It's not like you don't know. Even if I really want to do something to them, they have to be willing to do it. Look at your disciple Hinata. All she can think about is Uzumaki Naruto. She can't think about anyone else. The same is true for Sakura Haruno of Kakashiban. She can only think about Uchiha Sasuke. Although Ino of Asuma Squad isn't as infatuated as Sakura Haruno, she still has some fantasies about Uchiha Sasuke in her heart, which can't be erased in a short time. As for Tien, even when I stayed in the village, I didn't have much interaction with her, let alone do anything to her. In order to increase the credibility, Seito explained the relationship between himself and the girls one by one, as well as their respective psychological changes. I didn't know that you know those girls very well. Kurenai said with a smile. Well, I've lived in Konoha for so many years, and I've been in contact with many people, so it's normal to know this. Ito-sei seemed to feel that the more he explained, the more confused he felt. Humph. Kurenai, who didn't think that Seito was really interested in the girls, snorted coldly. She accepted his explanation, then stared sharply at Seito and asked, What about Anko and Shizen? As for the other woman that Seito mentioned before, Kurenai didn't think that anything might have happened between them, so she didn't even bother to ask. Seito shrugged and said, Well, although Anko is usually careless, she's actually very meticulous. For now, even if there's a possibility between us, she will choose to avoid it because of our situation. As for Mute, it's hard to say. She is so focused on Steel Hand that she doesn't seem to have thought about her own affairs at all. At the end of the day, aren't you still interested in the two of them? Kurenai Hong said with dissatisfaction. Fair and graceful lady. It was easy to find a gentleman. Everyone has a love for beauty. Naturally, I am no exception. Ito Mori slightly pulled back his arms and hugged Kurenai Red's body tightly, and said with a smile, I don't care about the Mute, but based on your current situation, you can't do anything about it. It's best if you don't provoke Redbean. Sunset Crimson was silent for a few seconds with a complicated expression. She sighed and said in a low voice, "What about you? Have you thought about it?" Ito Sei, who had calmed down, asked softly, "On one side is my lover, and on the other side is the village that my friends and I live in and love. Honestly, I really don't know what to do." Kurenai retracted her hand that was holding Ito Sei's kunai and put it on Ito Sei's chest. At the same time, she rested her head on his shoulder and said with a painful expression, "It's not that Kurenai didn't think about persuading Sei Ito to stay. And then she and Anko would think of a way to get the fifth Hokage to remove the arrest warrant on Sei Ito and let him return to the village to live with them. But as soon as this idea arose, Kurenai decisively extinguished it. Not to mention that the situation in the village is complicated. Even if the fifth Hokage can successfully remove the arrest warrant on Sei Ito, even if the matter is really successful, his life in the village won't be smooth, and he will be captured and eliminated by the higher-ups for some inexplicable reason. It's not that this hasn't happened in the village. At least during the period when Kurenai became a special envoy, she occasionally heard that some people in the village disappeared inexplicably. And with her understanding of Sei Ito, this isn't something that Sei Ito is willing to accept. Maybe Sei Ito will have a direct conflict with the village, which will make things more difficult for her. Finally, and most importantly, Sei Ito, who can move around in this vast world, is really willing to be restrained in a village with many rules? Then you can come with me, Sei Ito said lightly. Hearing this, Kurenai frowned first, then said with a hesitant look, "Let me think about it." "Okay." Sei Ito turned his head and kissed Kurenai's forehead and said softly. Then Sei Ito chatted with the absent-minded Kurenai for a while. Then he extinguished the fire and hugged Kurenai's warm and smooth body to rest. The next morning, Kurenai woke up early from her sleep. But as soon as she moved, Sei Ito also opened his eyes and woke up. "Morning." Sei Ito kissed Kurenai's lips and said with a smile, "Morning." Seeing that Sei Ito woke up, Kurenai didn't care whether her actions will wake him up or not. After greeting him back, she turned over and sat up on the bed. Then she stood up and went to the bathroom to wash. Not long after, hualala, noises faintly came from the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, Kurenai walked out of the bathroom with only a large white towel wrapped around her body. Her hair was still wet and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At this time, Sei Ito also sat up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash. After a while, Sei Ito, who finished washing and dressing, and Kurenai enjoyed the Japanese-style breakfast together. "What are you going to do later?" Kurenai asked during the meal. "First, I'm going to see Anko, and then if there's no accident, I will probably leave Konoha and go to Amigakure." Sei Ito replied casually. Kurenai Hong's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Are you still going to provoke Hongdo? Did you forget? Didn't I tell you?" There is a way to solve the curse on her body. Sei Ito looked at Kurenai and said with a funny face, "I'm afraid that in addition to helping Anko solve the curse mark problem, you will also do something else." Kurenai looked at Ito Sei and said with some disdain, Sei Ito was directly choked by Kurenai's words, and he didn't know what to say. "It seems that I was right." Kurenai snorted. Then she complained with a dissatisfied look, "I should have known that you were born a big pervert. Otherwise, why would you think of selling women's stockings in Konoha? You must have started to have ideas about the women in the village at that time. Unfortunately, you have already boarded the pirate ship, and you can't get off." Sei Ito shamelessly teased. "Don't forget, I'm a ninja," Kurenai said lightly. "So what if you're a ninja? As long as I don't let go, you can't escape." Sei Ito laughed. Kurenai said softly, "Humph." Kurenai Hong snorted with displeasure. However, she was more satisfied with Sei Ito's tough attitude. At least, she could feel that Sei Ito wasn't the kind of guy who liked the new and hated the old. Both of them tacitly skipped over the topic of Anko Matarai and started chatting about trivial matters that didn't matter to them. Until the meal was over. Kurenai cleaned up the tableware and returned to the bedroom. She walked to the dresser. She reached out and opened a small drawer, picked up a small square box, opened it, and took out a special ring from the box. This was Sei Ito's ring when he was still a Konoha ninja. It was a love ring that he gave to Kurenai. However, after Sei Ito defected, she took it and put it in the box. At first, Kurenai almost threw the ring directly into the river valley. Kurenai hesitated for a few seconds, then put the ring back in a box and put it back in the drawer. Kurenai wanted to take out the ring and put it back on. But when she thought about what kind of people her companions were, she didn't want to arouse unnecessary suspicion. She walked out of the bedroom and put on her shoes at the entrance. "I'm leaving." Kurenai, who put on her shoes, turned to look at Sei Ito and said, "Then let's kiss goodbye. After all, I have to leave later." Sei Ito walked in front of Kurenai, stretched out his arms and hugged her waist, looked down at Kurenai's crimson eyes, and chuckled. After that, he lowered his head and kissed Kurenai's lips with red lipstick and stretched out his tongue to entangle with hers. During the kiss, Kurenai also stretched out her arms and hugged Sei Ito's neck and cooperated with him. After a while, Kurenai, who separated from Sei Ito again, took 2 light breaths, looked at Sei Ito again, then turned around and left the house, disappearing behind the gradually closing door. Sei Ito licked his lips with his tongue. With a look of reminiscence on his face, he stretched out his feet and put on his shoes, then launched instant transmission to leave Kurenai's house and appeared on the street of Konoha. He used transformation jutsu to change into someone else's appearance and walked to Mitarashi Enko's house. In the chat with Kurenai last night, Sei Ito already knew that Mitarashi Enko was on guard duty last night, so she would definitely rest at home during the day, so he was not afraid that his visit would be in vain. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito successfully arrived at Mitarashi Enko's house and reached out to ring the doorbell. Ding dong! Who is it? Soon, Mitarashi Enko's impatient voice full of irritation and unhappiness came from behind the door. "Ah!" Immediately afterward, with a soft sound, Sei Ito saw Mitarashi Enko, who was barefoot. Her beautiful legs were completely exposed, although she was wearing a white shirt, but the buttons above the chest were completely open, revealing most of her breasts and cleavage. Her short black hair was a little messy, and her face was full of unhappiness and tiredness. "Who are you?" Looking at the strange man in front of her, Mitarashi Enko frowned and asked vigilantly, "Who are you waiting for? Of course it's me." Sei Ito raised his hand and touched his face, revealing his original appearance with a smile. Seeing that it was Sei Ito, Mitarashi Enko's face immediately changed, and without thinking, she stretched out her arm and grabbed Sei Ito's arm, pulled him into the room, and quickly closed the door. "You're crazy. Swaggering in the village. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Umbu?" Mitarashi Enko angrily questioned. "As expected of my good Enko, you know how to care about me." Sei Ito stretched out his hand and lightly touched Mitarashi Enko's cheek, and while gently stroking it, he teased, "Get lost. If you want to touch, go touch your own Enko." Mitarashi Enko unhappily waved her hand away, Sei Ito's hand, and cursed. After saying that, she walked around Sei Ito in front of her and walked towards the living room. Jealous of La? Or envious of La? But before Mitarashi Enko could walk away, Ito-sei suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed her arm. He gently pulled Mitarashi Enko into his arms and hugged her. He lowered his head and smiled at her. "Don't talk nonsense. Who would be envious of a guy like you?" Mitarashi Enko curled her lips. Seeing this, Sei Ito faintly smiled and suddenly lowered his head and kissed Mitarashi Enko's slightly opened lips. Under her astonished expression, he stretched out his tongue and tangled it with hers. After the initial shock, Mitarashi Enko, who had recovered from her shock, fiercely shook off Sei Ito's kiss, and with a somewhat complicated expression, she shouted angrily, "Are you worthy of Red doing this? Before I came here, I already told Red." Sei Ito vaguely replied. As for what exactly he said, he let Mitarashi Enko guess it herself. Sure enough, After hearing this, Mitarashi Anko really thought too much. She was very confused about her good friend Red's thoughts and didn't understand what Red meant. In the end, Mitarashi Anko, who didn't understand, asked in a low voice, "What does Red mean? I've already come here. What else could it mean?" Seito took a step forward and stood in front of Mitarashi Anko, and while pulling open her white shirt, revealing the curse mark on her shoulder, he continued to answer in an ambiguous manner. "What are you doing?" Mitarashi Anko, who felt a chill on her body, asked with a frown. However, she indeed didn't dodge and allowed her left chest to be exposed. "Naturally, I'm admiring your body," Seito said ambiguously, and at the same time, he deliberately stretched out his tongue and licked Mitarashi Anko's shoulder that had the curse mark on it. "You better be honest with me first. Tell me clearly, what does Red mean?" Mitarashi Anko slightly pushed Seito away and stared at him without blinking, and asked with a frown. "Red didn't object to me bringing you home, but she felt that now wasn't the right time, so she didn't want me to provoke you and give you more trouble." Seito shrugged as he spread his hands in front of him. Chapter 1043. Since Kurenai said so, why did you still provoke me? Anko Mitarashi, who understood Kurenai's meaning, was silent for a while before she spoke in a low voice. "Because I'm a pervert." Seito chuckled. "I'm being serious with you," Mitarashi Anko said loudly with a dissatisfied expression. "Because I don't want you to feel bad," Seito said seriously with a calm expression. Then he chuckled and teased. "After all, I'm your first love. No matter what, I have to let you have a perfect ending." Anko Mitarashi, who fell silent after hearing Seito's answer, immediately shouted angrily, "You bastard, go die!" "Shadow Snake Hand." Anko Mitarashi raised her arm, and 4 or 5 black snakes shot out from her sleeves, opening their mouths to bite Seito's body. Seito smiled when he saw this, and disappeared from the front of the Shadow Snake Hand's attack, appearing in front of Anko Mitarashi. He stretched out his arms and hugged Anko Mitarashi's body, and with a kick of his feet, both of them fell onto the sofa in the living room, pressing Anko Mitarashi under his body. Then, Seito lowered his head and kissed Anko Mitarashi's lips again. Anko Mitarashi subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. Anko Mitarashi, who had a bold personality to begin with, completely let go at this time, and took the initiative to cooperate with Seito's kiss. "You actually used such a powerful space-time ninjutsu to bully a woman. If other ninjas knew about this, they would curse you. I wonder how many people will be cursing you from the ground." After a moment, Anko Mitarashi, who had separated from Ito Seiji, said sarcastically, "Techniques are meant to be used. As for whether to use them in battle or in daily life, it's up to the individual. In any case, I don't think there's anything wrong with using techniques so flexibly." Seito covered Mitarashi Anko's exposed breasts with one hand and gently kneaded and played with them while retorting indifferently, "Let go. I don't intend to accept you yet." Anko Mitarai raised her head and glanced at Seito's mischievous palm as she spoke. "You're already like this, yet you're still so stubborn. You really don't mean what you say." After stroking Seito a few more times, he withdrew his hand and sat up. She didn't even bother to tidy her clothes. Anko Mitarashi laughed as she sat up from the sofa. "Take off your clothes," Seito said. "Don't try to get too close." Anko Mitarashi's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as she threatened. "What nonsense are you thinking? I'm telling you to take off your clothes because I'm going to solve the problem of your curse. You idiot." Seito said snappily. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Anko Mitarashi stared at Seito angrily as she questioned him. "Who's the one answering? Who is it?" Ito curled his lips. "Bastard. I won't forgive you," Anko Mitarashi said frantically. She immediately pounced at Seito again. With Seito's body, Anko Mitarashi naturally couldn't succeed. However, she wasn't willing to give up just like that, so she chased after Seito relentlessly in the room. At the same time, Anko Mitarashi continuously used close-range combat skills such as Hidden Shadow Shooter, Kunai Projectile, and Anko Mitarashi, who was dodging all over the place. Just like that, the two of them messed around in the room for more than 10 minutes. After destroying most of the things in the room, Anko Mitarashi finally stopped. My room. Mitarashi Anko completely ignored her body that was completely exposed and only looked at the messy environment around her as she went crazy. You'll be responsible for all the damages. Anko Mitarashi suddenly turned her head to look at Sei Ito and declared, "Why should I? Didn't you destroy everything?" Sei Ito said while rolling his eyes, "Not only did you see and touch my body, you even kissed my lips. If you don't take responsibility, then who will?" Anko Mitarashi replied, as if it was a matter of course. "Okay, I'll take responsibility for all the damages." Sei Ito was stunned for a moment, but he simply nodded and agreed. Anko Mitarashi nodded in satisfaction after seeing Sei Ito agree. She began to take off her white shirt, exposing her body that was only wearing a pair of light yellow underwear, to Sei Ito. "What should I do next?" Anko Mitarashi asked Sei Ito without hesitation, except for her cheeks that were slightly red at the beginning. "You don't need to do anything, just endure the pain," Sei Ito said as he slowly walked in front of Anko Mitarashi. "Just pain? That's too simple," Anko Mitarashi said with an indifferent expression. "I hope you still have the strength to say that later," Sei Ito said softly as he took out a writing brush and prepared cinnabar. Then, under Anko Mitarashi's confused gaze, he dipped the writing brush in cinnabar and began to draw on Anko Mitarashi's shoulder. After a while, a ceiling formation similar to the evil ceiling formation that Anko Mitarashi remembered appeared on her shoulder, surrounding the 3 pitch-black jade runes in the center. Then, Sei Ito returned the cinnabar and writing brush to the space, and took out a Taoist evil punishing talisman. "It's about to start. Endure it," Sei Ito said to Anko Mitarashi as he covered the talisman on the seal. "Come." Anko Mitarashi nodded with a firm expression. Sei Ito didn't waste any more words and immediately activated the talisman in his hand. In an instant, the talisman covering Anko Mitarashi's shoulder suddenly lit up. Then, it started burning without any fire. Then, the slowly burning crimson flame was like a living insect that drilled into the inside of the talisman. The next moment, Anko Mitarashi opened her mouth and let out an extremely painful scream. However, Mitarashi Anko obviously did not want to be the only one to suffer the pain. So, after shouting, Mitarashi Anko immediately reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's arm. She opened her mouth and bit down on it. Looking at Anko Mitarashi's complacent expression that was quickly drowned by the pain, Sei Ito was completely speechless. However, at this moment, as the flame completely drilled into the seal and burned it red, the formation that Sei Ito had drawn on Anko Mitarashi's shoulder in advance also began to move. The strange runes written on it were like little insects and scrambled to drill into the red seal. Ugh! Anko Mitarashi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from her throat due to the intense pain. This burning state lasted for about 2 minutes and then ended with a miserable scream that sounded like an auditory hallucination and slowly began to return to normal. Phew! Anko Mitarashi, who had finally finished enduring, felt her legs go soft and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately stretched out his hands and took Anko Mitarashi into his arms and brought her to the only intact bedroom in the room. "That voice just now, you heard it, right?" Anko Mitarashi, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, asked Sei Ito, who was sitting on the edge of her bed. "Yeah." Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. Then, he covered Anko Mitarashi with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold, while looking at the somewhat silent Anko Mitarashi and said softly, "From now on, you will no longer be affected by the seal and can even use its power as you wish, making it your trump card." Anko Mitarashi's eyes moved, but she didn't say anything. "Well, you have a good rest. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you next time." Sei Ito first leaned over and kissed Anko Mitarashi's forehead, and said softly, "You're not going to take me with you?" Anko Mitarashi, who thought of something, looked at Sei Ito, who was about to stand up and leave, and asked, "If I really had to take you with me, would you be willing to go with me?" Turning around, he looked down at Anko Mitarashi on the bed and asked softly. Anko Mitarashi opened her mouth, but didn't say anything for a long time. But in this case, even if he didn't answer, it was no different from answering. Seito smiled slightly and used instant transmission to disappear from Anko Mitarashi's eyes. Seito, who appeared on the street of Konoha, first stood in place, tilted his head in thought, then used instant transmission to disappear again, and appeared on the top of Hokage's office building, then jumped down from the roof and went in through an open window. Ooh! In the next second, a woman's voice sounded in Seito's ears. But then, the tone of the woman's voice changed, and she shouted again. "It's you. Yo, long time no see, Shizun, Steel Hand." Seito ignored Shizun, who was in an attack posture, and aimed the poison arrow at himself, and greeted the two women in the room. "You actually dare to come back. Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" The blonde woman, Steel Hand, who was wearing black pants, a short gray bathrobe, and a green coat, looked at Seito and said in a stern voice, "It's not easy for me to come back. Don't fight and kill as soon as you see me." Seito said with a helpless expression. "Why did you come back?" Steel Hand asked with a completely different meaning. "It's not a big deal, just to tell you to be careful. Iwagakure and Kumogakure may be a little unstable recently." Seito replied with a slightly serious expression. "What do you mean?" Steel Hand frowned and asked. "Iwagakure's Gobi Jinchuriki, Kumogakure's Nibi Jinchuriki, and Kumogakure's Nibi and Hachibi Jinchuriki have been captured. Although they won't announce it to the public, they will definitely do something secretly. Although I am now a traitor of Konoha, you, Shizun, and some others are still in this village. I don't want to see you get hurt." Seito explained with a smile. Chapter 1044. How did you know such secret information? The cautious Steel Hands questioned. "It's very simple, because the person who took them away was me." Seito replied with a big smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to have grown to this point." Steel looked up and down at Seito and said in a deep voice. Then he asked again, "Why are you doing this?" "Because it's necessary," Seito said lightly. "Since it's necessary, then presumably your goal should not only be the 3 Jinchuriki, but also the other Jinchuriki." Steel looked at Seito with a sneer on his face and said, "Indeed." Seito nodded casually to confirm. "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Seeing Seito admit it so straightforwardly, Steel was stunned at first. Then he said lightly, "I won't be your enemy." Seito shook his head slightly and looked at Steel with a firm expression. "Judging from what you're doing now, we are destined to stand on the opposite side." Steel shook his head and said, "If those elders are looking for trouble, I can help you get rid of them," Seito said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Steel Hand's mind moved, thinking about whether he should cooperate with Ito Sei and let him kill the elders of the Elders' Council, especially Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, these 3 old farts. Steel Hand-sama. Shizun, who was afraid that Steel Hand would make a mistake, quickly called out, "Shizun, Konoha's Steel Hand is the Hokage now. If the elders are too arrogant, Steel Hand will be overthrown." Without waiting for Steel Hand to speak, Seito turned to look at Shizun and said with a smile. Of course, these words were a bit alarmist. With Steel Hand's status as one of Konoha's first generation, second generation, third generation disciple, one of the 3 Sannin, and a master in the medical field, even if the elders were arrogant, it was impossible for them to completely control Steel Hand. At most, they could use other ways to restrict Steel Hand's hands and feet, so that they could better control Konoha's power. "Stop talking nonsense, you traitor of Konoha. Are you trying to sow discord between me and the Elders' Council? Don't even think about it." He still didn't give her a chance to speak. Steel Hand shouted righteously. However, Seito didn't care what she said. There were other hidden meanings within. "Then pretend I didn't say anything." With an ambiguous smile on his face, Ito blinked and replied. At the same time, he took out an iron plate with Flying Thunder God's positioning tactic and quietly sent it into Steel Hand's lapel with his teleportation ability. Suddenly feeling a chill in his chest, Steel Hand's expression changed. He stared deeply at Ito. A look of surprise and fear flashed through his eyes. "Okay, I've finished my words. I'm leaving," Ito said with a smile on his face. After that, he bent his legs and stepped on the window frame, making a gesture of preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" At this moment, suddenly, Shizun shouted and shot the poisonous arrow on her arm at Ito. "Shio!" The sharp poisonous arrow shot in front of Ito in an instant. But the speed of the poisonous arrow was fast. Ito's speed was faster. Before the poisonous arrow was about to hit him, Ito's figure had already disappeared from the window, making the poisonous arrow shot by Shizun hit empty air. "Steel Hand, Sama, do you want to issue a pursuit alert?" Shizun turned her head and asked Steel Hand beside her. "No need." Steel Hand shook his head and said, then lowered his head and raised his left hand, putting his palm into his lapel and fumbling. A few seconds later, as Steel Hand's palm pulled out, a 3 by 3 centimeters square iron plate with other patterns engraved on the surface appeared in her palm. "This is Flying Thunder God Jutsu." Looking at the familiar pattern on the iron plate, Steel Hand frowned and murmured, "Steel Hand, Sama, this is..." Shizun, who also saw the iron plate in Steel Hand's hand, asked with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." Steel Hand clenched his palm, put away the iron plate, and then replied as if nothing had happened. Seeing Steel Hand's behavior, Shizun also understood what this meant. She tactfully put away the curiosity in her heart and continued to be her full-time secretary. On the other side, Ito, who left the Hokage office building, also extinguished the idea of leaving Konoha immediately. He jumped to the top of the Hokage cliff and sat down on one of the heads of the Hokage portraits. He looked at the thriving Konoha village under his feet, which had begun to decay in the power struggle, and was in a daze. Either he was bored and in a daze, or his real body entered the magic cube world to study the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Yoshiko. A day passed in a blink of an eye, and it was a starry night. Feeling that it was almost time, Ito didn't hesitate and immediately launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared. And then in the next second, he appeared in an ancient Nipponese building with a very aristocratic style. Sure enough, it's the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Looking at Ito, who suddenly appeared, Steel Hand took off his coat, wearing only black pants and a gray sleeveless jacket, and said faintly, "Where is Shizun?" Ito, who sat down directly, first looked at the surrounding environment and asked after he didn't find Shizun. "I sent her away," Steel Hand said. "Also, this kind of thing is really not suitable for her to hear, although she will guess it afterward." Ito heard Steel Hand and chuckled. Then he slightly put away the smile on his face and looked at Steel Hand's bright face with a serious face and said, "But you really changed. Before this, I don't think anyone would have thought that you were in a mood to deal with the elders." Steel Hand sighed with a face full of emotion and didn't speak. "What do you want to do?" After a pause, Steel Hand looked at Ito seriously and asked, "In order to be with you forever, I need to get this world." Ito looked at Steel Hand and said, "Don't joke," Steel Hand said with a dissatisfied frown. "I'm not joking. If I wasn't interested in you, why would I treat you like that in the world constructed by Jinjutsu?" Ito retorted with a smile. Hearing Ito's words, Steel Hand's mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the Battle of Sannin. She was affected by hemophobia and was molested by Ito in the Jinjutsu world constructed by Ito. Immediately, Steel Hand's heart was angry, and chakra erupted all over his body as he half knelt on the tatami and punched Ito. Ito, who was motionless, stretched out his right arm and blocked Steel Hand's fist with his palm. Then, he used Taiji Fist and skillfully diverted the power of Steel Hand's fist to all parts of his body and resisted it with his own energy. Huh. In this way, other than the wind from the fist blowing up Ito Seiji's clothes, Ito Seiji's body and the objects around him were not affected by the impact at all. Although Steel Hand didn't punch with all her strength, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Sei Ito easily blocked her monstrous fist. At this time, Sei Ito clenched his fist and pulled Steel Hand's body in front of him. He stretched out his left arm and hugged her waist, pressing her into his arms. "I like to do what I say," Sei Ito said vaguely with Steel Hand's earlobe in his mouth. "Ah!" Steel Hand, whose earlobe was attacked, shouted angrily and struggled fiercely. "Kacha!" At this time, a crisp sound was heard, and a large number of wood chips splashed in all directions. Only half of the wooden figure with a human lower body was left on the ground where Sei Ito was originally sitting. "Pa!" Then, a soft sound was heard again in the room. Plop! Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared behind Steel Hand, hit her with his palm. Steel Hand's upper body fell heavily on the ground, as if she was a newborn child who hasn't learned how to control her body. Her limbs swept randomly. This is one of the medical ninjutsu that Steel Hand taught to Sei Ito, Flickering Rush. It's a ninjutsu that converts chakra into electronic signals and sends them into the enemy's body, destroying the enemy's nerve conduction signals, making the enemy unable to effectively control their body. "Really, your temper is still so bad," Sei Ito, who squatted beside Steel Hand and helped her sit in a cross-legged position, shook his head and said with a chuckle. Steel Hand, who was temporarily unable to speak due to Flickering Rush, glared at Sei Ito with fire in her eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito once again reached out and touched around Steel Hand's neck, restoring the normal transmission of nerve conduction signals above her neck. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed Steel Hand's hands, looked at her, and said softly, "Steel Hand, help me get this world. I'm not interested in cooperating with a madman." If it weren't for the fact that her body was temporarily out of control, Steel Hand, who wanted to pull her hands back, said loudly, I'm not a madman. So listen to my plan," Sei Ito said while playing with Steel Hand's soft hands. Then, Sei Ito said the real number of tailed beasts in his hands. That is to say, except for the Kyubi and the Ichibi, the other 7 tailed beasts have all fallen into my hands. Sei Ito looked at Steel Hand, whose expression changed slightly, and said lightly, "And the villages where these 2 tailed beasts are located are Konoha and Wind Village, and they are 2 countries in the alliance. What if after a while, the 3 villages of Rock, Mist, and Cloud discover that all the villages have lost tailed beasts, but only Konoha and Wind Village haven't lost any tailed beasts? Do you know how many people will be killed by this?" Steel Hand, who thought of the serious consequences arising from this, looked at Sei Ito sternly and questioned him. "I know, but even without me, this kind of thing will happen, and it will happen more seriously than now, and I'm just triggering this result in advance and executing it in the best direction," Sei Ito said without changing his expression. Chapter 1045. P.S. Thanks to Red Moon Lily for her precious monthly votes, and thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their awards. High-quality updates are coming. You should have heard of the organization Akatsuki, right? Sei Ito didn't wait for Tetsuyu to refute. As soon as the name Akatsuki came out, Tetsu, who always had anger in her eyes, frowned. Obviously, she has heard of this organization, and she also has an understanding of this organization. Akatsuki is an elite organization formed by a group of S-class felons who defected from various ninja villages. There are a total of 10 members, and 3 of them are people you know. They are the puppeteer of the original Sand Village, Sasori, Konoha's defected ninja, Uchiha Itachi, and one of the 3 people who are as famous as you, Orochimaru. Sei Ito looked at Tetsu, whose expression kept changing with his statement, and said softly, "Orochimaru is also a member of Akatsuki?" Tetsuyu frowned and asked, "Originally, but now he has defected, and is currently avoiding the pursuit of Akatsuki. Seito replied. In addition, among the members of Akatsuki, there are old monsters who used to be in the same period as Hashirama, Kakuzu, the remnants of the destroyed evil god sect, Haiden, Kirigakure's defected ninja who invaded Konoha with Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, one of the seven swords Iwagakure's disciple, Deidara, who uses explosion-release ninjutsu, and Zetsu, who is responsible for collecting information. Seito, who once again brought the topic back to the topic, continued to introduce the members of Akatsuki. Who were the other two people? Seeing Seito suddenly stop talking, Tetsuya asked. Jiraiya's apprentice. Two of the three you have seen in Shinobi World War III. Seito said with a wicked smile on his face. The time between World War III and the present was neither too long nor too short, but after all, 13 or 14 years had passed. In addition, when Jiraiya accepted Nagato, Konin, and others as apprentices, Steel Hand and Orochimaru had already left. Steel Hand really couldn't remember who the so-called three teenagers were for a while. But these are not important for you and me. The most important thing is the name of the actual controller behind Akatsuki organization. Itose paused for 3 or 4 seconds to let Steel Hand recall, and said again. Hearing this, Steel Hand, who was completely attracted by the information about Akatsuki, immediately looked up at Seito with a puzzled look in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, Seito said. High-quality updates are coming impossible. That guy should be dead by now. Steel Hand, who fully understood the significance of this name, to Konoha and even to the ninja world, said loudly. Even Kaku, who was at the same time as Hashirama, appeared in Akatsuki. Why can't Madara, who was Hashirama's opponent, live until now? Seito asked without hesitation. As soon as this statement came out, Steel Hand's expression immediately froze. Steel Hand frowned and fell silent. And I can tell you very clearly that the purpose of Uchiha Madara's establishment of Akatsuki is to collect bijou and then launch a war on the entire ninja world to fulfill his ambition. Seito once again told Steel Hand a piece of shocking news. Now, you understand. Pausing for a few seconds, Seito said softly, this is just your side of the story. I have no interest in cooperating with a dangerous guy like you. Although he was already convinced in his heart, he still thought from the Hokage's standpoint. Steel Hand, who took a deep breath to calm down, refused without hesitation. That's a pity. Seito let go of Steel Hand, who had been holding and playing with her hand since the beginning of the conversation, and sighed. Then he stretched out his right hand and pinched Steel Hand's chin and kissed Steel Hand's lips fiercely. Steel Hand, who could only move her head, subconsciously shook her head and struggled. However, the strength of the head movement was completely inferior to the force of Seito's palm. So until the end of the kiss, Steel Hand couldn't really get rid of it. This kiss is the reward for hiring me to assassinate those old guys. I hope that after you completely control Konoha, you won't do anything to make me sad. Itose leaned over and gently stroked Tetsujin's cheek with his palm and said with a chuckle. After that, he patted Steel Hand's neck with one hand, and while removing the flickering body technique, he left a flying thunder god on Steel Hand's body, and then without waiting for Steel Hand to regain control of her body, he launched instant transmission and disappeared from Steel Hand's eyes. Damn it! Steel Hand, who regained control of her body, cursed angrily and punched the ground in front of her. Boom! Under the bombardment of the monstrous strength fist, the ground in front of Steel Hand was immediately hit by her fist, creating a huge hole. Steel Hand-sama. Hearing the sound, Shizun's concerned voice immediately came from outside the door. I'm fine. Steel Hand, who was holding back her anger, replied impatiently. Then he suddenly remembered something and shouted at the door. Shizun! Wow! Steel Hand-sama. Shizun, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately opened the horizontal door and appeared in the room. High-quality update. Go and find Kakashi, Steel Hand ordered as he pulled out his arm as if nothing had happened. Yes. Shizun glanced at the hole in the ground in the room. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and immediately responded. Then she turned and left the room and quickly went to the village to find Kakashi. On the other side, Ito-sei, who used instant transmission to leave the house, moved very quickly. Relying on the information he had as a medical ninja in Konoha, he quickly rushed to Hamura's house. In less than 10 seconds, Sei Ito arrived outside Hamura's house. Standing in a dark corner, Ito-sei took a deep breath, closed all the pores on his body, and sent the energy in his body back to his dantian. He reduced his heartbeat and let his life aura enter the lowest stage, so as not to expose himself in the next dive. After all, although Hamura was old, he was still the leader of the team. There was no need to doubt his strength. It was very likely that if he didn't pay attention, this old guy would find some clues and effect the assassination. A few seconds later, Ito-sei, who was in a weakened state like a hibernating animal, suddenly jumped over the outer wall of the house like a bird and entered the courtyard of the mansion. As one of the most powerful people in Konoha, his house was naturally not small. It was a large classical Japanese-style building with a rockery, a courtyard, and a gurgling stream. More than a dozen ninjas and direct umbu guards were stationed in every corner of the courtyard. The courtyard was like an iron barrel, leaving almost no blind spots. Ito-sei, who was hiding in the grass, quickly looked at the environment in the courtyard and determined the location of the main room according to the layout of the Japanese-style building. Then, he launched instant transmission and disappeared from the spot without any secret sentry. He appeared in the master bedroom that he had decided on. Sei Ito estimated that no one would enter Konoha to assassinate him. There was no second disguise in the master bedroom. Midokado Hamura, who was wearing a gray kimono, was kneeling in the middle of the room with an unknown scroll in his hand, quietly looking at the light. Seeing this rare opportunity, Ito-sei immediately spread out his spiritual force and cast Genjutsu on Hamura Midokado, who was still unaware of his surroundings. Midokado Hamura was unknowingly trapped in an environment created by Genjutsu. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed again and instantly appeared behind Midokado Hamura. His hand was covered with wind energy, and he chopped at Hamura's neck. When his hand was about to touch Hamura's neck, Hamura immediately became alert. But before he could do anything, Sei Ito's sharp hand chopped at his neck. Poof! With a soft sound and the sound of blood spurting out, Mito Minoto's head flew out of his body and fell to the ground beside him. Boom! After confirming Hamura's death, Sei Ito didn't pay attention to how much world force he had obtained. After sprinkling some medicinal powder to cover the smell of blood, he immediately used instant transmission to leave the room. He rushed to Koharu's residence in the middle of the night. He wanted to assassinate Koharu before the alarm sounded. Ito-sei, who had teleportation, still took less than 10 seconds to arrive at Koharu's residence. Because Ito-sei was used to going to bed early, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, the assassination went smoothly. There was no resistance, and Koharu was sent to meet Midokado Hamura and Sandame, her two former teammates. Ito-sei, who had some emotions in his heart, sighed silently. After sprinkling some powder to cover up the smell of blood, he didn't stay any longer. He left Koharu's bedroom and rushed to the stronghold of Root. As a person who always lived in the dark, Danzo's residence was just a decoration. His real bedroom had always been inside Root's headquarters. It wasn't easy to find him like Koharu and Hamura. So, after arriving at Root's headquarters, Sei Ito directly appeared next to a shadow sentinel and used Genjutsu to control him. Take me to Danzo. Sei Ito, who had transformed into a shuriken and hid in the Umbu's body, directly ordered the shadow sentinel with his telepathy. The Umbu who received the order didn't say anything. He directly used instant transmission to leave his post and move to Danzo's hiding place. But halfway there, he was intercepted by two other Umbu members of Root. Signal, one of the Umbu said coldly. Sensei, the controlled Umbu replied in a low voice. Reason, the other Umbu asked. We have important information to report to Danzo-sama. The other Dark Squad member quietly observed the dark squad member who was under the illusion for 3 to 4 seconds. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious on him, another dark squad member followed him and continued to move into the inner part of the building. During this process, the controlled dark unit was intercepted several times before they finally reached the end of the journey. They entered a small, dark room with no windows and only a few candles for illumination. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, Danzo appeared in the small room in his usual black and white kimono. "What's the matter?" Danzo, who was sitting on a main seat, looked coldly at the Umbu kneeling on the ground. Reporting to Danzo, the controlled Umbu bowed his head and said respectfully. But before he could finish his words, the controlled Umbu suddenly stood up and threw 4 or 5 shurikens at Danzo. Humph! In the face of this sudden attack, Danzo's face turned cold, and with a cold snort, he took out a shuriken and waved it in front of him. A light blue wind energy visible to the naked eye instantly rushed out of the shuriken and cut off the incoming shuriken. Puff! Danzo used his special shuriken to cut the shurikens flying towards him in half. With a soft sound, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. He waved his hand and summoned celestial clouds to meet Danzo's special shurikens. The moment the two collided, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. Danzo's special shuriken was immediately cut in half by Tungyun's katana, and it went straight towards Danzo's hand. Seeing this, Danzo immediately threw away the remaining half of his shuriken and used instant transmission to escape from celestial clouds. At this time, the Umbu member who was controlled by Danzo suddenly appeared in front of Danzo and used taijutsu to attack him. Although Danzo only has one hand, his taijutsu is not bad at all. He easily resisted the attack of the Umbu controlled by Jinjutsu. He was ready to call someone to capture the enemy. But before he could say anything, Ito-sei, who used instant transmission to appear on the right side of his body, had already stabbed the tip of Tion Songyun towards his head. On the right side of Sei Ito's body, Danzo didn't want to die like this. He closed his mouth and cleverly met the Umbu's attack. Taking advantage of the opponent's strength, he dodged Sei Ito's attack. Sei Ito wasn't discouraged. He directly stepped forward and once again appeared beside Danzo and swung his sword at Danzo's head. Danzo lowered his body and dodged Sei Ito's attack. His left arm was on the ground, his right foot was stretched out, and he turned around to sweep Sei Ito's legs. Perceiving the situation under his feet, Sei Ito sneered. First, he quickly lifted his foot to avoid Danzo's leg. Then, without waiting for Danzo's other leg to kick, he lifted his leg again and stepped on Danzo's leg. Kacha! Boom! Danzo's leg was instantly crushed by Tensu's kick, and a large crack appeared on the solid ground. As a result, the originally hidden sneak attack was no longer hidden. At the same time, the two Umbu who were originally guarding the door immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. Chapter 1046. Kill them for me. Danzo endured the pain from his leg and ordered the two Umbu who rushed in. The two Umbu who received the order didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used the body flicker jutsu to rush towards Sei Ito and the Umbu under his control. Humph! Sei Ito coldly snorted and quickly swung his celestial clouds sword towards Danzo's broken leg. With a muffled sound, celestial clouds sword instantly cut through Danzo's broken leg, completely separating his calf from his thigh. Danzo couldn't help but scream due to the severe pain from his broken leg. Immediately after that, Sei Ito, who cut off Danzo's leg, flashed and disappeared from the Umbu's attack, and then suddenly reappeared behind the Umbu who was attacking him and swung his sword towards the Umbu's body. Puff! With a soft sound, a large amount of blood sprayed out from the Umbu's back. Ito-sei didn't dodge the blood that splashed over. He directly kicked out with his foot, using his full strength to kick the lumbar spine of the Umbu who had a knife wound on his back and send him flying. Kacha! In midair, a crisp sound of bone cracking came from the Umbu's lumbar spine. Wind release, true void wave. At some point, Danzo's arm was wrapped with medical bandages, and his arm was shackled with a huge wristlock. He quickly made several hand seals, opened his mouth, and spat out a straight sharp wind blade at Ito Seiji. Danzo is indeed a veteran ninja with rich combat experience. This wind blade attack just happened to block the transition point of Ito Sei's movement and the exposed opening of his body, making it impossible for Ito Sei to dodge. But then, a dark round hole with a magnificent blue light on the outside appeared in front of the wind blade, swallowing the wind blade that was sent out by Danzo. In the next moment, the same hole suddenly appeared on Danzo's waist, and the wind blade that had just been swallowed immediately shot out, hitting Danzo, who couldn't dodge in time. Danzo's body was cut in two from the waist. Puff! A large amount of blood and internal organs gushed out from the cut in Danzo's body. Danzo-sama. The Umbu who was about to kill the ninja under Sei Ito's control was shocked. At the same time, he attacked several times in a row, trying to force the ninja away so that he could save Danzo. However, seeing Danzo's death, the ninja's morale suddenly rose. At the cost of one or two more serious injuries, he desperately entangled the Umbu. At this time, Danzo also knew that it was not the time to hide his trump card. He quickly raised his left hand and touched the bandage on his face, trying to expose the Sharingan transplant in his right eye. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't want to let him do as he wished. He immediately used instant transmission to appear next to Danzo and slashed his sword at his right eye. Puff! In the next moment, blood gushed out from the celestial Clouds' sword. But this blood didn't come from Danzo's body, but from the lumbar spine of the ninja who was kicked by Sei Ito. And it came from a ninja who was seriously injured and couldn't move. It turned out that when Sei Ito's sword was about to fall, Danzo used the ninja's body as a substitute and used it to bear Sei Ito's attack. On the other side, Danzo stretched out his hand and exposed the Sharingan in his right eye. After dealing with the ninja, Sei Ito put the Celestial Cloud's sword on the ground, closed his eyes, and released a fire-release ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In an instant, a thick fire dragon emerged from the void in front of Sei Ito. Its body twisted like a snake and flew towards Danzo. Seeing this, the Umbu, who completely disregarded the Jinjutsu controlled by Ito Sei's Jinjutsu, activated the Body Flicker Jutsu and appeared in front of the Fire Dragon, replacing Danzo with his body to take the attack of the Fire Dragon. That Dark Unit member only had time to let out a hurried scream before his body turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Humph! Seeing this, Ito Sei snorted coldly and waved his hand to summon a dozen white papers that were as thick as an English-Chinese dictionary. He clapped his hands together and scattered them. In an instant, the scattered sheets of paper seemed to have a life of their own and became straight and sharp like a blade. They flew towards Danzo, who was still casting Jinjutsu with his Sharingan. Wind release, vacuum Great Jade. Danzo's complexion slightly changed, and he quickly formed several hand seals with both hands, inhaled and exhaled a huge vertical shockwave from his mouth. Under the impact of the shockwave, the papers that were about to reach Tanaka were instantly blasted apart, turning into countless small pieces of paper that fluttered down to the ground. At this time, a blue figure flashed through the air and quickly appeared in front of Danzo. He waved his katana several times. Puff! 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 Several muffled sounds were heard, and Danzo's remaining arms and eyes were separated from his body under the attack of celestial clouds. Why didn't you fall for my Jinjutsu? Danzo, who had turned into a human puppet, questioned loudly. Although Kotoyama Tsukumi's ability is strong, like Tsukuyami, it's a kind of dojitsu that requires visual assistance. As long as I don't look at your eyes, it won't work at all, Sei Ito explained in a flat tone. After saying that, without giving Danzo a chance to speak, he waved his katana and cut off Danzo's head from his body. Idiot, you clearly have so many Sharingan at your disposal. but you still use sealing jutsu to seal them. You deserve to be killed by me. Sei Ito, who had been quietly guarding Danzo for more than a minute, said with a disdainful look on his face. Then, Sei Ito, who put away celestial clouds, took out a shuriken and threw it at the ninja who was lying on the ground. Even if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to live for long. After doing all this, Sei Ito looked at the situation in the room again. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a cluster of weak flames that looked like it could be extinguished at any time, and threw it at Danzo's body. Boom! As soon as the flame fell on Danzo's body, it burned fiercely as if it had come into contact with gasoline. Almost in the blink of an eye, Danzo's broken body was burned into charcoal. Then, Sei Ito used the same method to burn the other two corpses. After that, he used instant transmission to escape from Root's headquarters and move towards the Uzumaki clan settlement in the corner of Konoha. Soon, Ito-sei's figure appeared in the empty Uzumaki clan settlement, which is not much worse than the Uchiha clan settlement, and went straight into a room that looks like a museum of mass craftsmanship. He reached out his hand and took a Yakuza mask from the wall that was hung with masks made in the image of the Yakuza in Neon Legends. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Why can't I hurt the Shinigami by putting on this thing? Is it also because of the idol theory? Sei Ito looked at the Yakuza mask in his hand and frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, Sei Ito still couldn't figure out the reason, so he waved his hand and put all the masks on the wall into the Rubik's Cube world. Standing in the same place, Kuroto thought for a while and found that there was really nothing in Konoha that was worth his time. He used instant transmission to leave the Uzumaki clan settlement, and then through the village barrier, he left Konoha and headed towards the Rain Village. This night, Konoha's village was very restless. Halfway through, Sei Ito, who didn't want to overwork himself, flashed into the Rubik's Cube world to rest. The next morning, he went out of the Rubik's Cube world again and returned to Naruto's world, and continued to move towards the Rain Village. Because the matter wasn't urgent, it took Ito-chung 4 or 5 days to finally arrive at the Rain Village of the Rain Country. The Rain Village was indeed worthy of the name of rain, and it was raining heavily all year round. However, Sei Ito knew that in addition to the normal weather, a large part of the rain here was caused by the Rakuto Pan. It contained his chakra, and he could clearly feel the enemy's movements that didn't belong to him. That's why the original story was discovered. At this time, I should have been discovered by Pan. Sei Ito looked up at the rain falling from the sky and thought. Then Sei Ito retracted his gaze, raised his hands in front of him, and quickly made hand seals and shouted, Mokutan, World of Trees. As Sei Ito's words fell, a large number of thick dark green branches broke out from the ground, and while rapidly growing longer and thicker, they quickly spread to the surroundings. In just a short time, the ground around him changed from mud, stone, steel, and other buildings into a vast emerald forest. But Sei Ito still didn't stop there and continued to stimulate the energy in his body to maintain the world of trees, so that all the trees created by ninjutsu could cover the entire Rain Village. Driven by this thought, the speed of the growth of the world of trees increased again, covering the land of the Rain Village more efficiently. During this period, whether it was the buildings or the ninjas living in the Rain Village, they were all entangled and killed by the high-speed growth of the trees. At this time, Conan no longer needed to use paper release to check, and Pain directly sent out his Six Paths clone body to move towards the place where Sei Ito first appeared. I can't let you find me like this. Sei Ito, who sensed the enemy's movement from the world of trees, chuckled lightly. While still maintaining the world of trees covering the Rain Village, he diverted some of his attention to control the growth of the trees to attack the Six Paths clone body. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.